Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. New York is a city of subways. Old, new, in construction, and projected. And of the masses of people who ride them daily, commuting to and from work. This is the story of an old and battle-scarred subway user. And a new spur line opened at last. And as usual, too late to achieve its objective, relieve congestion. But it did bring Alvin Freiberg a strange and wonderful freedom from the grinding daily tragedy of a life not worth living.
What's the matter, Al? You got an itch or something?
We're getting near 35th and Neely. I'm not passing it again.
This subway doesn't stop at that station.
Why?
How do I know? There's got to be a reason.
So how come the conductor doesn't know?
It's a brand new line. Call the transit authority.
I didn't get a chance. I got to know the truth about it just the same. Here it comes, 35th and Neely. This time I got to know.
What are you going to do?
Stop the train. I'm going to get off.
Are you crazy or something? Alvin, stay away from that emergency. What are you trying to do? Get a whole kill?
Our mystery drama, The Phantom Stop, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Al Freiberg and Marvin Schreiber shared the same treadmill. They both worked for Goldman Incorporated. Al as a pattern maker, Marv as a cutter. They both rode the subway morning and night. They both shared the same two-family house in Flushing, owned by Marvin. But of the two, Marv was the lucky one. When he came home, he came back to love and affection. What Al came home to was, that was something else again.
Is that you at last, Alvin?
Yes, Esther, I'm home.
You're late.
I'm late.
That's all you got to say?
What else should I say? I was making hanky-panky with one of the models.
Who'd give you even a look? Models I don't worry about, but you and that mob downstairs could have stopped maybe for a beer. Let me smell your breath.
I wouldn't advise it. I had a garlic pickle with lunch.
A comedian I married. So why you late?
Oh, Esther, have a heart. We're behind the fall deadline. We've got to get out the garments.
Oh, don't give me a story that Fink Goldman's running you into overtime. He'd have a heart attack if he had to pay a dime over take-home pay.
Give a little, take a little. A few minutes overtime isn't going to make me run to the shop steward.
Give a little, sure. That's the story of your life. When did you take?
Person makes his own choices. Oh, I want to sit down. I've been on my feet all day. It was just the subway was late.
Now the subway don't run on time.
I mean, me and Marv, we missed the regular train.
Oh, he was working overtime too, huh?
No. He stopped to buy a present for his wife.
It's a pity you couldn't have the same excuse.
It's her birthday. You had yours.
Don't talk about birthdays and don't sit down. I want you to fix Rebecca's hairdryer.
What's the matter with it?
Would I ask you if I knew it doesn't work?
Well, couldn't she let her hair dry with God's own air for once?
What, in curlers?
She don't mind in the morning. Every time I eat a shredded wheat, I look up at her and think, what am I doing eating one of your sister's curlers? Hey, how come she don't wear her hair straight all the time? Nothing helps.
Tonight is special. She's going to the community center.
She's wasting her time. There isn't a nice boy who isn't already taken.
S.A., is that Alvin at last?
Yeah, he just walked in.
Well, tell him to run down to the drugstore and get me some glow prune.
Couldn't she go down to get it herself all day? All she does is sit.
A lumbago is bothering her.
Maybe she's just waking up to what she is, a big pain in the...
Is he going? I run out of hair set and I'm only half curled.
Half boiled is more like it.
Is that any way to talk about your own flesh and blood?
She's your sister.
Are you going down to the drugstore or not?
Yes. Glow prune, right?
Yeah, you might as well get the giant can. Then you can fix the hairdryer.
Should have been a barber. The things I could do with a razor.
Come on. Rebecca's waiting.
When I get home, can we eat?
Oh, just like a man. The only thing on his mind is his stomach.
To tell the truth, limping down the drugstore, the only thing on my mind was my sister-in-law. Except maybe my wife. And the razor. The things that go through a man's mind, it would frighten you. What you could settle with one simple stroke. All day long at the shop, the boss screams at me. And then at night and weekends, I got my wife and her sister yelling at me. Oh, it's not like it used to be in the old days. With Sarah, my first wife. With Sarah, when I got home, it was altogether different.
Hello, Shotzi.
Hello, sweetheart.
Come into the living room and sit down. I got your slippers and the paper and a nice glass of tea with a little you-know-what. Come on, rest up a little before dinner.
Oh, you're such a good wife, Sarah.
Oh, what's so hard? I got a good man. Here, darling, sit. Oh, give me your shoes. Now, how's business? Well, we'll talk later after we eat.
What's for dinner?
A favorite. Guess.
What's the difference? Anything you cook is my favorite. I never really realized how much Sarah meant to me until she died. And I married Esther. If Sarah had lived, it would have been just like Marvin and Rachel downstairs. Love, warmth, kids, a real family. I made more money, but he was the one with a life. Oh, Marv was a lucky guy with his Rachel.
Say goodnight to the kids, Marv.
Yeah. They're growing like weeds. Thank God they both look like you.
Oh, go on. Well, sit already and drink your coffee.
Where's yours?
Right over here.
Well, bring it to the sofa and sit with me.
Oh, I gotta do the dishes.
Come on. The dishes can wait. I'll help later.
You got anything in mind, Marvin? The kids aren't that much asleep. I mean...
Anytime I look at you, I got something in mind. But don't worry. It's not that. It's something else.
Oh, what's the matter? You didn't get laid off.
No. Nothing like that.
Hey, I told you, nothing.
That's just for love.
What did I do to deserve that, huh?
Just for being you. Boy, what a lucky guy I am.
All right, I wouldn't deny it. But how come you know it?
The way we are. And the way Alvin and Sarah used to be before. Why do some guys get all the breaks and the rest get a kick in the pants?
Oh, it was a terrible thing that happened to Sarah.
Bad enough to lose your first child, but a wife as well. Remember how it used to be with the four of us when we first moved into this house?
Sure, it was a whole family. 2-family house, but one family living in it.
Yeah, you, me, Sarah, Alvin. Dinner every Sunday. 1 week their turn, next one ours. Times were good. Remember the picnics at Jones Beach?
Oh, do I? Sarah's potato salad. Nobody could make potato salad like Sarah.
Oh, boy. And your pot roast? The best. And what a cut-up that Al used to be. He could have been on the stage. What laughs we had.
Oh, especially that last time I remember with Sarah and me both out here with our kids, and you wanted to take a picture. Oh, I miss Sarah. You know, I try to get on with Esther.
That loudmouth. She'd burn your ear off with nothing good to say about anybody. And the sister's worse.
Well, she can't help it if she's got a face that'd stop a horse.
She could keep her big nose out of everybody's business. What's the matter, Marvin? There's no heat in the house. You want us all to get pneumonia?
And she's always sick with something.
If it wasn't for Al, I'd find some way to kick them out and get new tenants.
Oh, you couldn't do that to Al?
No. He's the one who ought to get rid of them. God forgive me for saying it.
Well, why shouldn't he? I mean, they deserve it.
Not what I was thinking. And what sometimes I think lately Al could have on his mind.
What do you mean?
You know, knocking off either one of those two old crows ought to be justifiable homicide.
Marvin, what are you saying?
There never was a kinder or more gentle person than Alvin Freiberg. But you put a mouse in a bowl with a lid on and let him run around trapped. He ever gets that lid off, out comes a raging tiger. I don't know. Maybe it's all the violence, but Al worries me these days.
Well, how come?
He daydreams a lot. Gets behind on his work. He drives Goldman frantic. And every so often, I'll see him pick up my cutting shears and just, kind of weigh them in his hand like they were I don't know, like a weapon.
What are you suggesting? He's going to turn into a murderer or something? Al Freiberg? Ah, don't make me laugh.
But it wasn't something to laugh at. If only Rachel could have known. And Marv was right, though I didn't know he'd said it. These last years, like a hamster in a cage, that was me. Running around and around, going nowhere. I wouldn't mind so much, but Esther wouldn't have children. Not even a son to carry my name. There are times lately, like when Abe Goldman is trying to chisel on the patterns, when I find myself grabbing up Marv's shears and, I get such a pain in my chest. Everything goes black. By the time I see straight again, I'm worried what I might have done. Or like mornings, I shave with a straight razor, which was my father's, and sometimes, like the morning after Rebecca needed her hairdressing. Yeah.
You plan to spend all day in there?
I'm shaving. How come you're up so early?
The noise you make getting out of bed, who could sleep? Listen, could you spare the powder room a moment?
Well, can't you wait till I'm finished?
It isn't me, it's Rebecca.
Oh, what's with Rebecca?
She's sick to her stomach.
Okay. I'll shave in the kitchen.
How come you're up so early?
Well, today Marv and I are trying the new subway which just opened. Just to be on the safe side, we're leaving early.
Well, better you come home early one of these evenings.
Now, what's in it for me? All right, Esther, don't get mad. Can't I make a joke? Look, you want to have a cup of coffee with me before I leave?
What for? As soon as I get Rebecca straightened out, I need my beauty sleep. Have your coffee at the office.
You used to make it for me when we were first married.
I used to do a lot of things before I discovered what a nothing I married. Go into the kitchen, shave, will you, and let Rebecca use the ladies' room.
The ladies' room. That's what it comes down to now. I'm a stranger in my own house. I finished shaving, nicking myself twice without a mirror. Then I cleaned the razor, and I thought about it. How quick it would be. And as long as it was sharp enough, how painless. And then, with a gasp, I thought to myself, for whom? What am I thinking? Me? Them? All three of us? And then all of a sudden, I had the pain in my chest, and I wondered. Indigestion. Gas. Take a bio-seltzer, finish shaving, and get to work, Alvin.
How do you like it?
What?
The new subway.
Who knows yet? Same sardines packed in a new can.
Here you got more room to breathe.
Still the same air, you want to call it that. You know, I thought maybe there'd be less people. The guy could have one wish.
What'd you say?
I said, if a guy could have one wish, it would be not to travel Queens to New York and back in the rush hour.
It's not so bad. Count everything else in.
To you, maybe. What else have I got to look forward to either end?
Al, I've been meaning to talk to you.
No, look, not here. You couldn't hear yourself, but everybody else could. Hey.
What?
Here's a station we're passing. 35th and Neely Avenue. Hey, how come the train doesn't stop?
Express, I guess. I didn't see the station.
Clear as a nose on your face.
I wasn't looking. What's the difference? What could it matter in your life anyways?
What could it matter in Alvin Freiberg's life? Not a thing. Just another subway station passed by an express train that didn't stop there. 35th and Neely. From the first moment he read the designation, he knew that sometime he had to get off the subway there. I'll return with Act 2 shortly. It wasn't a good day in Alvin Freiberg's life. The patterns for the new styles were hard to work out. 70 yards of cloth on a bolt. You have to lay out the patterns so that you waste the least amount of material. If you're a first-rate firm, you don't cut corners. But if you're just an ordinary firm and times are hard, there's a little temptation to shortchange.
I can't do it, Mr. Goldman.
Are you telling me I brought you up in the business? So we'll be a little tight with the seams. We'll still make up.
A little tight? Look, here under the arms and on the sides. A woman buys the wrong size, so she takes a deep breath and the seams go...
That's her problem. She should buy the right size to begin with.
You know women. That's what always made our line. They could breathe a little buying undersize.
Are you telling me how to merchandise?
Look, I make patterns. That's all I know.
I made them before you were out of public school. I ask you to cut a few corners, and you have to give me an argument.
I want only the best for us, Mr. Goldman.
The same for me, but we got to go with the time.
I don't like to cheat.
Who's cheating? We cut a corner here and there. What are you, a conscience for the world? You're better than anyone else?
Maybe he was right. What was I? I sat there piecing the jigsaw of patterns on a bolt of cloth, and I wondered myself, let some customer lift her arm and split a seam, or eat too much and have the zipper split. Why should I care? What did I have left? No pride at home. Why try to have any at work? Even Marv couldn't shake me while we waited for the subway home.
Why'd you knuckle under?
What's the difference, Marv? He wants to cut short. How can I stop him?
It never pays off. And what you lay out, I gotta cut.
You know, once you'd have made me mad saying that. But now, what's to fight for? These days, we're lucky to have a job.
That's all the business means to you?
Tell you the truth, nothing means much to me. I'm tired. Well, you got something to protect.
There's a seat. Grab it. Come on.
I'll stand.
You need it more than me. Now sit down, will you?
Okay. Maybe I do. But I wanted to ask the conductor or one of the guards about that station.
What station?
You know, the one we don't stop at. The 35th and Neely.
Who cares?
Me.
Why?
I don't know, just something crazy. You wouldn't remember.
What wouldn't I remember?
Well, I could tell you, but what do I want to do? Broadcast a secret at the top of my lungs? Wait till we're home.
Okay. It's hard to hear you anyway. Read your paper.
I sat a little while with my eyes closed. The pain was in my chest again. Right through the back. The racket of the subway seemed very far away. And then I glanced at the paper in my lap, just to skip over the headlines. General Charles de Gaulle takes over premiership of France. So let him, what do I care? What? De Gaulle? But he's dead. He's long dead. I look again at the newspaper. The date. June 1st, 1958. I started to get Marvin's attention, but just then I realized that we were slowing down, ready to stop. I twisted to look out the window. 35th and Neely. I had to push and shove to get off. I was the only one. I went through the gate. There was a long flight of steps to the street. But my pain was gone. My legs, they felt 20 years younger. So did all of me. I could feel my heart lift, reach out expecting something. And I was right. I came out to the street. And, well, it was just before sunset. Everything was bathed in a rosy glow, a color you couldn't forget. And waiting for me was...
Alvin, 2 subways I waited. I thought maybe you'd missed your train.
You know the rush hours, Sarah. But why should you wait for me?
Why does any woman wait for her man? Love. Besides, I was shopping near here at the market, so why not give you a surprise?
Here, let me have the bag.
Yes, sure.
I'll carry it. Hey, this is the old neighborhood.
Why so surprised?
35th, all right. But, Neely, that's not near us.
Oh, it's a new subway. So it's a little longer walk than the old stop. What's the difference when a person is young?
The way I feel.
So, why do we have to stand talking so much? Come on, let's go home.
Yeah, home.
Yeah. Give me your hand. Let's just walk like we used to.
You know, I don't know what's so good tonight. It seems so special.
Oh, it is special.
What's for dinner?
I shouldn't tell you. I should just surprise you.
So, surprise me.
Maybe I won't if you sound so indifferent.
Who's indifferent?
Oh, well, you'll find out anyway. It's strawberry blintzes with sour cream. You want to leave me for another woman?
I want to take you in my arms right here on 33rd Street and hug you.
Oh, you better not. I'll call the cops. No, darling, just wait till we get home. You want coffee or a glass of tea?
I just want you. Come on, sit by me on the couch.
Oh, I'm not sure I could trust you.
There's more than one kind of love, Sarah. This is just old people, quiet, just to touch, to know, to feel that you're there. And I'm next to you. Come on, sit.
Maybe just a little. Because you have to go.
What do you mean? How come I have to go?
Don't ask questions, Alvin. Just take what we got.
But this is my home. I'm not leaving.
You have to leave. Answer me one thing first.
Anything.
You won't let whatever happens change you? You'll stay the way you are?
Why should I change?
Supposing I wasn't alive.
Oh, Sarah, then I wouldn't be alive either.
Oh, it isn't always that easy to die.
Sarah? Sarah, what are you talking about?
Just promise me, darling. If anything happens, just keep on being my same loving, kind, gentle Alvin.
What crazy talk is this? I'm Alvin Freiberg. I'm 30 years old. If I don't know what I am now, I'm in sad condition.
I'm only thinking of the future.
The devil with the future. We're living now.
That's just the trouble, my darling. We're not. And I beg you, whatever happens, don't let anything change you between now and...
Wake up, Alvin. Now stop. We gotta get off the subway.
But I already did. I mean when we stopped at 35th.
Come on, Alvin. You've been sound asleep since we left Manhattan. Let's get it out of the sling and on the way. What are you talking about? You got off the subway on the way home.
I did, at 35th and Neely.
You got a hole in the head. You were asleep by 57th Street, Manhattan, and you never woke up till we hit Flushing.
I didn't get off and see Sarah.
Sarah?
My wife,
It was a dream, man.
Oh.
It was a dream. You were tired, you went to sleep, and you had a dream.
Oh, such a dream, Marv. You know, it was so real, just like it used to be. But, hey, listen, I didn't get off at that station.
The train doesn't stop there, Al.
It did. In my dream. If it could only be like that.
Could I say something to you which is none of my business?
What, a friend like you could say anything.
I'm worried about you.
Yeah, that makes the two of us.
I think you should see a doctor.
What could a head shrinker tell me that I don't know already?
I didn't mean a psychiatrist. I meant a doctor.
Who needs him? I'm healthy. I could be if I had the chance.
I was thinking about, you should excuse the expression, your home life.
Yeah, you should excuse the expression, all right.
Alvin, you ever hear of the French painter called Gauguin?
Yeah, sure.
You know what he did?
He went to Tahiti or somewhere, and he painted pictures.
Yeah, but first off, he was a banker, and he was unhappy. So he separated from his wife and just took off.
Are you trying to tell me something?
Yeah. Who likes Esther? Do you?
I'm married to her.
You were married to Sarah.
That was different.
Sure it was. Everybody loved Sarah. But Esther... Who likes Esther?
You gotta say it out loud. Not even me. I wish she was dead.
You don't have to go that far. Why don't you just walk out on her?
What would happen to Rebecca?
That's your problem? They're driving you crazy, the two of them. Rachel and me, we only live downstairs, and they're driving us around the corner. Why don't we all get out from under?
You're not going to renew our lease.
Al, I ain't talking as a landlord, but as a friend. Rachel and me, we can make out. But we want to save you.
From what?
But we're almost home now. Take a good look at yourself. Do a little thinking. You got a ding-a-ling hung around your neck. I'm your buddy. What else can I say?
Marv, I don't know what to answer you.
I don't blame you. I don't know how I had the guts to say all I said to you. Now, see you 7:30 in the morning. We'll walk to the subway.
After Marv went in, I waited a moment in the dark. Sarah. Or was it a dream? I had a crazy notion that grew more real as the pain in my chest started up again. That I could go back there. All I had to do was stop the train and get off at 35th and Neely. Except I had to fix everything right to leave behind. A man can't just walk out on everything like that fella Gauguin. He was a genius. I'm just a schlep. Yeah.
Alvin, you in there again? What are you doing?
I'm shaving.
10 o'clock in the night and you're shaving? I'm coming in.
So come in, the door's open.
What are you shaving this time of night?
Well, the morning traffic gets so heavy, I thought maybe I'd take a load off of it.
I don't understand you, Alvin Freiberg. Well, say something.
What am I to say? I don't think you ever did.
What?
You asked me to say something, I said it.
I didn't ask to be insulted.
Who insulted?
You said I didn't understand you.
Well, you think you do?
Oh, I certainly don't understand a man shaving 10 o'clock at night and tying up the only bathroom in the house.
I shave in the morning. I'm in the way, too. What should I do? Shave at the garment house?
You don't have to make a thing.
Who is making a thing?
You are.
I was just trying to make things easy.
Don't give me that, Alvin. You just try to make things a problem because me and Rebecca haven't ever been good enough for you.
Did I ever say that?
Well, it's what you think. Sarah, she was so great. Your first wife, nobody could live up to her.
You leave Sarah out of
Who
this.
brought her in?
I didn't.
Don't try to fool me. Ever since we were married, you compared the two of us.
Esther, that honestly is not true.
Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. I know what I know. And let me tell you something, Alvin Freiberg. Your first wife was a nothing. If you had stayed with her, you'd still be a gopher for Mr. Goldman, running errands, getting coffee, pushing dress racks, a 40-year-old office boy without my connections and my family, so don't you ever forget it.
That isn't true. I was a cutter before you were...
Don't make me laugh. With that Sarah soft in the head about how great you'd be, she couldn't see a future in any dress cut. Alvin, don't hold that razor like that. Alvin, what are you thinking about?
Don't you ever mention Sarah's name to me again. Don't you ever...
Alvin, are you crazy or something? I was just trying to bring you to your senses. Now, don't take offense about Sarah. Sarah's been dead for 16 years.
Get out. Get out. Get out! You leave me alone. You and Rebecca, you leave me alone. Or I don't know what I'm going to do.
What are you, a crazy man or something?
Right at the moment, I'm yes.
Well, what made you like this?
You and your nagging sister, you get out! For the first time in her life, Esther knuckled under to me. She fled from the bathroom in terror. And as she slammed the door shut behind her, I stopped in terror myself because I realized that I had advanced on her with the razor in my hand, held like a weapon. I couldn't kid myself that I didn't want to use it against her and her sister. And suddenly, all alone, I started to shake from head to foot. What had I become? Because I knew that I was near the end of control. And if something didn't happen, I would lose my mind, and destroy both of these women as surely as they had been destroying me day by day for the last 15 years.
The wrong marriage. Two selfish women driving against a quiet and simple man. The day-by-day deterioration of what had once been a human relationship is as devastating as the Chinese water torture, and as inescapable without violent reaction or some miracle to end it. Which is the deciding factor? I'll be back with that solution shortly when I return with Act 3. The dictionary definition of tragedy is the downfall or destruction of some great or noble figure because of some flaw or fatal weakness. But surely the fate of a simple man living a life of quiet and utter despair, misunderstood, unappreciated, and starved for a kind of love he had once known, is just as tragic. And when he finds himself with his back to the wall, how desperate might he become? Let's watch Alvin Freiberg, who might be you, or I, or any of us who sees no hope of escape. Let's watch him face his problem and find its solution.
The next day, I woke up early, even earlier than usual, with a gut feeling that I'd reached the end of my rope. Just like any other morning, Esther's snoring like a walrus beside me. Same heavy feeling in my chest. Why should it surprise me? My heart was dead already 15 years. I turned off the alarm clock, checked the time automatically, and went into the bathroom. Half an hour early. I reached for my razor. All of a sudden, I'm thinking, what kind of a fool are you? You shaved already last night. Then I said to myself, Alvin, you know that. So what are you doing with the razor in your hand? I knew I didn't have to ask that question. I was desperate. Who was I kidding? I couldn't face another day the way I lived. Even without hearing them, Esther's snores were sounding in my ears. I could hear Rebecca's whine. What would she have today? An ulcer, arthritis, indigestion, a something which wouldn't have a name? Anything to drive her to a doctor so he could reassure her, or try to. And the razor would end all this. I was like a man walking in his sleep. With the razor in my hand, I walked into the bedroom.
Alvin, it's 6 o'clock. What are you doing up?
I couldn't sleep.
What's the razor for? You got 5 o'clock shadow in the morning?
That's the first joke you ever made.
Who cares about jokes this hour? What's the razor for?
What? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I forgot. I shaved last night, I guess.
Put it away and come back to bed, huh?
Yes, Esther. I don't know what came over me all of a sudden.
Oh, just come back to bed and don't wake up the whole house.
I don't feel sleepy. Maybe I'll make a cup of coffee, huh?
I don't understand you. But do what you want. As long as you don't wake up Rebecca and me, I couldn't care less.
Couldn't care less. I don't understand you. It was all there in those 2 sentences. And the coffee was bitter, no matter how much sugar I dumped in, and so was my life. It's the way a good half of the world, maybe more, live. An hour and a half later, walking to the subway, how different could I feel? Except that Marv was a friend. And with him, I could talk a little.
Hey, nice brisk morning, huh? Well, what's a good word?
You should know me by now. I wonder you even bother to walk to the subway with me.
What are you giving me, Al Freiberg? 25 years we're friends. Why would I walk out on you, huh?
I ain't the same man I once was.
Look, when was the last time you saw a doctor?
I don't know, 3, maybe 4 years.
You ought to have a checkup.
What for? Who cares? Anyway, my regular doctor died a couple of years ago.
A person our age should have a checkup once a year.
Stay alive?
What else?
Supposing you get to the point where you don't care, huh?
Oh, that pins it. I'm going to make an appointment with my doctor to see you.
Don't waste the time.
I'm ready to waste more than that. You'll see him if I have to drag you there. We'll go at lunchtime. Don't give me any arguments. I'll pay just for my own peace of mind.
Look, Marv, you're a good friend, okay? Okay, I'll see your doctor, but, he can't help me. And we got one thing straight. I pay. Come on, we're at the subway.
Would you get the ants out of your pants, Al? So we changed it, Ronnie Plaza, to a local. What are you you going to do when you get to 35th and Neely?
I'm going to get off and go upstairs.
We get off, we could be late for work.
You don't have to come.
Listen, the way you're acting, as a friend, I wouldn't leave you for a minute.
I ain't got enough moxie to argue. Anyway, here it comes.
How do you know? I can't see.
I know. There, you see? We're coming into the station.
Yeah, okay, but we're not slowing down.
What? We got to slow down. This is a local. Some train has got to stop here.
Maybe there's some other local, but this one isn't going to stop.
Marv, there is a station there, isn't there?
Sure.
It says 35th and Neely, don't it?
Yeah, that's what it says. Or said. We're already past it. For some reason, trains just don't stop there.
But I told you last night.
That was a dream, Alvin. I was standing right over you, and we passed right through as usual. You didn't get off. Nobody got off. Whatever this station is, there just isn't a train that stops here.
I didn't feel well that morning. My mind wasn't working properly, or I might have thought of calling the transit authority. But everything I did was automatic. I laid out my patterns, and then at lunch, I went to the doctor with Marvin leading me by the hand like I was a baby. It was nearly quitting time before I got back from the doctor, and Goldman was fit to be tied.
So, what are you going to claim now, Alvin? Seniority? You take almost the whole afternoon off without a word?
Well, I was to the doctor.
Doctor? You couldn't see him on your own time? Maybe it was your head that needed examining. Look what you did here. And your friend Marv already cut, so what can we do? I'm in the factor's hands already.
But what is it?
Mr.
Goldman expected 3 more dresses out of these bolts of cloth.
Didn't I tell you to skimp on the pattern?
Oh, I forgot.
You forgot? How could you forget with that?
Look, I'm sorry. I went to the doctor and
I don't need a doctor. You'll give me heart failure. The whole line is a disaster before we even cut one dress. I might as well end up in bankruptcy. Freiberg, you're fired. I don't want to see you again. You're lucky I don't fire your friend Schreiber.
Mr. Goldman.
Don't give me any arguments. All right. It's quitting time. I'm in enough trouble with the union to begin with, so let's close up. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, we won't open again. That's the way things are here.
Marv, I'm sorry.
Forget it. Let's have a fling. Heaven knows we need a lift. Come on. I'll buy you a drink at Levin's before we take the subway home.
L'chaim.
I don't know what I'm wishing you good luck for, the way it goes.
That don't matter. I'll get the severance pay, some pension. And the beauty part, the insurance.
What insurance?
The life insurance. That should take care of Esther and Rebecca.
What are you talking about, life insurance?
You made me see the doctor, huh?
So? What did he say?
Well, I got a something I ain't sure I know how to tell you. Ventricular fibrillation. The doctor wanted I should go in the hospital right away.
So why didn't you?
Well, I eat up all the money in hospital bills. I'll go home, I'll rest. I haven't got a job anymore.
Rest with Esther and Rebecca?
I'll give it a try. Thanks for the drink. You wouldn't believe, Marvin, a glass of whiskey could make me feel so good. Come on, let's go home. Over Marv's protests, we got into the subway. I did feel good. Like I was young again. Like I didn't care. And I had this crazy idea I was going to try. Because the possibility to find out would never come around again. I'm not going to pass it ever again.
The subway don't stop at this station.
Why not?
What do I know why not? There's got to be a reason.
So how come the conductor doesn't know?
It's a brand new subway, Al. Call the transit system.
I never had the chance. Just the same, here it comes. 35th and Neely. This time I gotta know.
Alvin, wait.
I gotta know.
Are you out of your mind?
I gotta find out. Why don't the doors open?
You can't open these.
I'll get out between the cars.
Wait. Wait, Alvin, wait. Hold it, Alvin, hold it.
Just a minute, mister. What's going on here? You pulled the emergency brake?
No, it was my friend. He wanted to get off here.
Why?
I don't exactly know. Why doesn't the train stop anyway?
Well, there's nothing up there but mud flats and an old city dump.
Then what's the point of this station?
The city is filling in the dump. There's a big housing project going to go up there. Won't be finished for a couple of years, but they'll need to stop then. Come on, we got to pick up your kooky friend. He can't get out of here. It's all blocked up.
You going to arrest him?
Sure. He could have caused a panic. I got a lot of people hurt. What's the matter with him anyway?
I don't think I could explain to you, officer. Except, it's his heart.
Hello, Alvin.
Sarah, you were waiting again.
Well, this time I knew what subway you'd be on. Come, my darling. Let's go home.
That's all I want.
That's what you got. This time, for good.
See? I told you there was no way out. Oh, what's he lying there for? He get fits or something?
No. He, just hasn't been well lately.
What? Hey, you ain't just whistling, Dixie. I'm sorry to tell you, mister, but your friend is dead. Heart attack, huh?
Yeah, something like that. I wonder.
What do you mean?
I hope he found what he wanted. And, for the record, guard, there's no doubt. It was his heart.
Tragedy, or something nearer to all of our lives. Escape. Death, of course, is always tragic. But if you have belief in something beyond, Alvin Freiberg, slippers on his feet, Sarah by his side, and something too delectable to name cooking in the kitchen for dinner, is a happier man dead than alive. I'll be back shortly. It was Elizabeth Barrett Browning who wrote, "I love you with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life." Alvin Freiberg could never have expressed himself so well, but beyond question, he felt as deeply for his Sarah as Elizabeth Barrett felt for Robert Browning. The quiet, unnoticed ones love as deeply and perhaps more securely than the great or famous. Let this be Alvin's epitaph and the end of his story. Our cast included Norman Rose, Nat Polen, Carol Teitel, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
But, John, this is the only time we can call Windandingo, at midnight. It's the only time he's able to hear the voice of mortal man. And the clock just struck. Listen. He's here. That's his voice.
Jay, that's just an eagle way off.
Listen.
Will you go back to sleep? Who's that?
Sounds like Enoch Fraser.
Get him out of here. He's come to kill me.
Enoch must be having a nightmare.
Don't let him. Let me go. Let go.
Oh, Enoch does drink an awful lot.
Don't kill me.
No, it's Windandingo, all right.
Don't.
And justice is being done. I don't think Enoch's crimes were that serious.
Well, he's quiet now.
He's dead.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? You're expecting Mr. Wolfe at your place in 3 hours? Your place is where? Yes. Well, I'm expecting Hetty Lamar in 15 minutes. Yeah, but mister, we're both out of luck.
Archie, what are you babbling about?
There's a character on the phone who's laboring under the naive delusion that you're about to make a trip upstate.
His name?
Finley, he said.
In that case, he's quite correct.
Yeah, he's quite the, yes, Mr. Finley. Mr. Wolfe will be there. Yeah, goodbye.
I shall need some beer, Archie.
The bottle opener's in the right-hand drawer.
Thank you.
What one of us needs is a psychiatrist. You're voluntarily leaving your happy home, exposing yourself to the elements, entrusting your only life to a savage automobile?
I am?
Ho. Somebody's offered you the United States Treasury, huh?
Mr. Finley happens to grow orchids. Among them, he has developed a plant possessing spurred labilli. I have an opportunity to purchase a couple of the plants, therefore...
I don't believe it.
But, Archie, according to the reports I have received, he has produced a strain of black cypripedium.
Oh, well, in that case. But, Mr. Wolfe, while it's true that black may be the color of your true love's hair, it is also true that black is the color of funerals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the detective genius who rates the knife and fork the greatest tools ever invented by man. The ponderous, brilliant, and unpredictable Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
The beginning of the case of the Phantom Fingers actually had nothing to do with black orchids. The first act was played in an old house at the end of an old dirt road. It was short and simple. As short as life. And as simple as murder.
Joe, I didn't believe the letters I got. Didn't believe them until now. I've been a lonely man. No wife, children. Joe, it was all coming to you after I died. There was no need for you to steal from me. All you had to do was wait. Joe, that gun. Put it down. No. Archie.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
How much longer?
Oh, an hour, maybe. Why?
I'm a fool.
Yeah, well, payday's tomorrow. I refuse to agree with you. Besides, the trip's been fine so far, huh? So there's snow on the road, but,
Phooey.
well, it's nice snow. Pretty soon it'll be spring, and in the spring...
If you mention old Tidmas once more, I shall strangle you.
No, it's against the law. But you know, that snow melts much faster, the trees won't look so pretty.
Trees, are they really necessary?
Uh-huh. People cut them down and make paper out of them. And they take the paper and make dollar bills. Mr. Wolfe, we're surrounded by future thieves.
I prefer the finished product. What on earth is that?
Sounds like a river.
Indeed.
Except there aren't any rivers around here. Hey!
Yeah?
Up ahead.
What? Huh?
It's a river. Only it isn't a river.
It's wet.
Yeah, it's wet and it's got waves on it. Had to start raining, too.
Nature. Phooey.
The road behind us is covered with water. We'll just have to keep going onward and upward.
Would you like to recite Excelsior to me?
Why, sure. Shades of night were falling fast when through an alpine village passed...
An idiot of your caliber, no doubt.
Oh.
That infernal engine has died.
No, the road dips up ahead. And where it dips, there's a junior Mississippi growing up.
Splendid.
Not so splendid. We can't go back and we can't go forward.
Why not?
They didn't build this model to swim.
No foresight. What do we do now?
Well, we could abandon the car and,
Walk, are you mad? Are you seriously suggesting I indulge in a foot race with the flood?
Yeah, well, not seriously, but,
You've decided to give the car a swimming lesson?
No. There's what looks like a cow path leading off the highway. To your right. Maybe it's a road.
We progress. We now follow the footstep of the cow.
Ah, it is a road. An old dirt road. Not only that, it goes up.
Is that good?
Theoretically. We might get above the water that way.
And if the theory fails?
Mr. Wolfe, how are you on the Australian crawl? Hey, there's been another car on this road before us. You can see the tire tracks in the mud.
Interesting. An indication that there are other maniacs about. I myself would not have chosen this particular spot to picnic in.
Well, it's not that. There's somebody lying on the road.
People have peculiar habits. Ignore him and drive on.
Hold on a moment. Mr. Wolfe, you better come out here.
My madness has its limits. The answer is no. Serious, Archie?
Very serious.
Oh, very well. Good heavens.
Yeah, still alive, but...
The man's been shot. He's mumbling.
Joe.
He's yelling for Joe.
Be still.
Don't forgive stealing. Don't.
So much for that. Pick him up, Archie. Put him in the car.
Might be bad for him to be moved.
No. There is nothing that can be bad for him. He's dead. Is this blasted road leading anywhere, Archie?
Well, seems to be a clearing up ahead. Maybe... Hey, it's a house.
Splendid.
I'm not so sure. It's perched up on top of a cliff, surrounded on three sides by nothing. On the side facing us, there's a deep ravine and a small wooden bridge.
An island in the air.
Yeah. High enough to keep above water, maybe, but... Now, that bridge doesn't look too good. Rain may have weakened it.
I have no choice, Archie. I have no intention of being drowned in these barbaric surroundings. The bridge, Archie.
Okay, hold on. No, the thing's collapsing under us.
How momentum, sir?
Well, if it doesn't, 37 blondes are going to be wearing black. Correction, 38. I forgot the one in Gimbel's bargain basement. Hey, we made it. The bridge will never be the same, though. There's a car ahead of us in front of the house.
The car from which our dead friend, was thrown. Only one set of car tracks in the mud along the road, and here...
Then all we have to do is walk in, ask for the owner of the house, and,
Possibly, and possibly not. Archie, go through the corpse's pockets.
Oh, that's not cricket. Yeah, all right. I'm going through. Not much on him. Handkerchiefs, silver, driver's license. The name was, James Miller. Address Garner Lane. Walden. You know, I've got an idea this is Garner Lane, Mr. Wolfe.
In which case, someone named Joe was looking after the house for him, committed theft, and murdered Miller. Miller's body was then dumped on the road in the hopes that the floods would wash the body away. No one at the house seems to have noticed our arrival.
Nope. Well, let's go in and ask for Joe, huh?
Very well. Hard. With the bridge down, there's absolutely no way of getting on or off this place.
Except for a mountain goat. I don't know any mountain goats. I used to know a plain goat once, though.
Indeed.
He ran at the 5th at Jamaica.
Stop maundering.
I never maundered. Also, I never win bets on horse races. That's why I continue to work for you.
That is also why you had better ring the doorbell.
Okay. Nobody's going to break a leg rushing to open the door.
I suppose you try it. I have had more than enough of the weather.
Is that polite? Besides, the killer may have some more bullets in that gun.
Are you afraid?
Sure.
Fooey, the door, Archie.
But old Dr. Tidmouse would say... Well, never mind. Hey, somebody was careless leaving the door open like that. On the other hand, has a spider ever shut its web? The answer is no. Are we flies? Yes.
Out of my way, Archie.
There are lights up ahead. Must be the living room.
Excuse me.
Sure. You're excused.
Do you live here, sir?
Do we? No, don't you?
Of course not. This is very strange. I came out to see the people who live here, or the person. I found the door open and no one about. I've been sitting in this corner now for a long time.
Well, it's a pity no one offered you a plum pie. Then you could have stuck in your thumb.
You saw no one enter, sir?
No one at all. I didn't want to go any further. It would have seemed like prying.
Perhaps you had better come along with us.
Well, all right. You know, this place, it has an evil atmosphere.
Certainly has. What it needs is fresh air.
Phooey. This would be the living room door. Ajar a bit.
It is. Looks as pretty as a picture. Oh.
Hello.
Well, just think of it. 5 minutes ago, you know, I didn't know you existed. And you didn't know I existed. And now...
Archie, your existence would have a sudden end unless you keep quiet. Excuse us for intruding, Miss...
Intruding? Oh, but I really should ask you to excuse me.
You do not live here?
I wish I did, but... You see, I've been out walking. I live maybe a mile from here, and then when the flood began, I thought I'd come in here and stay for a while.
And you found?
An empty house.
That's not what I found. As old Dr. Tidmouse has often said...
Go through the rest of the house, Archie.
Go through the... Well, never mind. I'll...
Shh. That sound?
Somebody's walking. Coming downstairs. I'll go and see.
Hey, you! Come on into the living room. Meet your guests in one or several pieces, as you prefer.
What? Oh. Hiya, folks.
Ah, a host at last.
That's very funny. I think I'll laugh. Ha.
May I ask why?
Because this here ain't my dump. I was just casing the joint. I was just taking a stroll.
Through the house?
I'm eccentric.
Oh, clever. However, I think you'd better stay.
Why?
Because you may turn out to be the owner of this house after all. I rather think introductions are in order.
Well, I'm Peg Shirley.
My name is Wagner.
Joseph Wagner?
Lewis.
How about you, Stroller?
Cregan. Sam Cregan.
Peg, Louis, Sam. Mr. Cregan, while you were strolling upstairs, did you notice anyone else about?
No.
There was no one outside when Archie and I entered. The bridge is down, effectively cutting us off from further visitors. We may assume, therefore, that we are the only people in or about this house.
Yeah, it's cozy, ain't it?
Which further means that one of you three is a murderer.
What did you say?
The murderer is the person who owns or lives in this house. All three of you denied being that person. Conclusion, one of you is a liar. I hardly expected a full immediate confession. However, we are absolutely isolated here. No one is going to come or leave until we have a killer.
You know, you can't really keep us here.
The flood can and will. Remember, the bridge is no longer. So you see, just the five of us alone. No one else inside the house, no one outside. Therefore...
Correction, Mr. Wolfe.
Maybe it's a branch or something tapping against the door.
Unlikely. Archie.
Okay, I'll go see who or what it is. Hey.
Who in the world is that?
What?
I got him. Somebody shut the door.
Yeah, all right, I get it.
A disreputable and unwashed gentleman. Head badly hurt. Is he conscious, Archie?
I don't know. He's mumbling something.
Legs pushed off. Fell from the ledge.
He's passed out. I guess he was trying to say that somebody pushed him out on a ledge. On the side of the cliff, maybe. He must have regained consciousness and crawled to the house. Where'll I put him, Mr. Wolfe?
Bedroom, I suppose. Well, he'll need first aid. We can't get a doctor. Cregan, where are the bedrooms?
Yeah, one right up at the head of the stairs. And don't ask me how I happen to know.
Wait, Sean. Archie.
Okay. I'll need somebody to help me carry him up without shaking him too badly.
Cregan?
Okay. Let's go.
As for the rest of you, Mr. Wagner, Miss Shirley, I suggest we return to the living room.
But I don't see any reason why we should take orders from you.
One of you is a murderer. I include Mr. Cregan, of course.
Oh, but that poor man wasn't dead.
Not for lack of trying. However, I was not referring to him.
You mean someone else has been killed?
Precisely. That is why I hope we shall not hear another knocking at the door. It could only be a corpse. Archie.
And Cregan.
Yeah.
The injured man?
Still out. Probably got a concussion.
Did he say anything further?
Well, he babbled a bit. I don't know if...
We should assume we're among friends, Archie. Exactly what did he say?
Well, he was pushed over the edge of the cliff because he saw Miller killed.
Did he also see who?
No, passed out before he had a chance. He's an old tramp, Mr. Wolfe. He was bumming his way through the country when he saw the murder.
He must have decided on a touch of blackmail and receiving a concussion instead, which may last for hours or for days.
Somebody's playing with the lights.
Some fool.
The switch was over this way. Lights are on again. Whose idea was that?
I had nothing to do with this.
Me neither.
Miss Shirley, why did you scream?
Well, someone brushed against me in the darkness.
You were standing?
Near the table, this table.
Archie?
No, nothing on the table except a bunch of keys on a ring.
Something screwy. Why should a guy put the lights out just to deposit a bunch of keys on the table?
Obvious. Without doubt, those are the keys of this house. Possession of them would have disclosed which of you lives here and which of you therefore killed Miller. It's late. I shall sleep down here, lacking an elevator to transport me upstairs.
The elevator's lacking.
Yes, the rest of you should be able to find bedrooms upstairs. Good night. Archie.
Yeah?
Follow them upstairs. Spend the night awake.
Okay.
Good heavens, Archie.
On my way. What's cooking up here?
Somebody's playing with the lights up.
Strike a match.
You don't have to. I got a flashlight.
Oh, here it is. Light switch. You know, this putting out of lights is getting to be somebody's bad habit. Well, all three of you seem to be okay. Stay here.
Where are you going?
Tramp's room, right here at the head of the stairs. Think of all your good deeds while I'm gone. All right, downstairs again.
What, again?
Oh, dear. What happened?
Well, it was more than a bunch of keys this time.
Oh, that knife. There's blood on it.
There should be. I just pulled it out of a man's heart. Well, Mr. Wolfe, one of these three babies doused the lights, popped into the tramp's room, deposited the knife in his chest, and popped right out again.
The knife you're holding?
Yeah.
Intelligent of you to wrap a handkerchief around the handle.
Well, whoever killed the tramp didn't have time to fool around with gloves, so...
There should be prints on the knife handle. Satisfactory, Archie.
That's mild enthusiasm.
Archie, on that desk, an ink pad.
Yeah.
Miss Shirley, you carry face powder, of course?
Yes, I do.
Archie will need it to bring out the prints on the knife. He will then fingerprint each of you. Compare your prints with those on the knife, and we shall have a murderer to hand over to the police. Archie, will you begin, please?
Here they are, Mr. Wolfe. 3 cards labeled with Miss Shirley's name, Cregan's, and Wagner's. Their respective prints are on each card.
Good. I have the knife here. Several quite distinct prints on it. It should be child's play to, Archie.
Yeah?
Take your own prints and mine.
What?
Do as I say quickly.
Yes, sir. All right, give me your thumb. Thank you. That's it. Now mine. Thank me. That's it.
There's something wrong. Something wrong and deadly loose in this house tonight.
Well, there's a card with your prints and mine.
Thank you.
Now you got 5 cards altogether.
So I have. Archie.
What now?
Take the ink pad and a fresh card with you.
Where am I going with them?
Upstairs?
But, Mr. Wolfe, there's nobody upstairs except the corpse.
Precisely. It is his prints I want.
Oh, this is so ridiculous.
It's over with.
Tired of this.
Archie?
Yeah, I got the dead man's prints.
Will all of you please sit?
All right, but it's...
Good heavens, young woman. Be careful. We want no accidents.
Sorry, I caught my high heels in the rug.
Archie, the card with the corpse's prints on it.
Yeah, sir.
Thank you.
You know, I've had quite enough of this nonsense.
Have you, Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, and so have I, Mr. Wolfe. Also, I don't think you know what you're doing.
Perhaps not. However, I have something rather interesting to tell all of you. There is no one in this house besides yourselves, except, of course, for the dead man upstairs, There is no one on the rock on which this house stands except for another dead man in our car.
Look, we already know all that.
Bear with me. We may rule out secret passages, unusual hiding places, or anything of that esoteric and childish nature. We may also rest assured that no one has come to or left this house or rock within the last few hours.
Well, that means we're kind of hermetically sealed here, huh? Meaning also that whoever was here when the tramp was killed is still here. Still here in this room.
Correct, Archie. Now then, I have checked the dead tramp's prints against those on the knife. Theoretically, suicide was possible. However, the prints do not match.
That guy was in no condition to kill himself anyway.
True. And I checked Archie's prints and mine against those on the knife. No similarity.
Oh, but no one suspected either of you.
Thank you, but I had to be thorough. That left only the three of you. I compared your cards and the prints on them with the prints on the handle of the knife.
And?
I want you to remember one thing very clearly. We are the only living people in this house or on this rock of land. No tricks are possible and may be ruled out.
All right, so what?
This. The prints on the handle of the knife that pierced the heart of the man upstairs do not match his prints or the prints of anyone in this room.
No, mine wouldn't match.
Would you mind saying that again?
He doesn't have to. And those cards, Mr. Wolfe, has the prints of everybody here. And yet none of them match the prints on the knife handle.
But, well, in that case, who or what killed him?
Why, there must be someone else in the house.
I give you my word, there is not.
Hey, you thinking about ghosts or something?
Ghosts never leave fingerprints.
I've got to get away. I can't stand this.
Me too. Come on, lady.
But I'll come along with you if you don't mind.
Mr. Wolfe.
Let them go. The bridge is down. They can't get far.
Okay. But I don't get it.
Get what?
Well, the fingerprint business. And who killed Miller plus the tramp?
The identity of the killer, Archie, is quite obvious.
It is? To who?
To whom?
Who's whom? That's a joke. Yeah, I'm stalling for self-respect. You know?
Of course I do. I have no conclusive proof, however. I had hoped the fingerprints would be of assistance there, but they proved to be phantoms.
I'm still smarting about the other thing. You know, it's at times like this that I almost agree with you about my intelligence.
Lack of intelligence?
Yeah, well, don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. Just go ahead. Yeah, well, maybe you better rub it in. From now on, you may refer to my brain in the negative.
In the negative? Bless you, Archie.
What I've just done, I don't know, but can I have a raise?
No.
I'll take it back.
You can't. Get the others in at once.
Mr. Wolfe, you now have the appearance of Mr. Wolfe being surrounded by several dozen bottles of beer. What have I done?
You've explained the fingerprints, Archie. Hurry. I don't want to keep the killer in suspense.
I don't care. No, I'm very nervous. I don't like this.
Archie.
They're all here.
Yes, but they're all making a noise. Stop them.
Miss Shirley, Mr. Cregan, Mr. Wagner, will you please shut... Mr. Wolfe, they have.
Thank you, Archie. Now then, I have known for some little time which of you killed the tramp and Miller. I lack proof, however.
And you have it now?
I will admit for a while I was flummoxed by the negative evidence of the fingerprints. They seem to indicate that the tramp was murdered by a phantom. However, the word negative itself has solved the minor problem.
Minor to who?
To whom? Never mind. Shh.
Archie, what is the salient feature of a film negative?
Well, I suppose it's the fact that the darks are light and the lights are dark. Huh?
Precisely. A reversal, then, of the actual appearances. Now, are there any similarities between filmed images and fingerprints?
Oh, in a way. You could call the whorls and hollows that determine the individual characteristics of a fingerprint the lights and darks, huh?
You could. I shall. Miss Shirley, yes. Would you help in an experiment?
Well, of course.
Thank you. Archie, I want you to take Miss Shirley's fingerprints once again.
Okay. Pad and card. Here you are, Miss Shirley.
All right.
Archie, quick.
Huh?
Grab her arm.
I got it.
Well,
usually I don't have to be coached, but...
Let go of me. What are you trying to do?
Miss Shirley, you already had pressed your fingers on the ink pad once. Why were you about to do it a second time?
Well, I just wanted to make a better impression.
Hurry. Archie, wipe some of the ink off her fingers.
Oh, but then it won't be any good.
It'll be very good, Archie.
I've done it.
and take the prints.
No, let go of me.
Maybe. I never hurt women if I can help it, but right now I won't be able to help it. Mr. Wolfe wants your prints all over again, so down on the nice white card.
No.
There, thanks.
Will you let me have that card now, Archie?
Sure.
In the meanwhile, hold on to Miss Shirley.
A pleasure.
Indeed? Would you continue to think so, Archie, if I told you that Miss Shirley's first name is not Peg, but happens to be Josephine, for which the diminutive is Joe?
Glad they're fixing the bridge. I was beginning to think we'd be here forever.
Boy, we have been.
You know, if those black orchids have been holding their breath waiting for you, they're going to be red in the face. Hey, new breed, red orchids, huh?
Archie, must you talk?
Well, it's fun. Also, you've been holding out on me about the case.
I surrender.
Okay. You know, when we compared the new prints of Josephine with those on the knife, you could have knocked me over with a sash weight. They were identical.
Naturally. She stabbed the tramp.
Yeah, but what was the fingerprint gag?
She merely loaded her fingers so heavily with ink that she falsified the markings. She filled up the hollows and walls with ink. The result was that ridges became hollows and vice versa, in the same fashion that a photographic negative falsifies lights and darks.
You got that when I mentioned the word negative. It works, huh?
Try it sometime.
Yeah, the very next bank I robbed. But you said you knew who killed Miller and the tramp even before you exposed the fingerprint gimmick. How?
We knew Miller's murderer lived in this house, had been stealing from him, and so on.
Uh-huh.
Stealing what? Cash, of course. He, as the girl admitted, was an eccentric, kept his money on the property. Cregan had probably heard of it, hence his casing of the house.
Yeah?
Our problem, therefore, was to discover who lived in this house. All three suspects denied it. Josephine Shirley told us, as you may remember, that she'd gone for a walk and then been driven by the flood to this house where we found her.
Well, that's what she said it could have been.
No, because as you may also remember, she tripped at one point over the living room rug and mentioned why.
Sure, she said she was wearing high heels. Uh-oh, because out in the country there are no pavements, so girls don't go for a walk in high-heel shoes. Therefore, she hadn't gone for a walk. Therefore, she was lying. Therefore, she killed Miller, and... I should have noticed those heels myself.
You should have, Archie. Your trouble, I suspect, was that you didn't notice the feet for the legs.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Gerald Moore as Archie Goodwin, and G.G. Pearson, Howard McNear, Tim Graham, and Eddie Fields. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Vanishing Shells. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Do come in. Make yourself comfortable, because I'm going to tell you a nice, quiet little ghost story. Nothing to frighten you. Not badly, at any rate. Nothing to make you run screaming into the street. No, the most this ghost story can do is make you snuggle down deeper under the covers and reach out for a hand to hold. A hand, I trust, that is firm and warm, not clammy and cold. Our mystery drama, The Phantom Lullaby, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Rosemary Murphy and Arnold Moss. I myself have never met a ghost. I don't know why. Perhaps something in my personality puts them off. But if ever I should, I hope he'll do something more than moan and sigh and clank chains. What I should really enjoy would be a nice, chatty ghost who'd sit down and talk things over. Things like whether the life after death is really pleasanter than the one before. And if it is, why is it? Things like that. Things that only a ghost would know. Ah, well, perhaps one fine day or some dark night, if I hold myself in readiness, my ghost will visit me. Meantime, relax, won't you? And listen.
Hello? Intercoastal Airlines? Well, can you tell me if Flight 509 from New York is on time? Yeah, I'll hold on.
Ellen's room is finished.
Good.
I've ordered new curtains. Oh, I hope she likes her room.
Oh, I'm sure she will. I'm sure she... yes? Oh, it is? Well, good. Thank you very much. The plane's on time.
Well, you better get started then.
Yeah.
Don't be nervous.
I'm not nervous.
It'll only make her nervous if you're nervous. What are you looking in the closet for?
My overcoat.
It's on the chair.
Oh.
She's only been away 4 days.
It's not a question of how long she's been away. It's what she went away for.
I know that.
Well, then why say a foolish thing like only 4 days?
Please. I'm nervous, too.
Well, what do you think you're doing now?
This couch shouldn't be here. It should be over there.
That's an 8-foot couch. Don't try to move it by yourself.
I can do it.
Let me have the superintendent, please. Emily, will you stop that? I'd help you, but I have to get going. I don't want Ellen standing around the airport. Hello? This is Mr. Keene, Penthouse B. Yeah, we just moved in. We're not quite settled in yet, and I have to go to the airport to pick up my daughter. Could you possibly help my wife move a few pieces of furniture? No, we want the place to look extra nice. Our daughter's never seen it, and... Oh, that's great. That's just great. Thank you very much. He'll be up in a couple of minutes.
Howard, do you think Ellen will like this apartment?
Well, I certainly hope so. It's costing an arm and a leg.
What with the terrace and everything? Her own bathroom, a real dining room?
Well, the idea is to give her a change. New surroundings, blot out everything that happened.
As if a terrace and her own bathroom could take her mind off that terrible man.
Well, they'll help. I'm not saying completely, but they'll help. Give her something to think about besides John Draper and the rest of it.
Seems strange we never even met him.
I hope I never do meet him. Well, honey, I got to get going.
Don't tell Ellen about this place. Let it be a surprise. And, Howard, be very, gentle with her. Let her know we love her.
Yeah, I'll let her know. Well, I'm off. Oh. You're the superintendent.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you knock.
I was just getting ready to.
Well, come in. This is my wife. She'll show you what she wants done. Oh, and here's something for your trouble.
Oh, okay.
Honey, I'll be back in an hour.
Good luck.
Take care.
Well, now...
You like this place?
Well, I'm sure we will like it. We just moved in.
I know. It's a nice-looking apartment with a terrace and all.
First thing I want to do is move the couch over there to the long wall.
Everybody likes this place when they first move in.
If you take one end and I take the other...
1, 2, 3 months, then they start getting jumpy.
Jumpy?
They pay up what they owe on the lease and they move out.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, it happens every time. Well, let's move this thing if we're going to...
Let me move the coffee table first.
No, I'll do it. Yeah. How'd you happen to hear it was vacant?
Well, actually, friends of ours called us. They'd met some people at a party who said they were giving up this beautiful apartment, and we thought...
That would be the Winthrops. Yeah, they lasted 6 months. Where do you want this table?
Right where you're standing.
Okay. And before them was the Katzes, and before them the Millbrooks, and before them the Kramers, and before them...
Why did they all move out? What's wrong with the place?
Search me. They wouldn't never say, any of them. Just paid up and moved out. You know what I think?
What?
I think the joint's haunted. Now, where does the couch go?
Enter, young lady.
Ellen. Darling, it's so good to have you back.
I'll put the suitcase in the bedroom.
When you see your bedroom, darling, make allowances for the curtains. I had to put up your old ones, and they're too short, but I'm expecting new ones, maybe today. But I got you a new bed. Oh, heavens, the fuss they made about delivering it. So, what do you think? Do you like the apartment?
It's very nice.
Come, look at the view from the terrace. Come on. You can see for miles. Isn't that spectacular?
Spectacular.
Well, you can take a good look at it later. What would you like to do now?
I don't know.
Take a hot bath. You have your own bathroom now.
Really? Do I?
Or would you like to just sit and talk?
All right. If you want to.
Ellen, was the operation very bad?
You mean the abortion? No. It wasn't bad at all.
I'm glad of that.
I opened your suitcase. Let a little air in, huh? I didn't unpack anything, though.
I'll do it.
You want to do that now, dear? Maybe take that hot bath, and I'll start lunch, and then when it's ready, I'll call you.
All right.
It's the door on the right. Oh, here, I'll show you.
I'll find it.
And the bathroom opens right off of it. Howard, what's wrong with her?
I don't know. She was like that all the way in from the airport.
Like a sleepwalker.
Like a zombie.
Howard?
I'm making us a drink.
We need it.
How is she?
I guess she's all right.
Here's your drink.
She's lying on the bed, just staring at the ceiling. I spoke to her, but she didn't answer me. So I didn't bother her.
That horrible man, he did this to her.
I wish she'd talked to me about him. But she never did say much, except that she was seeing him a lot. And then when she told me she was pregnant, she said he didn't want to marry her, so she guessed she'd have an abortion.
Just like that.
Things have changed, so. The young people nowadays.
And the parents nowadays.
I guess so.
I should have insisted. I should have put my foot down, absolutely insisted.
Insisted on what?
Well, at least on meeting the guy, at least that.
That's not the way things are done these days.
Well, they should be. Look, do you think I ought to get in touch with him now?
Now? It's too late
well, we
now.
can't just leave her the way she is, walking around like an automaton. Maybe he could... Oh, I don't know. Maybe he could snap her out of it or something.
Maybe she'll snap out of it by herself.
If she was really in love with him...
She said she wasn't.
Well, maybe she was. Maybe she was and didn't know it. Anyway, I think he ought to see what he's done.
What good would that do?
I don't know. Why don't you go and see if she's all right?
I don't like to disturb her.
Well, just knock on the door and see if she answers.
All right.
Well, the state she's in...
Ellen?
Oui, Mama.
I don't want to disturb you, dear, but I just want to make sure everything's all right.
Tout va bien.
I guess she's all right. Anyway, she answered me.
What did she say?
I couldn't make it out, but she sounded fine.
Well, that's good. Maybe it was just shock or something before.
Probably that was it.
Emily, if you get to talking to her, if she'll talk to you...
Oh, she will.
Ask her about this man. What's his name again?
John Draper?
Yeah, ask her how she feels about him. You know, if she thinks about him, wants to call him up or anything, you tell her that it's all right with us.
Howard, she doesn't care if it's all right with us. Young people don't these days. They just go ahead and do what they want to do.
Well, do you realize we don't know anything about this man? What does he do for a living, if anything?
He plays the piano. I think he gives lessons.
Where does he live?
Over on Market Street, I think.
Yeah, that figures.
Has he got a phone?
I imagine so. I don't know.
Well, if he gives lessons, he's got to have a phone. He's got to be in the book. I think so, anyway. Oh, here he is. Look. John Draper, 121 Market.
You're not going to call him.
No, I'm not going to call him. I just want to know that he's alive and breathing somewhere in this town. If Ellen isn't better by tomorrow or the next day...
Howard, she will be.
Go knock on the door again, will you?
What'll I say?
Say anything. Say we're having a drink out here. Why doesn't she join us?
All right, if you say so.
But keep it light and, you know, cheerful.
Ellen, dear, your father and I are having a drink. Don't you want to join us?
Pas maintenant.
How's that, dear?
Je suis occupée.
Well, whenever you're ready, we'd love to have you. I think a drink would do you good. Whenever you're ready. I guess she's all right.
What did she say? She was all right?
I don't know what she said.
What do you mean you don't know what she said?
Ellen!
Are you all right, baby?
Je regrette, mais je ne peux pas vous joindre pour le moment. Je dois m'occuper de petit garçon. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît.
Howard.
Why, I didn't know she could speak French.
She can't.
Well, she just did. I understand enough French to know that.
What did she say? Could you tell?
Well, she said she couldn't join us just now because she had to take care of the little boy.
Do you agree with Anthony Trollope that the chief duty a parent owes a child is to make the child happy? I think I do. And I think in their more beneficent moods, most people do. Why, then, are there so many bitterly unhappy children? Ellen Keene, only daughter of Howard and Emily Keene, came home a little while ago after the removal of an incipient life from her body. In the new penthouse apartment her parents have rented in an anxious effort to lift her spirits, she has just now delivered her longest utterance since she arrived.
Je regrette, mais je ne peux pas vous joindre pour le moment. Je dois m'occuper du petit garçon. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît.
Howard?
Why, I didn't know she could speak French.
She can't.
Well, she just did. I understand enough French to know that.
What did she say? Could you tell?
Well, she said she couldn't join us just now because she had to take care of the little boy.
What little boy?
Well, how should I know what little boy?
Howard, the operations affected her mind.
No, don't say that. That's not true.
It must have meant more to her than we knew.
How could we know she acted as though it was nothing?
That's how young people are these days.
I'm going to call that man.
John Draper? What good would that do?
He ought to know what he's done.
Howard, it isn't right to blame it all on him.
I don't care. There, here. Here's his number.
I don't see why you think he can help.
Well, maybe she still loves him. Maybe he can get through to her. Maybe.
Hello?
Mr. Draper? John Draper?
Yes?
I'm Howard Keene, Ellen Keene's father.
Yes?
Ellen came home a little while ago. I thought you might like to know.
How is she? Is she all right?
No, she's not all right.
What's the trouble? They didn't hurt her, did they?
Physically, she seems to be all right, but other ways, she's not.
I'm glad you called me. What can I do?
My wife and I thought it might help if you came to see her.
Why, of course, right now.
If you can.
I'll have to cancel some lessons, but I'll be there as soon as I can.
Oh, hold on just a minute. We've moved to a new place.
Oh? You've moved?
Yes, we took a penthouse on the spur of the moment, just moved in this morning. It's at 42 Cedar Terrace. Do you know where that is?
42
Yes. Penthouse B. Have you got that? Hello? Mr. Draper, are you there? Hello?
I'm sorry, Mr. Keene, but I'm afraid I won't be able to get there after all. Give Ellen my love.
Hello? Mr. Draper? Hello?
Howard?
I don't get it. He was very nice, very concerned about Ellen. He wanted to help. He wanted to come to see her right away, and then all of a sudden, when I gave him the address, he made a sudden switch, and he said he was sorry. He couldn't.
Why would he do that?
Thought it over, I guess, decided he wanted no part of it.
But you said he sounded nice at first.
He's not going to get away with it.
Howard, what are you going to do?
What was his address again? It's right there in the phone book. I'm going to get him to see Ellen if I have to drag him here. What's the address?
121 Market Street. Howard, I wish you wouldn't go.
I'll be back in half an hour. You stay right here.
You think I should call Dr. Stone?
No, not yet. Well, what could we say to him? That our daughter talks to us in French when she doesn't know any French? That she says she has to take care of a little boy when there isn't any little boy? No, you just stay here with her, and I don't think she'll get violent or anything like that, and I'll be back in half an hour with Mr. John Draper.
Oh, dear. Ellen? Ellen, honey? Ellen, don't you want to come out now and have some lunch? I could fix us both a sandwich and some soup.
Je suis occupée.
We haven't had a chance to talk.
Va-t'en, Maman.
You're sure you're all right?
Tout va bien, Maman.
That's the phone buzzer from downstairs, dear. I have to answer it. Yes?
This is Super, Mrs. Keene. I got a big package down here for you.
Package? What kind of package?
It's big. It's from, wait a minute, Standish Decorators.
Oh, it must be the curtains for my daughter's room.
You want me to bring it up?
Yes. Would you please?
Yeah, I'll be right up.
Thank you. Ellen, darling? Ellen, the curtains for your room have come. You remember I told you I ordered new ones? What do you think? Shall we take down the old ones and put up the new ones? I'm dying to see how they look. Ellen, dear? Ellen?
Voilà, mon petit. Ne pleure pas, mon petit.
Ellen? Ellen, answer me.
Va-t'en, Maman. Je suis occupée.
Dear God. I don't know what to do. Yes, I'm coming. I'm coming. Just a minute.
Your package, Mrs. Keene.
Thank you.
You, okay, Mrs. Keene?
What?
Well, you look kind of peculiar.
I do?
What's the matter? Ghosts been bothering you?
Ghosts?
I told you the place was haunted.
Yes, you did, didn't you?
Didn't think they'd be getting to you so soon, though.
Look, come in for a minute, will you? Do you mind? I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Tell me why you say this apartment is haunted.
It was just a guess.
You don't really know, do you?
No, I don't really know about this apartment, no, but I know quite a lot about ghosts from personal experience.
Tell me what you know.
Well, I guess everybody knows that ghosts are no more and no less than the spirits of the dead who won't leave the earth, right? I mean, that's pretty obvious, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't know anything about it.
Oh, well, I thought everybody knew that. Well, that's what they are. The only difference between one ghost and another being why they won't leave the earth. Why they keep coming back to haunt. And there's various reasons why.
Like what?
Well, they could be they're in love with some live person who returns that love even after death. That's one reason.
What other reasons are there?
Well, there's a ghost that won't admit to death, a ghost who resents the people who've gone on living. This, generally speaking, is the ghost of some person who is used to lording it over everybody in life and comes back to try to lord it over them some more. That's another reason for ghosts.
What other reasons?
Then there's the kind that just can't understand how it happened.
How what happened?
Death. Their own death. That's the kind of ghost I understand very well. My sister's one of those.
You mean your sister doesn't understand how she happened to die? Is that what you mean?
She was 12 years old. She was on her way to school. And a car came along with a drunken driver behind the wheel, and the car swerved up on the sidewalk and killed her. She never knew what happened. Before she knew anything, she was dead.
And her ghost comes back?
Every night. Every night I wake up and hear crying.
What do you do?
I try to explain it to her, but what can I say? It doesn't make any sense. Drunk in a car and her on her way to school.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
It makes more sense to kill yourself, don't you think? That way you got something to say about how you go and when. Not just leave it up to some drunk in a car. Well, that's my opinion anyway. All right, I better be getting back downstairs.
Couldn't you just stay for a little while? I don't feel like being alone right now. My husband will be home in about half an hour. He went to see somebody over on Market Street.
No, I can stay a little while if you like me to.
I'd appreciate it.
We'll talk about ghosts, huh? That's my favorite topic. Ghosts.
I'm looking for Mr. Draper.
I'm Mr. Draper.
I guess it's your son I'm looking for.
I don't have a son.
Oh, well, I expected... Well, I didn't know I'm Howard Keene, Ellen's father. I'd like to come in and talk to you.
Mr. Keene...
Please, it's very important, or I wouldn't ask.
Come in.
Thank you very much.
Sit down if you want to.
Excuse my staring at you. I expected a much younger man.
I'm 51.
It's just my age.
You said on the phone Ellen is all right.
No, I said that physically Ellen's all right. Why didn't you want to marry Ellen when you found out that she was pregnant?
I couldn't.
Why, you've got a wife?
I had a wife.
You're divorced.
Something I never talk about, Mr. Keene.
You never talked about it to Ellen?
I never talked about it to anybody. And I don't intend to.
Maybe you should.
I can't. Tell me about Ellen.
Well, she came home a little while ago. She was changed. She talked in monosyllables, short sentences at the most. And we thought after what she's been through, maybe that's only natural. So my wife told her to have a bath, take a nap, and we'd have a drink, lunch. Well, while my wife and I were talking, Ellen came out of a room and spoke to us, quite a long speech, and every word of it in French.
In French?
Now, Ellen doesn't know any French. You never spoke to her in French, did you?
Never. Well, never.
I just wondered.
What did she say in French?
Well, she said she was sorry she couldn't join us for a drink, but she had to take care of a little boy.
What little boy?
I have no idea.
Mr. Keene, after an operation like the one Ellen had, don't you think it's possible that it's bound to have an effect on a woman, on her emotions, for a while anyway?
I don't want it to go on for too long, and that's why I called you.
You thought I could help?
I hoped you could. Get your coat. I've got a cab waiting outside.
Now I've told you everything I know about ghosts, Mrs. Keene. Have you seen the one that's haunting this place?
No. I'm not even sure there is one.
Well, I'll be getting on downstairs if you don't need me for anything.
Well, if you could, I'd really appreciate your helping me put these curtains up. If you have the time.
Oh, yeah, I got a few minutes.
They're for my daughter's room. I'm not sure we should go in there. She's been resting. I'll tell you what, I'll knock on her door. If she's up, I know she'd love to see the curtains. Ellen, dear, it's Mother. The superintendent is here, and if it's all right with you, we'd like to put up the new curtains. You know, I told you before they just came from the shop. Ellen, dear, I'm going to open the door and come in because I think you've been by yourself long enough. I really do. Ellen? Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh!
Mrs. Key, what? Good Lord.
She's not moving.
She's not breathing.
Her eyes are wide open.
She's dead.
She's not dead. Don't say such a thing. Don't you dare say such a thing.
Mrs. Key, what are you doing?
Calling the doctor, you fool.
Doctor won't do any good. She's dead.
Man is the only animal who knows that he will die. So said the great Voltaire. The knowledge that he will one day cease to live permeates man's days and poisons them a little. I think that if ever I am given another life, I should like to live it as a bird or a monkey or a chipmunk or a beetle. It doesn't add much to the enjoyment of life to know that it won't last long. You'll remember I promised you a quiet little ghost story? I think I've kept my promise so far. Though, of course, in any story, there must be an explosion or two. At this moment, Mr. Keene, Ellen's father, is preparing to enter a taxicab with Mr. Draper, Ellen's one-time lover.
You say you're married?
Yes.
But you weren't divorced?
No.
Your wife died?
Yes.
I see. How long ago was that?
What?
How long ago did your wife die?
25 years ago.
Did you and your wife have any children?
Yes. One.
Where is the child?
Dead.
At birth?
No.
I feel a little bit like a heel asking you all these questions, but I'm concerned about my daughter.
I'm concerned, too, or I wouldn't have come with you.
I understand. I think I understand. You've never wanted to get married again, is that it?
Never.
Even after all these years?
I met my wife in Europe towards the end of the war. The big war. I'd been doing very well in business. I was on my way to making it big when I got drafted. I didn't like being drafted, but I went anyway, and she was the one bright spot in an otherwise drab and miserable Army career. I brought her back here. She had a child, and they both died. I stopped making money. I started playing the piano, and I have been at it ever since then.
But you were in love with Ellen. I hope you don't mind my asking.
I don't know what that means, to be in love. I'm not saying there's no such thing, but if there is, I've forgotten, or I never knew what it's like.
I'm very sorry for you.
It's very kind of you, but don't bother.
Cedar Terrace is the next right turn, driver.
Are we nearly there?
Next right, about half a mile. My wife and I just moved in. We wanted to do something for Ellen. We heard through friends about this marvelous apartment that was suddenly available, a penthouse of all things.
Penthouse B, you said?
Yeah, we took it on an impulse, thinking it'd be something for Ellen to come home to take her mind off everything. You know, what she'd been through.
And did it?
Well, no. No, she's hardly said a word about the place since I brought her home from the airport. She's hardly said anything about anything. Just a few words of French, and
That one thing about not being able to have a drink with us before lunch because she had to look after a little boy.
How could she speak French when she doesn't know any French? And what little boy did she have to look after? I don't understand any of it. Not any of it.
Hold on. We're almost there. Maybe Ellen will be all right, more of herself anyway, and then you can ask her. You just hang in there for a couple of minutes more.
Dr. Stone, what's wrong with Ellen?
Mrs. Keene, I can't detect any vital signs at all. I hesitate to pronounce her dead, but what can I say? I can find no pulse, no heartbeat, no reflexes. I've done everything I can think of. Injection, massage.
She's not dead. Tell me she's not dead.
Like you, I refuse to conclude that at the moment. But if your daughter is alive, Mrs. Keene, she is in the deepest coma I've ever encountered. It's as though she were not in or out of this world at all.
It's that tall building on the corner, driver, number 42.
A very tall building.
How's that?
I said it's a tall building.
Well, compared to the way they build them nowadays, it's not so tall, but I guess when they put it up, it was considered pretty daring.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? I can't. I just can't. You get back in there. Driver, stop the cab. Hey, stop. I can't go up there. I can't.
I don't care if you can or can't. You're going to.
Now, march.
Don't you try anything now. I got hold of you.
I can't do it.
You let me pay the cab. Here you are, driver. Now you get going.
Mr. Keene, I know you think this is very strange.
You bet I think it's very strange.
I can explain.
After you've seen my daughter, you can explain. Now you get in the elevator there. Right now, Ellen's the only one I'm interested in. Push that button that says Penthouse.
Penthouse B.
That's right.
Mrs. Keene, if Ellen isn't dead, and I'm still not convinced, then she's either in a very, very deep coma or... here I'm getting into territory that I don't understand at all. She's in a trance.
A trance?
We hear of these things, people who can control their body functions. I was told of a man who could make one half of his arm stone cold and the other half blood warm. He could do it at will, or so I was told.
I can't believe it. Do you believe it?
Mrs. Keene, there isn't a doctor alive today who would deny the power the human mind has over the human body.
But... oh, that must be my husband.
Yeah, well, I want to talk to him.
I'll only be a second. Yes, I'm coming. Howard. Mr. Draper?
That's him.
I'm Ellen's mother. Howard, I called Dr. Stone. He's with Ellen now. He wants to talk to you.
I'm in here, Mrs. Keene.
Dr. Stone, how is she?
She shows no vital signs of life at all.
You don't mean that she's dead? Oh, no, she can't be dead. Emily, what happened?
Mr. Keene, we don't know precisely what happened, and I don't... well, for some reason I can't really explain. I don't think she's dead. Either she's in a deep coma or she's in a trance state.
Well, what's that, a trance state?
It's something medical men know very little about. So I want your permission to take her to the hospital and have her examined by another doctor there. And if he gives us no convincing diagnosis, we'll call in a psychic healer.
You have our permission to do anything you have to.
Of course.
All right, I'll call an ambulance.
Mr. Draper, I've been very rude. We've paid no attention to you at all. Thank you so much for coming.
It's quite all right.
You can see we're beside ourselves with worry.
Yes, I can see that.
There's an ambulance service. There's Dr. Stone.
Mrs. Keene, Do you suppose that I could see Ellen?
Oh, I don't think so. Not now.
Why didn't somebody wake me up?
Ellen.
Thank you.
Darling.
Is it time for lunch?
Ellen. How do you feel?
Dr. Stone. What are you doing here? And John, you know, it's funny. I thought I heard your voice, but then I decided I must have imagined it.
Yeah, but how do you feel, Ellen?
Well, I feel perfectly fine. I had a wonderful sleep.
You're sure you feel all right?
Well, I just told you I feel fine. I was tired when Daddy brought me home from the airport, but I had a lovely nap, and now I'm fine. But what are you doing here? And John, how did you get here? How did you know where to come?
Your father, he told me.
Oh, really? Oh, that was nice. Then you've met.
Yes, we've met.
You'll stay for lunch, won't you, John?
Mother, is that all right? Is there enough for John, too?
Yes, dear, there's enough. But first, don't you think you ought to bathe and change your clothes?
I guess I should. I was going to do that before, wasn't I? When I first got here. But then I got busy with something or other, and I forgot all about it.
You want me to come with you, dear?
It would be nice. We haven't had a chance to talk, have we?
No, but we will.
See you off for lunch.
Yes, Ellen.
You'll stay, Mr. Draper?
I'm not sure that I can.
Please do. Ellen seems to want you to.
Mr. Keene, I don't know any of the whys or wherefores, but your daughter seems to be all right.
Yes, she seems to be.
All right. I'm going back to my office. I'll be there all afternoon. If anything happens to alarm you, please call me. I can be here in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Stone.
No, don't bother to come to the door. I'll let myself out. I'm glad she's all right.
I suppose you don't believe there was ever anything wrong.
I don't know.
After all, you didn't see her when she was, well, the way she was.
I know your daughter very well, Mr. Keene. I know what a sensitive girl she is. I told you in the taxi that I didn't believe I knew the meaning of being in love. Now I'm not so sure. I think I was, in my own neurotic way, in love with Ellen. We were very close.
Well, why did you make such a fuss about coming here? Why did you try to jump out of the camp? What was that all about?
I had been here before.
When? When were you ever here?
I used to live here.
In this apartment?
Penthouse B, yes.
But when was this?
25 years ago.
You lived here with your wife?
Huh?
And your child?
Yes.
And your child was a little boy?
Yes.
How old was the child when he died?
2 years old.
And your wife, how old was she?
21.
They both died while you were living here. I can see why you wouldn't want to come with me.
It's not just that they died.
Well, what was it?
It was the way they died.
Tell me about it.
When I came back from Europe, I started up in business again. The business which the war had so rudely interrupted. I was determined to work my way up the ladder again, and I threw myself into my work. I think my wife felt neglected. Truth is, I did neglect her. But it wasn't just my neglect. She was a foreigner. Even after 3 years, she hadn't learned to speak English. She was shy. She didn't make friends. She was alone a great deal, except for the child. And one night, I was at my desk working over some papers when she came into the room with a child in her arms. She spoke to me. I don't remember what she said, but I remember that she spoke to me. I had every intention of answering her. But I didn't want to be bothered at that precise moment. Half a minute later, I turned around and she wasn't there. She had jumped from the terrace. She had jumped from the terrace with the child in her arms.
Good Lord. gone. Do you think it's possible... I know how far-fetched it sounds, but is it possible that the little boy Ellen told us she had to look after was the ghost of your son?
I don't know what else to think. Do you?
Tell me something. What nationality was your wife?
My wife is French. It all begins to fit together, doesn't it? When you stop and think about it.
When you stop and think about it, you don't want to stop and think about it? That such things don't bear thinking about? All right. Don't stop. Go right on doing the things you've always done. Waking in the morning, putting in the hours until it's time to go to sleep again. Don't, for an instant of your busy day, think about such things. But that won't make the things go away. Now will it? That was a quiet little ghost story, wasn't it? Just as I said it would be. Personally, I prefer ghost stories to be quiet. For ghosts, generally speaking, having no physical equipment, tend to be quiet. But like so many living people who are quiet, ghosts are also tenacious and persistent. And they are everywhere. Our cast included Rosemary Murphy, Arnold Moss, Mason Adams, Corinne Orr, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network. Listen now to this scene from tomorrow night's offering on the WOR Mystery Theater.
I'm going to kill myself.
Well, that's one way to... You're what?
I'm going to kill myself, but it won't be suicide.
You're going to kill yourself, but it won't be suicide.
That's right, Murray. And my wife will receive $50,000 in insurance money.
Now I know you're crazy.
I'm serious, Murray.
Well, you can go ahead and kill yourself, but your wife isn't going to get any $50,000. You're not even married.
That's right, Murray. Don't you see now why it's so perfect?
Dressed to Kill stars Robert Morse and will be heard tomorrow night on the WOR Mystery Theater, following Fulton Lewis at 7 o'clock. Your dial is set for 15 minutes of late news with John Scott reporting at 8 o'clock.
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Here we go on another thrilling adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Let's say you and the gang are out in the woods having a wiener roast. You're seated around your campfire toasting wieners and marshmallows, having a wonderful time. And when you're ready to go home, do you go away and leave that campfire of yours burning? No, not you. Because you know that nice campfire of yours might get to burning like crazy after you leave. Might even start a forest fire. So you pour lots of water on your campfire. Then you stir up the fire and pour on more water. You make sure that every spark is out before you go home, which is the thing to do, of course, because then there's no danger of a forest fire getting started. A forest fire is a pretty terrible thing, you know. Can burn thousands of trees, valuable timber that is needed for building houses, making paper, and many other things. That's why it's so important for you and me to do all we can to help prevent forest fires. So when you're out in the woods, be extra careful with fire, won't you? Don't build a campfire any place unless the law says it's okay. And when you do build a fire, be sure to douse it with water when you leave. Remember, only you can prevent that forest fire. The new Scientific Bureau of Investigation is now in operation. This modern department, headed by Vic Hardy, is dedicated to the prevention of crime. Employing the latest developments of the world of science, Vic and Jack Armstrong hope to show the futility of attempting transgressions against society. The first case given to the Bureau is a mysterious smuggling operation. A man who has been dubbed the Border Phantom has found a new means of getting contraband into the country. It's up to our friends to solve this case, capture the criminal, and expose his methods of operation so no one else will ever try it again. Jack Armstrong and his friends do not know that their dangerous assignment will lead them back to the Boland and Bond Circus, to Lady Thunder and all of the rest. Yes, they're going to find thrills and excitement that they don't expect at this moment as they fly toward El Paso, Texas, to pick up the trail of the notorious Border Phantom.
Billy, you awake?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jack, I'm asleep. I mean, sure, I'm awake.
That's a lot, Billy. Betty's taking a snooze.
I'm awake, Jack.
Don't accuse me of being asleep.
You've all been so quiet, I thought I was the only one wide awake.
What did you want of me, Jack?
Well, Billy, Vic and I were discussing this Border Phantom, planning our campaign.
Yeah. And what did you want me to do?
Well, we're not exactly sure what we want you or Betty to do until we get the lay of the land. But there's something we don't want you to do. Talk.
Gee whiz, Jack.
It's a good thing you warned him, Jack. Ever since he got that SBI badge, he's been flashing it like a kid playing cops and robbers.
Oh, what are you talking about? I just showed it to that policeman at the last airport.
The only time you need to show that, Billy, is when someone challenges your authority.
Okay, Vic.
I don't mean that I think you'll be indiscreet, Billy. It's just that Vic and I believe that our part in this case must be kept completely secret.
All right, Jack. I didn't understand. I have a theory on the case, Jack.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. He could send the dope over in a radio-controlled rocket.
We discarded that theory, Billy. Rockets can be seen for miles.
Oh, yeah. I should have known you'd think of it. And you don't think he flies across the border himself?
Not unless he has some place to hide his plane in both countries. Don't forget, Billy, the Border Patrol's been policing that entire section.
Yeah, that's right.
We may get some more information at our office in El Paso. We should be arriving there soon.
There it is, right ahead.
Where, Jack? Oh, yes. My, it's bigger than I thought it was.
Everything in Texas is big, Betty.
I'm glad we're arriving at this time of the day. We'll be able to see everything.
You'll like El Paso, Betty. Fine people down here. The city has a lot of interesting tradition.
What's the population, Vic?
Over 100,000, Billy.
Gee whiz, that big?
Everything's big in Texas, Bill.
Oh.
Will we fly over the city to get to the airport, Jack?
Yeah, but we'll have to get up a little higher. Won't be able to see very much, Betty. I better take her up now.
Hey, look, off there to the east. What's that?
Billy, can't you be specific? What are you looking at?
Oh, it's a tent. Big tent. Yeah, I'll bet that's what it is.
Where? Where are you looking? Why, of course it's a tent. Circus is probably in town.
A circus? Hey, boy, Vic, do you think they'll have... No, I suppose we won't have. Okay, just an idea.
We may have time, Billy. Say, I'm getting kind of weary. This last hop's been a long one.
It'll be over in a few minutes, Vic. Doesn't seem to be much traffic in the air today. We may be able to land as soon as we get to the airport.
Vic, do you want me to go to headquarters with you and the boys?
Yeah, you'd better, Betty. You may have to take some notes. I hope they have enough information so I can get away in a few days. Inspector Montrose said he had a lot of things to talk over with me.
Hate to think of working on a case without you, Vic.
No. No, it couldn't be.
What are you mumbling about, Billy?
Nothing. I thought I saw something.
Believe me, Jack, when I say I'd rather be out on the chase than back there in that office. But Montrose said I could run the department as I saw fit, and I'll make sure that I'm with you on plenty of cases.
But the more you look at it, the more it looks like it. No, it couldn't be.
What in the world are you talking about, Billy?
Nothing, Betty. Just looking up there in the skies ahead.
Up where?
Well, I'm sure that if you get us started on this case, we'll be able to carry on, Vic. All right, fasten your seatbelts. We're going to circle the field once. It looks as though it's all clear. I'll contact the tower when we get to the far end.
You see what I mean, Betty?
Yes, I do, Billy.
Jack told you two to fasten your seatbelts. What are you looking at?
You tell him, Betty.
Vic, those flying saucers people have been seeing in the sky.
Yeah, Betty, what about them?
Do you want to see one, Vic?
Are you serious, Billy?
I think I am.
Oh, I see it too, Billy, so you must be right this time.
Where?
Right up there. See where I'm pointing?
About 15,000 feet above us, but straight ahead.
Level off, Jack.
If that isn't a flying saucer or a disc or whatever they call them.
It sure is. Look at it up there, just as plain as day. See it, Jack?
I see something up there, yes. Can't make out what it is from here, though.
Come on, let's go up and find out what it is.
I say let well enough alone.
Oh, yes, I see what you're looking at. What do you make of that, Jack?
I don't know. Probably a strange cloud formation. I don't know what it is, Vic.
Come on, please. Let's go up and see what it is. Gee whiz, we have plenty of gas, Jack. We're here way ahead of schedule.
Jack, you'll have to admit that looks like a saucer.
Yes, but...
Oh, come on, Jack.
All right, but don't be too disappointed if when you get up there it dissolves into thin air.
That thing dissolve into thin air? Look at it, Jack. You can see it right in front of you.
Hold on, then. Here we go.
Boy, if we can just force it down so we can examine it and let everybody know what it really is.
My, it looks big, doesn't it?
Silvery gray. I'll bet it's made entirely of duralumin.
Seems to be moving quite fast. What's your airspeed, Jack?
160, Vic.
You'll never catch that thing at this speed, Jack. Step it up, Jack. Step it up.
Don't forget we're climbing, Billy. There we are, full throttle.
Full throttle? We'll be doing about 400 when we level off. If we can't catch it, we can at least gauge its speed.
Now, that's higher than you think it is, Billy. I'm not even sure that it's round. Most distant objects in the sky look round, you know.
But you'll have to admit it's shaped like a saucer, Jack.
It's disappeared. I don't see it now.
It went behind a cloud. You'll see it again in a minute or so.
Those clouds are moving pretty fast up there, doing a good 200 miles an hour. I don't know whether we'd better attempt to follow that thing or whatever it is. We may run into some bad weather.
Oh, come on, Jack. We've gone this far. We've flown through bad weather before. Gee whiz, just think if we can get some information on that flying disc. That would be important.
All right, Billy. We'll fly after it for a few more miles, and then if we don't catch up with it, we're turning back.
What's your airspeed now, Jack?
250, Vic. Gonna level off now.
But, Jack, it's still above us. There it is. See it? See it?
Coming out from behind that cloud, Vic. Right where I'm pointing.
Yes, I see it. And it seems as far away as it was when we first spotted it.
Boy, that must really be traveling.
And the tailwind's pushing it along.
Do you think you can catch up to it, Jack?
Before I try, I'm going to get a look at it through the glasses. Take over the controls, Billy.
Okay, Jack. Gee, I wish we had some machine guns on this plane. They may give us a fight.
Hold the ship steady, Billy, till I get these glasses focused.
What is it, Jack? What do you see?
Can't make it out, Betty. Round or oval-shaped mass. So many clouds around it, No, I can't make it out.
No positive contour?
No, Vic. It looks almost like another cloud.
May I have the glasses, Jack?
Of course, Betty. Here.
It's gone again. It's gone again. Boy, I thought that was a lot of hooey about flying saucers. But we saw it with our own eyes.
We saw something shaped like a saucer. It may be the reflection from our plane, Billy.
Gee whiz, Jack, won't you even believe your own eyes?
Not until I'm positive they're actually looking at something, Billy.
Oh, I wish it would come out from behind the clouds so I could see it.
The controls, Jack! Take over the controls!
What happened?
We flew right into it. Right into a squall, and I'm afraid... Yes, I'm afraid we're in for a rough time. Tighten those belts. I'll see if I can get down below this storm.
Oh, dear, we're being tossed around like a feather. Jack, you don't think that flying saucer has anything to do with it?
No, of course not, Betty. We've just flown into the path of the storm. Where's that saucer now? Can you see it?
Boy, when that wind hit us, I wasn't even thinking of the saucer. Nowhere ahead now, Jack.
No, I can't see it, Jack.
You better try to get down on the ground, Jack.
I am trying to, Vic. I can't seem to find the bottom of this storm. I keep getting more and more elevation. I'm afraid to put any more strain on the wings and tail. I have to go down gradually.
Jack, what's happening? It's spinning around. Jack, can't you control it? Oh, dear, what's happening?
Trying to pull it out. Trying to get it out of the spin, Betty, but controls don't seem to... There. The wings are biting in now. Plane stopped spinning. Black as night out there, though.
What if we fly right into it, Jack?
Into what, Billy?
The flying saucer, the disc, or whatever that thing is.
I'm not going to worry about that, Billy. I want to get out of this storm. There, finally. Well, the artificial horizon was spinning around so fast I didn't know if we were flying upside down or not.
What's your altitude, Jack?
12.5. Hold on, we're getting it again.
Oh, dear, this is our fault. Yours and mine, Billy.
What does the altimeter say now, Jack?
Wait a second, Vic, please. You tell him, Billy. That wind's really blowing.
11,000 and about 900, Vic.
Good for you, Jack. Try to get below it.
I am, Vic. I am. Not much control, though.
Oh, boy, if we plow right into it...
Forget about that, Billy.
Keep quiet, Billy.
Try a slow bank to the left, Jack.
I am, Vic. That's what I'm doing, trying to slip down through it, but... No. There we go up again. Have to give it the wind or it'll pull the wings off of her.
It's getting lighter ahead. I'll let you know if I see it again, Jack.
Quiet, Billy.
He may be edging out of the wing pattern. It is getting lighter. Oh, taking us right back into the center of that wind again, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Why don't you nose it straight down, Jack? Take a chance.
Not that kind of a chance, Billy. We have some control over the plane now, but if I did that... Oh, hold on.
Oh, dear. I'll bet we dropped 500 feet that time.
We're still in the storm. Try taking it down again, slowly.
Boy, if those flying saucers can even buck this kind of wind. Okay, Betty, okay, I'll keep quiet.
What's your altitude, Jack? 10,000 feet.
We're dropping down through it, aren't we, Jack?
I hope so, Betty, I hope so. Look, I'm going to take a chance. Give it full throttle and try a long power dive. But before I do, buckle on your parachutes. This is a treacherous wind.
Buckle on parachutes. Go ahead, Betty, go ahead.
I can take care of myself.
I mean, buckle mine on. I'm watching for that flying saucer.
Forget about that, Billy. Do as Jack says.
Okay. There we are. I'm getting it, Betty.
Stand ready to bail out if I shout jump.
Oh, dear.
Okay, Jack.
Give it the gun, Jack. Wait till I can level it off. Wind keeps pushing me back toward the center of that storm mass. Getting it now. Almost level. Okay, here we go. If this wind turns, it'll tear the wings off. But we have to take that chance. We have to take that chance.
Down to 9,000, Jack. Down to 9,000.
The wind doesn't carry us back up. We'll make it. Pressure on these wings is terrific. Can't see where I'm going, but I think we're dropping.
8,500 feet, Jack. You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it.
Steady, Jack, steady. Been in a blow as bad as this before. Watch it.
Gee, that took us up 200 feet, Jack.
I eased it off just in time. I'd have torn the wings off if I hadn't ridden with it. Nice work, Jack.
Jack, ahead. Look ahead. There's another plane. The flying saucer.
That's not a flying saucer. Did you hear what I said, Billy? That is not a flying saucer. Hold on. I'm going to try to dive under it.
Oh, boy, how would you like to be up in that terrific wind trying to pull your plane out of the storm and then suddenly see another ship directly ahead of you? Jack said it was not a flying saucer. It wasn't one of those mysterious discs. What kind of a plane was that flying directly ahead of them? Will Jack be able to maneuver his plane to keep from crashing into the other one? I want to know the answers to those two questions, and so do you. So be sure, all of you, to listen in tomorrow to the next exciting episode of Jack Armstrong and the Phantom of the Sawdust Trail. This is Jack Brand, inviting you to be with me tomorrow for another thrilling adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
All-American Boy. Here we go on another thrilling adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. And now, Jack Armstrong and the Phantom of the Sawdust Trail. Jack Armstrong and his friends have joined the Bowen and Bond Circus to cover their actions as operatives working for the FBI. Vic Hardy, head of this new department, has put all of the resources of the Scientific Bureau of Investigation to work on the baffling case of the Border Phantom. Narcotics are being smuggled into the United States by a dangerous criminal, an unknown American renegade who has baffled the law agencies for many months. He has a price on his head on both sides of the border for smuggling and murder. Two men of the Border Patrol saw this desperate outlaw, but never lived to give a description of him. But one of the men, while unconscious, repeated three words over and over again. Three words, the only clue Jack Armstrong and Vic have to work on. Remember those words, for they are the key to this whole mystery. Here they are. Phantom, South, 4. Jack and Vic pondered over those three words and have now filed them away in their memory. You remember them, too. Friday, as we left our friends, they had just landed at a small airfield near Marfa, Texas.
The ring lights of their plane lighted up the silhouette of a Skyrider's ship, and when they had taxied to the end of the field and shut off their engine, they saw the headlights of a car driving toward them. Remember? This is what happened.
I wish they'd turn that spotlight off so we could see that car.
Yeah, it's so dark out here, and that light in our eyes. Jack, I don't think that's a Border Patrol car.
I can't make it out, Vic.
Are you sure? No, not positive, but have that Tommy gun ready, Jack.
Hello! Hello in that car! Why don't you answer? Turn those lights on again!
I can't see a thing, Jack.
Neither can I, but I have them covered, Vic.
All right, Jack, let's go. We'll find out who's in that car.
We're coming over there, and we have a gun trained on the car. Not so loud, Armstrong. Hold your voice down.
You said to be quiet.
Who's in that car? Odd Tabor, Border Patrol.
This is not a Border Patrol car.
Are you Mr. Hardy?
Yes, I'm Hardy. This car belongs to the gent we have in the back seat. We turned out the lights because I don't think we're alone on this field. The plane landed about 10 minutes before you sat down.
Oh, that's the circus plane, the Boland and Bond show. Skyrider flies ahead of the show to advertise it.
Oh, is that all? I thought he was connected with this bird we got in the back. He's the one they want you to question, Mr. Hardy. All right. Get in. I'll drive off the field. Don't want to be parked right out here in the middle if another plane lands. Introduce yourself, Chet.
Vic Hardy, I'm Chet Mondo.
I can't see you in the dark, but hello just the same. This is Jack Armstrong. How are you, Jack?
Fine. Is there another man in the back?
Yeah. We'll have to sit on those small seats. Get that door, will you, Jack?
Okay.
I'll just pull over to the side of the field. Our friend isn't very talkative, Vic. His name is Bartoli, not Mike Bartoli.
Who's that? How you know my first name?
Mike Bartoli, rum runner, black marketeer, and now dope, huh?
Who are you?
Flash your light in my face, Jack. Recognize me, Mike?
Silence.
That's right, Mike. Now shine the light in his face, Jack. Yep, the same scowling face. So you're not very talkative, eh, Mike? You wouldn't give us any information, Vic. We caught him with this package of dope. It was under the back seat. Wait a minute. I'll turn the dome light on.
Well, quite a load. Who'd you get this from, Mike?
I grew the stuff in my backyard. And this type won't talk, Jack. What do you mean, this type? This dumb type. The kind of a fall guy who likes to spend his life behind prison walls, 5 and 10 years at a stretch. Oh, then he has a record. How many times have they sent you up, Mike? You ought to know, copper. I know of 5 times they've caught you, and I know of a city that'd be glad to get you, Mike. They've been looking for you ever since a man named Legan was found in his car. I didn't have nothing to do with that. You can't send me back there right for that. I think we can, Mike. Now, are you willing to talk about this phantom? I don't know nothing about any phantom. I told you where I got that stuff. That's all I got to say, see? I don't know nothing more. A stretch for smuggling on top of that shooting is going to put you away for about 15 years, Mike. Might be a good idea to do some talking. What do you want to talk about, Copper? The weather? Or how about politics? Or maybe you'd like to talk about your past. Okay, Rod. Chet, take him into headquarters. Get in touch with the Illinois police and have your office contact the right authorities for extradition papers. Rush it through. You're going to be sorry for that, silencer. Going to have some of your boys take care of me, huh, Mike? Things like that have happened. You want to be careful or the phantom might start playing rough. Come on, Jack. I don't think it would be wise to let it be known that you've captured this man yet, Rod. I get you, Vic. What do you mean by that crack? Take good care of him, Chet. I will, Vic. All right. Sit back in that seat, you. Remember, silencer, the phantom might start playing rough. Take him to headquarters, Rod. Okay, Vic. And send that package of opium over to the Narcotics Bureau. We'll keep in touch with you.
Boy, he was a tough-looking mud, Vic.
He used to be a dangerous gangster, Jack. I'm surprised to see him mixed up in this dope racket and taking orders from someone else. He used to give the orders to the hoodlums and all the Middle West.
Well, we didn't get much information from him.
No, you're wrong there, Jack. Now, the mere fact that Mike Bartoli is tied up at the Phantom is very enlightening. Gangsters usually run in packs. You know what I mean. Call in their old friends when they get in on a new racket. Mike Bartoli working for somebody else. I wonder who it could be. Let me think. No, I've forgotten most of the members of his gang, but we can get that information from the police records.
You sound worried, Vic.
I am a little worried. If Mike contacts any of his mob and they learn that we're working on this case,
we'll just have to fight fire with fire, Vic.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, we're going to fly back to El Paso or spend the night in Marfa.
The Bowling and Barn Circus will be pulling in here in the morning. Why don't we camp out tonight?
It's all right with me.
Sure, we can take the sleeping bags out of the plane and curl up underneath it. It'll be cooler out here than in a hotel.
All right, Jack. Let's turn in now so we can get up early in the morning. I want to call Dusty on the radio first thing in the morning and have him check on Mike and his mob.
Police keep pretty close tab on known criminals, don't they?
Of course. They may think they're getting away from something by moving from one state to another, but the police know where to put their finger on them.
Got a plane up there. Must be trying to find this field. How about it, Vic? Think we ought to turn on our wing lights so they'll know where to set out?
I don't see any harm in it, Jack.
Might be the other circus plane. I'll switch them on. Yeah, that lights it up, doesn't it?
Yeah, that ought to help him. He is trying to land, Jack. He's blinking his wing lights.
Weather reported clear skies tonight. Must be a big moon up there. Yeah, he's gonna land.
That is the other circus plane, Jack. The wing-walker's ship.
Oh, yeah, that's that man Peter Webster we met this afternoon. He must have known just where this field was. Those stunt planes aren't equipped with the instruments we have, Vic. Hello! Hello yourself! Thanks for letting me in. Oh, it's you, Hardy.
Yeah, that's right.
Thought at first it was the boss's plane. Smokey usually gets in ahead of me. His plane's over on the other side of the field, Cheater, all bedded down for the night. Haven't seen him around here, though. No, once he gets his plane under cover, he heads for town. Doesn't like the outdoor life. I usually have to be night watchman. Did you two guys fly down here with him? No, we took off about 10 minutes after he did. We had a little trouble finding the field.
You seem to know just where it was, Cheater.
I should. I gave flying lessons here for about 6 months. Oh. Well, and you didn't need any wing lights. Oh, thanks just the same. They helped. I saw an automobile pulling away from here. I had some visitors.
Tourists said they were lost.
They must have been coming down that back road. We couldn't give them any information, so they turned around and headed back the way they came. Well, they'll get into Marfa, but it's a long way around. Hey, you guys going into town? No, we're going to camp out here. Have some sleeping bags in the plane. Well, then I'll bring my bedroll over here as soon as I get my ship covered. Just pull a tarp over the engine. Nothing fancy like the boss's. I noticed he covers his ship from nose to tail. Takes good care of it. Yeah, he's a careful one, all right. Yeah, well, what did he say when you told him you were going to help me out? We still haven't met him. He took off for here without coming over to our truck. Did, huh? Funny the way that guy shies away from people. You know, there's something about him that, well, I suppose we all have our faults.
What were you going to say, Cheater?
Oh, nothing, but he is a funny egg. One day he's a sweet hombre. Next, you wish he'd stay up there skywriting all day. Funny guy. Temperamental, huh? I don't know what it is. Hot and cold, you know. A lot of people like that, I guess. Yeah, well, look, I'll drape the canvas over the nose, get my bedroll, and come back here. That is, if you don't mind company. No, of course not. Glad to have you. I'd like to talk over those stunts you were telling me about, Jack, before we go to sleep. Okay, Cheater. Vic, we might as well cover the old girl up to the neck, too. I'll get the top.
Yeah, I can help you with that.
Okay, Vic. Watch your head when you go into that room.
Yeah.
These planes have been pampered under cover of the hangar all this time. Yeah, I suppose it's the first time this cover's been used. Oh, look, you get over on the other side. I'll cross your end over to you. You can lace that side down, and I'll take care of this. Okay, then. Hey, you guys hear about that smuggler aboard a Phantom? Jack. No, Cheater. What about him? That guy's making a monkey out of the police. I heard it over the radio tonight. Then while the Border Patrol was looking for him in Brownsville, he sneaked over the Rio Grande halfway between here and El Paso. That's a laugh, isn't it? Yeah, Cheater, that sure is. Yeah, that's a laugh. Wonder how he does it, Cheater. Maybe he uses one of those flying saucers. You need some help with that cover? No, we're all set now. Well, I spread this bedroll under the wing. Yeah, that's okay. I'll get ours, Vic. All right, Jack. You think this bird of Phantom uses a plane, huh, Cheater? Why, must. How else would he be able to dodge back and forth so fast? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Jack Armstrong, Vic, and the pilot Cheater talked for a few hours and then dropped off to sleep. As the moon finally broke through the heavy clouds, I could see the silhouette of a man who very quietly crossed the field and stopped a few feet from Jack's plane. Then he stole over to the skylighter's ship. Quietly, he lifted a large tarpaulin covering the ship and crawled beneath it. He was under there for several minutes. When he emerged, he was stuffing a package inside his jacket. And once again, he moved toward the three men sleeping under the plane. The rays of the moon reflected the steel blue of a revolver the man was carrying. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks. What's that? Vic. Vic, you asleep? Funny, I thought I heard someone walking around. I guess I was wrong. The man just stands there with gun pointed. Then he seems to dissolve into the night as the clouds once again pass over the moon. Was that the Border Phantom? The dangerous smuggler whom Jack and Vic are out to capture? What was in that package he took from the Skyrider's plane? Oh, boy, I want to know the answers to those questions, and so do you. So be sure, all of you, to listen in to the next exciting episode of Jack Armstrong and the Phantom of the Sawdust Trail. This is Jack Brand, inviting you to be with me tomorrow for another thrilling adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. All-American Boy! Here we go on another adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. And now, Jack Armstrong and the Phantom of the Sawdust Trail. The notorious smuggler who has already taken the lives of 3 men has threatened to do away with Jack Armstrong and his friends. Yesterday, we saw him make an attempt to carry out his threat. As the long line of circus trucks rolled along the highway toward Del Rio, Texas, the plane of the Phantom suddenly dove out of the skies and sent a stream of bullets into the cab of Jack's truck. Jack and Billy heard his plane approaching and leaped from the truck just in time to escape death. A faulty wire on their headlight caused it to flicker on and off. Upon examination, they found the wire had been cut. So Jack is now positive. Someone working with the circus is in league with a dangerous smuggler. The blinking headlight told the Phantom which truck Jack was driving. As our story closed yesterday, Jack and Billy were taking off from the airfield adjoining the circus lot. They hoped to entice the Phantom to strike in broad daylight so that Border Patrol planes flying high overhead will be able to swoop down and capture the man. Yes, Jack and Billy are going to act as human decoys. Come on, let's go to the circus grounds and join Betty and Lady Thunder.
I tell you, Betty, you should have stopped him. Where's that man Smoker going up after him?
To help protect Billy when he makes the parachute jump. Jack and Smoker are going to keep circling around Billy and drive the Phantom away until the Border Patrol planes can dive in and finish him off.
And all the while, Billy will be floating down here helpless in that parachute. I tell you, it's foolhardy. If I'd have been here when they cooked up that crazy scheme, I'd have stopped him. What's the matter with that son of mine?
Please, Lady Thunder, Jack thinks this is a way to get the Phantom to strike. He has to be captured, you know.
Oh, all right. Agree with them if you want to, but I still think they're taking their lives in their hands.
They have to capture the Phantom. He's already killed 3 men, you know.
Then why did Jack and Billy want to rip their necks? I say let well enough alone. But it's their job. I suppose they're supposed to bring them to justice. When's Vic coming back, Betty?
Oh, in a week or 2. He's down in Mexico planning a correlated campaign.
Planning a what?
A campaign to capture the Phantom, comparing notes with the Mexican authorities, organizing both branches of the Border Patrol into one central plan.
Oh.
They'll capture that smuggler, don't you worry. They may even capture him today. Oh, look at Jack standing up there.
Oh, it makes me dizzy just to watch him. If that Phantom does show up today, it'll bear out something I've been thinking about.
What, Lady Thunder?
Oh, never mind, I'll tell you later. If he shows up.
All right, Lady Thunder. Oh, dear, I wish I could see those Border Patrol planes. Of course, I know they're up there, but they must be up awfully high.
They're up so high you can't even see them, no doubt of that. If that Phantom comes streaking in when Billy jumps from that plane, they'll never get down in time. This is once I don't think Jack Armstrong was very smart. And I'm going to tell him so when he gets down on the ground. If he gets down.
Oh, dear Lady Thunder, don't talk like that. Oh, look, Smoker's up there standing with Jack and Billy.
He'd see that they're going to fly right into one another head on.
It looks that way, but... Oh, they missed each other by inches.
Why do they have to clown around up there? Why doesn't Billy jump and get it over with?
They have to put on a show for the customers, Lady Thunder.
Not for my money, they don't. The show should be presented under the big top. All of these aerial shenanigans are no place in a circus. I suppose Al beat it when he saw me coming.
He had to go over to the box office to interview a new man.
A new man? You mean someone joining the show?
Lady Thunder, it's another member of the FBI. Vic sent him down here to take poor Cheeter's place.
Oh. Well, that's different. I don't want Al signing up any new talent, if you can call that Smoker talent. Gonna take Cheeter's place, huh? Then Vic must have an idea like mine. Good for Vic.
What do you mean, Lady Thunder?
That'll be a secret between me and Vic. We'll see if it works out. I know men, Betty, and Vic must know men, too. We'll see how it works out.
All right, Lady Thunder. Oh, dear, look at the stunt they're doing now. Going into a loop-the-loop.
Oh, every time they do that, my stomach turns flip-flops. I'm not going to watch him. Let me know when Billy jumps.
All right, Lady Thunder.
Jack, please do another loop-the-loop, will ya? I left my heart right up there. No, I guess it's down there. Oh, anyway, don't stop. What are you doing now?
Billy, the barrel rolls, Billy. Smoke the signal for them.
Barrel rolls. All this in a parachute jump beside. Oh, my lucky.
Hold on, Billy. Here we go.
Not half as bad as being run over by a train,
now, will you? No, you're not supposed to jump until the Border Patrol spots another plane heading this way and gives us our cue word. Cue word? Why do they have to pick the word funeral? Because they have orders to bring in the phantoms, dead or alive. What's Smoker signaling for now, Jack? Let me see. Oh, yeah, falling leaf. This won't be bad, Billy. Just ride with the plane like you were on a bicycle. I couldn't be that deceitful to myself, Jack. The bicycle has 2 wheels on the ground. You said you wanted to come up and stunt with me. Okay, I'm game. I guess. But from now on, I'm going to turn over a new leaf. Oh, well, here we go, Billy. The engine, Jack. The engine clogged out. I turned it off, Billy. Now, this isn't very rough, is it? No, this isn't bad. Oh, now the other side. And I used to think it was pretty to watch leaves falling. They seemed to drift so gently to the ground. They were so pretty. Hey, Jack, Mr. Plane, it's drifting over toward ours. Don't worry, he won't crash into us, Billy. Wave to it. Then let go of this feet. I'll just blink my eyes. Going up again, Billy. How many more hours are you going to stunt, Jack? Hours? We've only been stunting for a few minutes, Billy. We have to finish our routine. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course we have to finish our routine. But what else do you have to do, Jack? Simulate a dogfight, and then we'll go up a little higher for your jump. So happy day. I wonder how Vic's making out on the other side. Other side of what, Jack? The border, Billy. Oh, come on, relax. It's not as bad as all that. Maybe Betty will have something to report when we get down. I hope she's listening in on that truck radio. Well, if she isn't, the tape recorder will get Vic's message. Oh, yeah, forgot about that. Even forgot about the circus. Gee whiz, Jack, I hate to be chicken, but that series of loops just about took care of me. That's because you're so tense, Billy. Now, as we go into the dog fight, ride with it. Okay, Jack, I'll try. There's nothing to fear. Smoker's one of the finest pilots I've ever met. Well, don't meet him up here, Jack. Here he comes. He's supposed to be the attacking ship. We're supposed to keep out of his way. Watch him now, Billy. When he's close enough, we'll nose down, and he'll zoom right over us. Watch him. Yeah, that's fun, isn't it? He's cranking, gonna try to come in on our tail. We'll pull an implement, and as he flies past, try to get on his tail. I'll be with you, Jack. All the way, I hope. Here he comes, and up we go. We did it, Billy, we did it. We're on his tail. Theoretically, we're pouring machine gun bullets into it. Did I get him, Jack? Oh, but I would have if I'd been looking through a pair of sights. Hey, Jack, Smoker's plane. Look at it. It's on fire. There's smoke pouring out of it. Of course, Billy. We just shot him out of the sky. You mean that... You mean that what? Oh, of course not. He's not in any danger. That black smoke's pouring out of his skywriting tube. He'll land safely. Don't worry about that. Now, I suppose it's time for me to jump. Almost, Billy. We'll swing around in a wide circle and try to coax the phantom out of hiding. I have an idea he's been watching this show through high-powered binoculars. That's a comforting thought. Look off to the left there. It really looks as though Smoker's heading for a crash landing, doesn't it? Yeah, sure does. Now watch him. He'll pull out of that about 200 feet above the airfield, and then he'll come up here with us again. Boy, I'll bet that cloud's getting a thrill out of all this. I kind of wish I was with him. It doesn't take very long to get down there by parachute, Billy. That's what I'm thinking about. Stand by. That was one of the Border Patrol fires. He said stand by. All right, Billy, take off those parachutes. Take off the... Hey, did you say take off those parachutes, Jack? You heard me, Billy. Please, hurry. Oh, look, Jack, I don't want to get down there that fast. I'm not fooling, Billy. Take them off and then take over the controls of this ship. Fly the ship? You heard me, Billy. Now hurry. Suspense is awful. Why doesn't he jump and get it over with?
He isn't going to jump unless the Border Patrol sights another plane. This is worse than the first time Al took that slide for life. I'll never forget that day either. Oh, why is that fool Smoker going back up there? To help them, just in case. A lot of help he'd be. All he can do is scribble numbers all over the sky. Jack and Billy are climbing higher. They must be getting ready for the jump now, Lady Thunder. Great Caesar, I have to get it over with. I never thought I could get this excited about anything. Look at the palms of my hands. Wring them wet. I can't sit in this fool wheelchair any longer. Help me to my feet, Betty. Lady Thunder, you should. All right, then. I'll get out myself. Hold the chair steady. How can a body sit down and watch what's happening up there? I'm all right now. I'm steady enough. Lady Thunder, Dr. Keller sees you. He'll pat me on the back. I should have been out of that contraption a week ago. Smokers circling around him now. They're up high enough. Why doesn't he jump? Lean on me, Lady Thunder. I don't need your help, Betty. I'm all right, I tell you. All right, take my arm if you want it, but they just seem to be hanging up there. Hardly moving. They're getting ready, Lady Thunder. I don't see another ship in the sky any place, do you? I can't take my eyes off Jack's plane. I don't see another plane. Everything's got so quiet all of a sudden. I don't like this, Betty. I don't like it at all. They're overdoing it. The crowd is practically holding its breath, waiting, just like we are. They can sense something, Betty. It's just like inside the big top before an accident. I don't know why, but the crowd suddenly goes quiet. I saw it happen time and time again. Do you see another plane, Betty? I see a little speck way off here to the south. It might be a plane, Lady Thunder. Where, child? Where? Right where I'm pointing, Lady Thunder. Do you see it? I see something off there, yes, and it seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Oh, I wish Jack's plane were equipped with machine guns. You're right, Lady Thunder. It does look as though they're just hanging in space up there. Oh, dear. What is it? I can see Billy getting ready up there. I can't make him out, Betty. He's getting ready to jump, Lady Thunder. I hope he makes it all right. I hope nothing goes wrong. Back in the sky to the south, it's getting larger. Do you think it's him? Do you think it's the Phantom, Betty? Oh, dear. I don't know what to think. He jumped, Lady Thunder. He jumped. I saw him. That's right, Betty. Hold on to me. Hold on to me, child. You'll be all right. Why doesn't the parachute open? Why doesn't the parachute open? It'll open, child. It'll open. Don't worry. There. There. The parachute opened, Betty. He's falling down so slowly, Lady Thunder. So slowly. He'll make it, Betty. He'll make it. Unless that Phantom. Are those Border Patrol planes? Why did they come down to protect him? They're up there, Lady Thunder. I know they are, but Billy's coming down so slowly.
Is Billy Fairfield strapped to that parachute which is slowly descending to the ground? That speck in the sky to the south, is that the notorious Border Phantom closing in to carry out his threat to do away with Jack Armstrong and his friends? Will those Border Patrol planes hovering in the sky high overhead be able to intercept that fast plane and capture the Border Phantom? Believe you me, I want to know the answers to all of those questions, and so do you. So be sure, all of you, to listen in tomorrow to the next exciting episode of Jack Armstrong and the Phantom of the Sawdust Trail. This is Norman Kraft inviting you to be with me tomorrow for another thrilling adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Here we go on another adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. And now, Jack Armstrong and the Phantom of the Sawdust Trail. Jack Armstrong has captured the notorious smuggler. As yesterday's episode ended, Jack, Vic, and about 20 of the circus men closed in on the Phantom. The outlaw tried to shoot it out, and when he saw he was trapped,
He tried a trick he had used many times before. Feeling sure no one actually knew his true identity, he stole out of his hiding place and joined Jack and Vic. Here's what happened.
Hey, Jack, Vic, who is it? Smoker. You know what he is? Have you found the Phantom? Yes, Smoker, we have. But we're trying to take him alive. Get down here beside us. Okay, Jack. Someone else is coming. See those two men under the supply wagon, Smoker? They're Hot Stormer and old Beepo the Clown. Oh, is that so? Hey, Jack, it's me, Billy. I couldn't make him stay back there, Jack. Quiet, you two, quiet. I'm sorry, Jack. Hi, Smoker. Do you have a gun, Billy? No. Let me have your gun, Smoker. Why, Jack? Why? Don't ask questions. Let me have your gun. I want to give it to Billy. Oh, I see. Yeah, let me have it, Smoker. Okay, here you are. Now, Billy, I'm going to shout to the rest of the men and tell them to close in. That we've captured the Phantom. But, Jack, you haven't captured him yet. He may shoot some of the men as they close in. He can't, Al. He no longer has a gun. How do you know, Jack? Because you now have it, Billy. I know it. You mean this gun?
What are you pulling, Armstrong? Are you trying to say I'm the Phantom?
Cover him, Vic. Keep that gun pointed at him, Billy. All right, men, over here at the centerfold trailer. Come on, we've captured the Phantom.
Oh, no, you don't, Armstrong. You can't pull a thing like this on me.
Watch out, Billy. He's going to rush you. Stand right where you are, Smoker. I'll let you have it. I won't shoot over your head the next time, Smoker. Stand where you are.
You're mad, all of you.
All right, put your hands out, Smoker.
You heard what he said, Smoker. Put your hands out in front of you.
These handcuffs will keep you out of trouble until we get you to headquarters.
Jack, did you get it?
Yes, I think so, Betty. Al, you better get a couple of men and take care of Hot Stormer and old Beepo the Clown. They're under the supply wagon.
Okay, Jack. You sure you can handle this guy?
We won't have any more trouble, Al.
Well, you have the handcuffs on Smoker. I thought Joe Logan
Gee whiz, Jack, are you sure? He ain't sure of anything. You don't have anything on me, Armstrong. You have no right to treat me this way.
You're wrong there, Smoker. Wrong on 2 counts. I know everything, and I have plenty on you. Evidence of smuggling and murder.
Is Smoker the Phantom or his helper, Jack?
He's the Phantom of the Border.
You'll have to prove that, Armstrong.
That's what I intend to do, Smoker. Billy, take off his gloves.
Oh, no, Jack. Not that routine again.
Do as Jack says, Billy.
What? Why do you want me to take off my gloves? Here, let me alone. I'll steal you. There.
Gee whiz, Jack, there's nothing wrong with his right hand. Now the left one, Billy.
Steal you.
There.
Oh, I'll be doggone. Betty, look. Only 4 fingers this time.
How could that be? The last time he took his gloves off, he had 5 fingers.
What's that? What do you mean the last time I took my gloves off?
Don't know a thing about it, do you, Smoker?
Of course not. What difference does it make how many fingers I have on my hands?
Because that border patrolman you murdered counted the fingers on your left hand. Unfortunately, he couldn't give us a full description of you, or we'd have caught you before this time. While he was dying, he just repeated 3 words. Phantom, South, 4. He used to be a ball player, Smoker. South means southpaw. You're left-handed. 4 indicated only 4 fingers.
You don't think you'll convict me on that kind of evidence, do you? You're dumber than I thought you were.
No, that evidence isn't strong enough, Smoker. But there's the matter of Cheater. The message he left.
I read that message he smeared on the makeup table with grease paint. All it said was, saw attack, Phantom caught me. He is M. My name doesn't start with the letter M.
No, it doesn't, Smoker, but this is what poor Cheater tried to say. Saw attack, Phantom caught me. He is my boss. The letter M is the first letter of the word my. He is my boss.
Theories, that's all they are. You can't prove anything.
Jack, how come he only has 4 fingers this time? Oh, wait a second, Billy. I'll explain that to you.
But Jack, Smoker was up flying with you when the Phantom was chased away by the Border Patrol.
Of course I was. I kept flying around in a circle while Billy dropped in his parachute.
I know that, Smoker, but you're still the Phantom of the Border.
Then that other plane the Border Patrol chased, that wasn't the Phantom, Jack.
Yes, that was the Phantom, Betty.
Oh, dear, I'm all mixed up.
So is your friend. You don't think anybody's going to believe I could be in 2 places at one time?
Yes, that's exactly what they're going to believe, Smoker. Because you were in 2 places at one time.
Hey, Jack, you want me to get you a glass of water or something?
Oh, I'm all right, Billy. I don't need a glass of water.
He needs his head examined. Hey, Jack, Vic, old Beepo and Hot Stormer are both unconscious. I had them taken over to the hospital tent. It's a good thing we got to them in time. They were being smothered by chloroform.
Chloroform. That's what I smell. Yeah,
Here on these gloves. You don't smell chloroform on these gloves. That's ether. I use it in my gas tank.
To soup up your engine so you can get away from people, huh?
So I can do my skywriting.
Oh, yes, your skywriting. That's what gave you away, Smoker. Those lucky numbers you wrote.
What do you mean?
Vic figured out the code you were using to tell your accomplice that the coast was clear, that he could bring over another shipment of dope.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You'd fly up high enough so you'd have a 20-mile view of the border. And if you spotted any border patrolmen on the ground or in the skies, you'd write a number which would tell your accomplice to stay on the ground in Mexico.
When did you dream that one up?
You mean, when did we catch you? The day you wrote the wrong number up there in the sky, Smoker. You remember, don't you? There was no such lucky number on any of the tickets sold.
Well, that was just a mistake on my part.
That's right, Smoker. A mistake that's going to send you to the electric chair. You and your accomplice.
You're just using a lot of big words, Armstrong. You can't prove a thing. And who is this accomplice you talk about?
You've known him all your life, Smoker. Al, you have the keys to Joe Logan's supply wagon?
Yeah, I have a master key, Jack.
Come on, then. Let's walk over there so that Smoker can meet his accomplice. You see, we locked the door of Joe Logan's wagon so he couldn't get out. Let's go, Smoker.
Stop digging that gun into my ribs.
I didn't know you had Joe Logan locked up in his wagon, Jack.
Oh, yes. He's been locked up there since this afternoon. I locked the door shortly after Jack did the human cannonball turn, Betty.
You mean right after you pulled the gloves off Smoker? The time he had 10 fingers on his hand?
That's right, Billy.
How'd he do it, Jack? How can he have 10 one time and only 9 the next?
We'll show you, Billy.
What do you mean you'll show him?
Be patient, Smoker.
You're making a fool of yourself, Armstrong.
I don't think so. All right, stop right here. Billy, rap on the side of that wagon 3 times.
Okay, Jack.
He's still in there, Vic.
I suppose you think Joe Logan can identify me.
Before we open that door, I'm going to give you a chance to confess to everything, Smoker.
A chance to confess? You haven't got anything on me. Why, you even admitted that I was always around you when the Phantom struck. Confess to what?
Murder and smuggling.
Prove it.
All right, Smoker. Go ahead, Al. Unlock the door, please. Okay, Joe. You can come out now.
I never suspected Joe Logan.
Okay, Armstrong. Coming right up. Come on your feet. Get up and get out there and face the music.
There's someone else in that wagon.
Hey, am I seeing things?
Bring him out, Joe.
Bring who out? Oh, good night. It's Smoker.
There's 2 of them.
Let go of me. Let go, I say.
No, you don't. Remember, I have this gun on you.
And keep your gun on him, Joe.
Don't worry, Jack. He won't get away.
I won't try to get away. I'm sorry, Pete. I guess they got us.
Oh, so your name's Pete, huh?
They look so much alike you can't tell one from the other.
So you double-crossed your own brother, eh, Carl? No, I didn't have anything to do with it, Pete. I didn't double-cross you. How about the numbers you wrote up there in the sky? You told me to bring another load here to the circus. No, I didn't, Pete. Honest, I didn't. I didn't even do any skywriting today. You're lying, Carl. You're lying. You got yellow. You told me you wanted to quit. You got yellow and sold me out. No, I didn't, Pete. I swear I didn't. Jack Armstrong and Vic Hardy locked me here in this wagon just before I was going to take off. I don't know who did the skywriting.
I can explain that to you, Pete. It was Dave Marble. He's the one who took your brother's plane up in the sky. He's the one who wrote those numbers telling you to come across, to bring another load to the circus. And, by the way, he's the one who was chasing you up there in the sky tonight. He followed you after skywriting those numbers. He knows where your hideout is in Mexico. Now, do you think we'll have any trouble proving how you could be in 2 places at one time? Handcuff those 2 together, Vic. We'll have our men take them into headquarters and throw them in jail until they can be tried for murder and smuggling.
Well, Jack, when did you first suspect Smoker?
You remember the day you and Betty went up in his plane? The day he showed you how to skywrite?
Yeah.
Remember when you got down on the ground and looked back at those dots and dashes that spelled out the word on? Remember you wrote O-N?
I remember that. How in the world would O-N give you a clue?
It spelled O-N from the ground, but from the air, it spelled N-O. No. Nothing was heard of the Phantom that day.
Yeah, I see what you mean. He told him not to cross.
And then there was something else. Betty told me about the de-icers on the leading edge of the airplane.
What about the de-icers, Jack?
His plane wasn't equipped with de-icers, Betty. They were just masks to hide the machine guns in the wings.
Now, why couldn't I have thought of that?
None of us thought of it until we examined his ship. Oh, here comes Joe now.
Morning, Jack. Hiya, Vic.
Fine this morning, Al.
How are you, Al?
Hello, Joe. We just came from Lady Thunder's wagon. She tells me that I was under suspicion for a while, Jack.
You were. You see, we knew the Phantom was getting gasoline someplace, so the SBI started checking. We found out that you were buying far more gasoline than was needed here at the circus.
I told that guy Smoker his plane burned more fuel than any two ships needed. He said that skywriting used it up much faster. What a dope I was.
Hey, I just thought of something. Hey, you remember when we first flew down here? We saw those flying discs, those saucers that everybody else in the country was seeing?
Yes, Billy.
I got a theory. I'll bet those were just smoke rings made by those crooked twins. Huh. Well, one of them was drawing saucers in El Paso. The other was bringing dope across the border at Marfa.
Billy, you're wonderful.
Gee whiz, I hope the papers don't learn I solved that flying saucer gag. Well, everybody I'd meet would want my autograph.
Jack, I can't tell you how much I appreciate what you've done for my friend Steve Maspool.
Hey, how about him, Jack?
He's safe in Mexico, Billy. They found him at Smoker's hideout. You see, he learned that Smoker forced Hans Stormer and his wife to act as go-betweens in passing the dope. Old Beepo knew that, too. Smoker threatened to kill any of them if they gave him away. The night Steve disappeared, he told Beepo he was going to tell us everything. That's why the Phantom took him away.
Gee whiz, I'm going to hate to leave the circus, Jack. It's been so exciting.
Hey, that reminds me. Lady Thunder wants to see all of you. She's throwing a big party in the cookhouse. Everybody in the show will be there.
A party! Hot dog!
Oh, that's nice of her. Will I have time to change my clothes and put on a dress?
A dress? Oh, that's right. You're a girl.
And so, once again, Jack Armstrong and his friends have successfully closed the case against the lawless. The dreaded Phantom and his helper must now pay their debt to society, must pay for their crimes with their lives.
Hey, hold everything. Don't leave yet, Mr. Lester. Monday, Sky King. Tuesday, Jack Armstrong. Remember? The new deal. The complete story.
Billy's right, girls and boys. Beginning Monday and each day, Monday through Friday, you will hear 5 complete, thrilling adventure stories each week. Not 15-minute continued stories, but complete half-hour shows. Now listen closely. The time each weekday is 5:30 to 6 for this great big double feature. 5:30 to 6 on Monday, a complete story with Sky King, Adventure Under the Sea. 5:30 to 6 on Tuesday, a complete story with Jack Armstrong in the Mystery of Blue Acres. And so on, day after day, Monday through Friday. So make 5:30 to 6 on ABC the most exciting half hour of your day. This is Jack Lester inviting you to be here Monday for the big event. And saying goodbye now for Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Blackmail is an ugly word. And when one of the blackmailer's victims sincerely insists that he's an angel, while another swears he's a devil, and still others are convinced he's a ghost, the problem of dealing with him becomes Herculean.
My name is Robert Grand. I'm a 38-year-old bachelor. Music is my life and my love. And it was all I needed until now. Now I'm driven to tell this story, which happened exactly as I will describe it to you. It started on the day when I took over the management of the great Paris Opera House from the elderly and famous René Castelot.
And last, Robert, but certainly not least, is this contract.
A contract in a memorandum book? Why, René?
Because that's the way the ghost wants it.
I never knew that the revered opera manager René Castelot had such a delightful sense of humor. Contract with a ghost? Surely you're not serious.
The opera ghost professes to be primarily concerned that the management give to every performance the splendor that belongs on what he calls the premier lyric stage of France.
And, of course, this ghost will be the sole judge of the artistic splendor of a performance.
Of course. However, there are two other conditions on which he places equal importance. Any attempt to perform an opera will meet with disaster if my allowance of 20,000 francs a month is more than 10 days late.
Well, let me see. That monthly figure would amount to 240,000 francs a year. And this joker has further conditions?
Oh, yes. If you'll allow me. Box 5 on the Grand Tier shall be placed at my disposal for every performance.
Oh, surely you don't mean to tell me that you took these ridiculous demands seriously?
I observed them scrupulously.
You never defied him or threatened to have him arrested?
How does one arrest a ghost?
Well, when he comes to take his seat in Box 5.
He never occupied Box 5.
And you still kept it vacant?
Certainly.
Well, you won't find me wasting a box that way. I intend to sell it.
Well, that's your privilege as the new manager. But if you'll take my advice, you'll never sell Box 5.
I didn't know whether to laugh at Castelot's foolishness or to cry because such a brilliant impresario had obviously fallen victim to some hoax. However, more immediate problems were demanding my attention. My soprano sent word that she was too ill to appear that evening in the role of Marguerite in Faust. I replaced her with a young girl named Christine Donat, who, to mine and everyone else's amazement, gave a performance which brought down the house.
Marvelous! Superb, Christine!
Oh, Durin! I thought you were in Chartres with your brother.
I was until I heard that Christine was to sing tonight, and then I rushed to Paris. Forgive my rudeness. I mean to congratulate you upon your appointment as the manager of the opera. Now I must congratulate you on choosing Christine. I never heard her sing like this before.
So have I. What a triumph! Look at her. She seems quite overcome.
Overcome? Nothing. She's ill. She's fainted.
I led Paul Duren quickly backstage to Christine Donat's dressing room. A crowd had gathered outside her door. I made my way through with Paul by my side. I opened the door and saw that the house physician was by her side. To my surprise, Paul Duren walked swiftly to the couch on which Christine was lying and knelt down beside her. She turned her head, opened her eyes, and said,
Monsieur, who are you?
Mademoiselle, when we were little children playing together at Perrault, I was the little boy who went into the sea to rescue your scarf.
Well, how amusing, monsieur.
Mademoiselle, since it pleases you not to recognize me, I should like to say something to you in private. Something very important.
When I'm better, please. And now I should very much like to be alone. I want all of you to go away. please.
I wasn't aware that you knew Christine.
Oh, I've known her for a long time, Robert. Ever since we were children.
But we are no longer children, my friend. So why should we hang about outside her dressing room door like a pair of...
And I know her well enough to understand that she asked to be alone because she wanted the chance to talk to me privately.
I didn't get that impression. But if you're convinced...
Look, I'll prove it to you. Come on, let's go back and knock at her door, and you'll see.
I don't know what you want of me.
Oh, she seems to have someone in there with her.
But that's impossible. We saw everyone leave when we did.
Christine, you must love me.
I do. You know I sing only for you.
Nevertheless, someone must have stayed behind. Maybe we can learn something.
I do not listen at doors. I'm going in.
No. Wait. For my sake.
Are you very tired?
Tonight I gave you my soul, and I am exhausted.
Your soul is beautiful, child, and I thank you. The angels wept tonight.
I must go home.
Of course.
They're sure to catch us eavesdropping.
No. Come here. Quickly. They'll never see us in this corner.
She's alone. There's no one with her. He must have remained in her dressing room.
And she didn't lock her door.
I'm going in and find out who was with her. Are you with me?
Of course, Paul. Come on. But there's no light in here.
He must be hiding. Strike a match, please. Hiding isn't going to help you. We know you're here. We heard you. Now come out.
Can you see anyone?
No. He must be here somewhere, and we'll find him wherever he's hiding. You may as well come out now and save us trouble. I intend to find out who you are.
There's no one here, and no place to hide. We're talking to the walls.
Robert, you know my family goes back to the days of Napoleon, and I'm sure you feel I lied to you when I said I knew Christine Donat. Certainly you had every right.
What's this about Donat?
Well, this letter will prove to you that I wasn't lying. You see, she says right here, I have not forgotten the little boy who went into the sea to rescue my scarf.
Then you know where she is.
Of course. She is in Perrault, and she is inviting me there, too, because it is the anniversary of her father's death. Her father and I were friends.
Do you mind if I go with you?
How do you know I am going?
Oh, don't talk nonsense. You're going because you're in love. And I'm going to bring back a singing sensation who hasn't been heard since the night of her triumph.
So you came after all. I was thinking while I was at Mass, will he come and will he remember the inn of the setting sun?
You knew I would come. And you knew I would remember, Christine. Oh, I also brought Monsieur Grand.
Well, how nice, but why did you...
I am here to ask you to return to the opera, mademoiselle, and to ask you to sing other roles.
Well, you will have to excuse me, Monsieur Grand, but I cannot talk of singing other roles now.
But I have come all this way, mademoiselle, just to...
I did not ask you to come. Or you either, Paul.
You asked me to come, Christine. You knew your letter would bring me here to Perrault as surely as the sun shines.
Well, that may have been a mistake on my part.
There was no point in my remaining, as it was obvious that there was a lover's quarrel brewing. So I told Paul he could find me in my room. What you hear now is what Paul told me happened after I left them in the sitting room.
Why do you say mistake, Christine?
I don't know. When I wrote the letter, I was thinking of my childhood and my father and the games we played as children. I think I wrote to you as the little girl I was then and not the woman I am now.
When I came to you in your dressing room the other night, was that the first time you noticed me?
No. I'd seen you in your box. I knew you were in the audience.
Oh, good. Then why, when you saw me in the dressing room and I reminded you about the scarf, why did you pretend not to know me and laugh at me? All right. I know it was because there was someone in your dressing room, Christine.
What are you talking about?
The man to whom you said, I sing only for you tonight. I give you my soul and I am exhausted.
You were listening at the door. That's the most...
I listened, Christine, because I love you. Yes. Yes, I heard everything.
All right, Paul. Tell me what else you heard.
I heard him reply that your soul is beautiful, child, and I thank you. The angels wept tonight.
Oh, Paul. You should not have heard that. You shouldn't. You shouldn't.
And where is Christine now?
Oh, I assume she went to her room. She ran from me, Robert. Why would she run from me?
Oh, don't ask me to explain why women do the things they do. Why would she flee the opera after the triumph she had?
There must be some explanation. There must be.
I can give you one you won't like. The voice we heard was the voice of Christine's lover. He didn't know about you, nor were you aware of his existence. She ran away to try to get things straightened out. That's why she wrote you. She knew you'd come here, and she'd be able to speak to you away from her lover.
I won't believe it. Don't forget, we checked, and there was no one in her dressing room.
And don't forget, we both distinctly heard a man's voice. He had to be her lover.
Or someone who's been giving you problems, Monsieur Manager. Someone who calls himself the Opera Ghost.
At this point, I think I can say that I've become an authority on ghosts and their habits. Now, I've heard of ghosts who clank, ghosts who moan, ghosts who scream, wail, and even gnash their teeth. But this is the first time I've encountered a lovesick ghost who's also an opera lover. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. From time immemorial, out-of-the-way places have been favorite meeting spots for young lovers. And when a quarrel interrupts the course of true love, it's a common occurrence to find one of the unhappy pair sitting and waiting at their favorite trysting place, certain that the other must turn up. A cemetery, however, would seem a most unlikely place for a girl to expect to find her lover.
Christine.
I knew you'd come to pay your respects to my father at his grave, Paul. And I waited here to tell you something very serious. Paul, do you remember the Angel of Music?
Oh, yes. Your father never told a story without mentioning him. I remember him saying that at least once in every great musician's life, the artist receives a visit from the angel.
Yes. And sometimes, Paul, the angel leans over an infant's cradle, and that infant then has heard the angel, and the infant becomes a child prodigy.
I remember.
And when I asked Father if he had ever heard the Angel of Music himself, he shook his head sadly. But, Paul, he told me that I would hear the angel one day. He said, "When I'm in heaven, I shall send him to you." Paul, I have been visited by the Angel of Music.
I don't doubt it.
How is it that today you understand so well?
You forget that I've heard you sing many times. And I never heard you sing the way you sang the other night. You were touched by genius.
Yes, the Angel of Music. He comes every day to give me lessons in my dressing room.
In your dressing room? The Angel of Music. What does he look like?
You should know better than to ask that, Paul. I've never seen him. I only hear his voice. He speaks to me, and it's like in a dream.
Are you sure you didn't dream all of this, Christine?
How could I? I'm not the only one who heard the voice of the angel.
Someone else has heard this voice?
You, Paul. It was his voice you heard when you listened outside my dressing room door.
Oh, Christine. You needn't have gone to such an elaborate lie to try to deceive me about the voice I heard.
You think I lied?
After all, I know what I heard.
I'm beginning to understand. You think that was a real man's voice.
Well, if you had opened the door, you would have seen that there was no one in my dressing room.
After you left, I did open the door, and there was no one there.
And you still don't believe...
I do not.
Oh, how could I have ever loved you? Go away. I never want to see you again.
The return trip to Paris wasn't pleasant. Paul Duren wanted so desperately to believe that his darling Christine was the victim of some cruel hoax, while I was convinced that Christine was an artful minx who was trying to keep two men on a string. This belief was strengthened by a telephone call I received the following day at my office. Grand speaking.
Carlotta Sorelli.
Oh, good day, madame. What can I do today for my beautiful prima donna?
First, my dear Monsieur Grand, you must learn that I am not a woman easily intimidated.
I'm sure you're not. But why do you call me?
I intend to sing the role of Marguerite in Faust Thursday night.
Well, of course you do. Why would you call and tell me what has already been announced?
Because of a note I received this morning. It reads, "If you dare to appear as Marguerite next Thursday evening, be prepared for a gigantic misfortune."
Oh, a prank. A jokester. Surely you're not going to take that seriously?
That's exactly what I called to tell you. And I'm pleased you're taking it so well. Even if I were dying, I would sing the role of Marguerite next Thursday night.
Before that Thursday night, I had to face the problem of the first masked ball to be held in the Opera House under my direction. This was to be a truly gala affair, with everyone in fancy dress. I knew from experience that every artist would be there, hoping to meet and fascinate a masked member of the upper crust. I, of course, attended unmasked.
Robert! Robert!
Oh, Paul! Is that you behind this black domino?
Yes.
I suppose you're seeking Christine, hoping to discover what masquerade she uses tonight.
I don't have to hope. My Christine is behind that white domino over there, and we have a tryst in box 17 on the Grand Tier at midnight.
And you're no longer concerned about that voice you heard in her dressing room?
In her note making this assignation, she as much as admitted that she'd made a dreadful mistake about that voice.
I see.
Monsieur Directeur.
What?
When Sorelli fails to appear for Faust next Thursday, you'll replace her with the magnificent Christine.
Who said that? It came from the white domino.
Nonsense. Christine is wearing the white domino.
Then Christine is using some trick to make sure she sings Marguerite again.
There's where it came from. From the center of that crowd. The man in the scarlet cape and the death's head mask.
You think so?
Yeah, well, it's almost positive. Come, let's unmask him.
Read what it says on his cloak. Don't touch me, for I am the Red Death stalking abroad.
Hold that man in the scarlet cloak. Quickly, after him. Stop that man.
No, don't touch him. He wears the mask of death.
Who was that man? Why did you tell everyone not to touch him?
Please, Paul. Please keep your voice down. You shouldn't have come here.
All right, but you were the one who asked me to meet you here in this box on the Grand Tier, remember?
I know, but that was before you started to chase the Red Death mask.
And why did you stop us? What is that masquerader to you?
Maybe nothing, maybe everything. Oh, Paul, you were right. The voice I hear is not an angel, but a human voice.
Belonging to...
I don't know. I still haven't seen him.
But what made you change your mind about the angel of music?
Because he forbade me to see you.
How did he know about me?
I told him. The first time I saw you in your box, I rushed back to my dressing room. The voice immediately noticed that I was elated, and when he asked me why, I saw no reason not to tell him about you.
Yes, and?
The voice spoke to me with great sadness and said that if I were to give my heart on earth, there was nothing for the angel of music to do but go back to heaven and leave me without any more lessons. And that was a thought I couldn't bear. I knew what the lessons had done for me in a few weeks' time.
How did the voice do this? What is the secret?
Believe me when I tell you I wondered myself. I even thought perhaps there might be witchcraft involved.
Oh, ridiculous. You could never be caught up with the forces of evil.
Well, then what is the voice?
A man. Someone who...
Yes.
I confess, I am jealous. That's why I stopped. There is no angel of music, but there is a man who must love you and want you as I want you. And I mean to find out who he is.
No, you mustn't. That's why I had to see you tonight, to warn you. Promise me that
I'll promise nothing. I am not afraid of this voice, even if you are.
Paul, you must listen and try to hear how I discovered the voice was human. Listen, and if I have any power to transmit emotion, you will hear him as I heard him, and you will know why I'm frightened.
You have lied to me, my child, because you love Paul Durand.
Why should my love for Paul distress you so?
I have already told you. If you love him, then you do not believe in me. Believe in me, my child. Whoso believes in me shall live and sing. Whoso believeth in me shall also reach the heights. But I shall bring down those who oppose me, all of them. And don't think Eric cannot do that.
Eric? That's your name, then. You're not...
Your angel of music? Most certainly, my child. I have proven that to you. I am your angel, Christine. But I warn you that I have an evil side, and I have power. How is it that Sorelli fell ill the other night? How does it happen that all the directors of the opera have taken orders from me?
Who are you? And why did you choose me as a pupil?
Because of your purity, child, and your beauty, your gracious beauty.
Where are you?
Here.
This is a childish game you're playing. Let me see.
Never. The day you see my face will be doomsday for you, me, and everyone connected with the opera. And let me repeat my warning. If you want Paul Durand to live, you'll be very careful about seeing him.
Who are you to give me orders?
I rule here. The opera house is my kingdom. Kingdom. And all of you are my subjects.
Paul, dearest, did I succeed at all in recreating the power of that voice and the terror he inspired in me?
Whoever or whatever he is, he must be completely mad.
Perhaps, but nevertheless he does have power.
What does it matter? You've told me that you love me, and now all you have to do is leave the opera, marry me, and we'll go away together.
I cannot. I dare not.
That's the most fantastic tale I've ever heard, Paul. And you believe it?
Every word.
It's obvious that someone doesn't want Sorelli to sing Marguerite tonight. This whole rigmarole of not seeing the voice, this nonsense, I don't believe.
Then what do you intend to do about that note?
It was Sorelli's decision to ignore this second threat, and my decision to ignore the opera ghost. I ask you to join me tonight in Box 5 on the Grand Tier, where we will both enjoy a marvelous performance of Faust. The first act of Faust went very well, and as the curtain fell for the intermission, I allowed myself to relax in Box 5, where I was sitting with Paul. Well, Paul, what do you say now? Do you still think we could have used the police?
The police would have been useless, Monsieur Grant.
Did you say that, Paul?
I didn't say a word.
But you heard it. Tell me you heard it.
Yes, I did hear it. Where is that voice coming from?
Not from this box. We're alone in it.
You are not alone. This is Box 5, my box.
Show yourself, whoever you are.
I must leave now because the house lights are dimming for the second act. And there will be a terrible calamity.
Now listen, you...
Raise your eyes to heaven and see and pray.
The voice is coming from our left, 2 boxes down.
No, I thought it was on the right. The lights are dimming.
The chandelier. Look, Robert. Robert, what's swaying? It's going to fall right into the orchestra. Oh, no. Look out! Look out!
A natural accompaniment of any catastrophe is an attempt to discover the cause. And so it was with the collapse of the chandelier in the Paris Opera House. The newspapers speculated wildly as to the possible cause of the fall. But strangely, there was not one word printed about the opera Ghost. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. No opera manager ever faced the problems that beset Robert Grand, newly appointed director of the Paris Opera House. How does one deal with something that no one has ever seen, but whose voice has been heard and whose presence has been accepted as a fact by opera workers and by your predecessor? A thing that called itself the Opera Ghost, and who took credit for the catastrophic fall of the great chandelier which took the lives of 3 people and injured many more. Robert Grand made his decision.
If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, please, I will explain the reason I summoned you to my office. I have decided to make my peace with the Opera Ghost. This envelope on my desk will be placed in box 5 on the grand tier at tonight's performance. It contains the 20,000 francs which the ghost, or whatever he is, demands monthly. But I intend to reassign your locations so that box 5 will not be unwatched by less than 3 pairs of eyes for 1 single second. And I insist on an immediate report to me when and if you see anyone entering or leaving box 5. Robert Grand.
Where have you been, Robert? I've called your home, your club, even the Café de l'Opéra, and I could not reach you.
Is it something important?
Your ghost bleeds, Robert. Your opera ghost bleeds. Real blood.
Are you drunk or just raving?
And if he bleeds, as I know he does, then he's no ghost at all, but real flesh and blood. Isn't that so, Robert?
What are you talking about? What makes you so certain that he bleeds?
Because I've shot him. Yes. Come to my apartment. I'll show you the blood stain. Robert, you're here. And now I will free you from your ghost forever. I've already called the police. Here, come, let me show you the balcony.
I don't want to see anything until you calm down and explain what happened.
His eyes. You have to see those eyes to understand, Robert. You have to see them.
Are you trying to tell me the ghost was here?
Exactly. And I know how to get him here. I played on his weakness, Robert. His human weakness. His love for Christine. I told you that, but you wouldn't listen.
I can't make head or tail out of what you're trying to tell me. Now, I'm willing to listen, but only if you calm down.
All right. All right, Robert. Everything I suspected is true. Now, I'll try to give you an exact picture of what happened. It started when I saw Christine yesterday.
Where?
At her mother's. She didn't go to the opera. I went to tell her mother that I wanted to marry her and take her away.
What did Christine think about this?
Yes, she was frightened, terrified by this man posing as a ghost. Well, I left after telling her I would expose him. And I came home here, and it was very late, and prepared to go to bed. Come, let me show you. Let me show you my bedroom. Oh, I'll admit that my mind was filled with wild thoughts that night. Well, I turned out the light, and as I climbed into bed, suddenly, at the foot of my bed, I saw 2 eyes, red and glowing like coals, just the eyes. I switched on the light, leapt out of bed. The room was empty, but I saw a shadow on the balcony. I ran to the bureau, opened the drawer, and took out this revolver. And I fired twice. You see? Look, here. There are 2 empty chambers in my gun. Huh? Now, come to the balcony, and I'll show you the blood.
Where the door's open?
Yes, of course. Here. Now, look. Is that blood?
Yes, it is blood.
Yes, of course. Now, a ghost who bleeds can be found. A wounded ghost can be traced, huh? Well?
I see the blood. I also see a cat.
No, there was no cat.
Not on the balcony, but limping along the roof, trying to find a gutter to climb down. Oh, my dear Paul, I don't know about the eyes you think you saw glaring at you, but I'm afraid you've shot a cat. The next 48 hours will live forever in my memory. I expected that the envelope containing the 20,000 francs which I had left in the well-guarded Box 5 would somehow disappear. It did. But as I also feared, all 3 persons assigned to watch the box swore no one had entered or left the box. Far more disturbing was an unannounced visit from a dangerously quiet Paul Duren on the following day.
Robert, I need your help.
Of course, Paul, I'll do anything in my power. But don't you think that you'd better see a physician?
Christine Donat will be appearing tonight in Faust.
Yes, but not in the leading role. I've decided...
That's not important. I think you should know, Robert, that she's agreed to go away with me. My carriage and coachman will be at the stage door promptly at 11. What I need from you is a way that she can slip out unobserved.
Well, the whole backstage is honeycombed with trap doors, but I don't know any that would lead out of the opera house itself. Perhaps René Castello might. He was the manager for 17 years before he retired.
I'd appreciate it if you check with him. And also one other favor. I don't want to be seen myself. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to let me use your office tonight while the performance is in progress?
Certainly. But isn't this flight a sudden decision?
It's the only way. I've spoken with Christine, and she agrees that our only hope lies in getting out of Paris, even out of France.
That may be wisest. But why leave from here?
Christine absolutely refuses to give up tonight's performance. Not only does she feel obligated to you, but she also believes that Eric would somehow find out that she wasn't going to appear.
Yes, she may have a point. The opera ghost, or Eric, as you call him, seems to know more about what goes on than I do. We'll meet back here in my office at 8 sharp.
May I thank you, Monsieur Castello, for taking the trouble to come here to tell me about the special exit.
It hasn't been used in years, but I think the door still works.
What time is it?
Oh, relax. It's only 9:40. Plenty of time.
She's disappeared.
What?
What's happened?
I'd better get out and see what's happening. I'll be right back.
Something.
By God, there must have been another accident.
From my experience, it sounds like something's happened on stage.
Paul! I have terrible news, Paul. Christine has disappeared.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
That was the reason for the commotion. In the middle of a scene, she seemed to be lifted straight up into the air and then disappeared as the lights went out.
Christine, my love, please tell me you're not hurt.
Well, who are you? And why are you masked?
Oh, I'm sorry that I was so clumsy and made you strike your head when I...
Eric, what have you done?
Only what you made me do, Christine. I told you that if you'd continue to see Paul Durand, things would end badly.
Where am I?
In my house. It's my dearest wish that you'll grow to like it.
You intend to keep me here?
I cannot allow you to run off with Paul Durand as you planned.
But they will look for me.
And they will not find you. Have they ever found me? Why do you cry? You know it pains me to see you cry. I would never keep you here against your will, but I warn you, if you leave, you'll sign Paul Duran's death warrant.
You're afraid even to let me look at your face.
Careful, Christine.
But I will tear that mask off.
You're in no danger, Christine. I will not hurt you. So long as you do not touch the mask.
And you expect me to believe that?
You have no better friend in the world than myself.
It took all the strength that both I and Rene Costello possessed to hold Paul Duran in his chair in my office after he learned of Christine's disappearance.
This would never have happened if I hadn't asked her to come away with me.
I'm convinced she's still in the opera house. I've seen the thing, whatever it is that calls itself the Opera Ghost.
Where? When?
Why didn't you tell us before?
I tried to warn you.
Well, never mind that. Where is he, and where is Christine?
Well, I can tell you what I suspect. About a year ago, I worked late, and I decided to go backstage. There was only a work light, and as I stumbled around in the dark, I suddenly felt myself falling, and I landed in some sort of tunnel under the stage. Someone caught my arm and broke my fall, and a voice said, "Careful." I looked around and saw only two fiery red eyes glaring at me out of a mask.
The same eyes I saw.
Although I was afraid, I asked the apparition his name, and he laughed and said, "I am Eric, and you've invaded my domain. But since it was an accident, there will be no punishment this time. But, Mr. Manager, I warn you, Eric's secrets must remain Eric's secrets."
Whatever that may have meant.
Well, after the meeting, I was convinced that Eric, or the Opera Ghost, lived or haunted the subterranean cellars and caverns beneath the opera.
Incredible.
I investigated all the trapdoors, looking for the one through which I'd fallen. And one day, I found it. I'll show you where it is. And here is the key to Eric's house, where I believe you'll find Christine Donat.
Wait. I see something. It's a door. Robert, we found it. We found his house. What's the matter?
I just remembered what Rene said about the key and opening the door.
Well, you can do as you like, but I am going in.
What's the matter?
I don't know. It's tricky.
Maybe it's the wrong key.
No, it fits, but the tumblers seem to be stuck.
Oh, is that you?
Yes, Christine, it's me.
I must be dreaming.
No, it's no dream. Can you help me open the door?
He's tied me up.
Damn him. Oh, Christine, oh, my darling, what has he done to you?
I'm all right, but untie me quickly.
Yes.
We must get out of here before he comes back.
Where are we going?
As high up as we can get. Faster, Paul, faster.
Shouldn't we have tried to get out?
We don't have time. He's due back at 11.
We're trapped.
No, push this door. It opens onto the roof. The sky. The blessed sky. And the stars.
It is only up there on the stars that you can escape me.
Eric!
Show your face, you coward. Where are you?
Look for me. Behind all the smokestacks, but you won't find me.
You're a coward. You're a liar.
You think so? Then I show myself. Here. Here I am. At last. Here. I raise my mask a little. Only a little, but you can see my lips. Such lips as I have. And let you hear my voice.
You are a coward. Show your full face.
My face. You shall see my face. And then you shall die.
No, Eric, I beg you.
My face that even the mother who bore me wouldn't bear to look at. Here. Now, look at my face.
Good Lord in heaven.
You wanted to see it. You wanted to see a face. without a nose, with dead eyes, and the lips of a corpse. Now look, as I come closer, the horror that is my face will drive you over the edge.
Oh, my poor Eric.
Christine, you're crying, you're weeping. And for me, a woman, a beautiful woman, weeps for me.
If it were tears you wanted, you could have showed your face, and the world would have wept for you.
I set you free, and in freeing you, I free myself. Here, I leave you my mask.
Eric, don't shout!
I love you, Christine, as no other man could ever have loved
you. Even today, there are those people who say that the Phantom of the Opera was a ghost. That the story of Eric was manufactured to appease a frightened public. There are others who say it never happened. And perhaps it didn't. But to those who say it never happened, I say, perhaps not. But it could have. I'll be back shortly. In looking back over the story of the opera Ghost, I think I've made a discovery of some importance. If you recall, Eric, or the Ghost, wrote threatening letters to the manager of the opera house when he felt slighted. He also wrote contracts in red ink in a memorandum book. Now, if he really were a ghost, and he did write these documents, could we say that he was the first ghost writer? Our cast included Gordon Gould, Court Benson, Carol Teitel, and Paul Hecht. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents one of radio's most famous features, The Shadow. The story of the mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today we present The Shadow in one of his most remarkable adventures. A modern mystery of science and crime, The Phantom Voice. In just a moment, The Shadow begins his exciting adventure. Meanwhile, I'd like to tell you how you can safeguard the health and comfort of your family during these dangerous winter months. Burn Blue Coal. It gives you safe, uniform, healthful heat all winter long. And for valuable heating information that will save you real money regardless of the fuel you're using, send tonight for John Barclay's free 24-page book, How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. Address a postcard to Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or to Blue Coal in care of this station. Don't miss out by delaying. Send for your free copy of How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home right at the close of this program.
Here we are. Here, Margot, let me help you on.
All right. Thank you, Lamont.
This way, Margot.
Lamont Cranston, where on earth are you taking me?
We're on our way to the criminal court, Margot.
The criminal court? Oh, a murder trial.
This isn't a murder trial. Unless I'm badly mistaken, we're going to witness an assassination.
What?
An assassination. The assassination of the character and reputation of one of the most outstanding public men in America today.
Oh, you mean Senator Durham?
Yes.
Say, I've been reading about his trial in the papers. They've certainly unearthed plenty of evidence that he accepted that bribe.
Well, unless I've made a mistake in character analysis, that evidence is forged. Durham is more than a political figure, Margot. He's a statesman. He has an independent income. He's devoted his life to unselfish public service.
Oh, he's a very wealthy man.
Yes, Margot. Senator Durham has given away 10 times the amount of money he's accused of taking as a bribe.
Well, if that's true, Lamont, the whole thing doesn't make sense. Why should a man like that take a 15-year prison term for taking a bribe he didn't need?
That's the point that worries me.
Incidentally, didn't I see that the prosecution expect to spring a surprise bit of evidence today?
Exactly. That's why we're here. Come along, Margot. Court's already in session.
Order in the court. One more such outburst on the part of the spectators at this trial, and I shall order the courtroom cleared. Proceed, Mr. Defense Attorney.
Your Honor, I have stated the case for my client. I have shown that by his record, it would have been impossible for him to act as the prosecution claims he has acted. And I have yet to see any proof that Senator Durham has committed any crime. I will now call Senator Durham himself to the stand to deny these lies in person.
Senator Durham to the stand.
Here I am.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Proceed with the examination.
Senator, you have heard the prosecution's accusations that you did at some time during last December accept a bribe from the late Mario Rinaldi.
Yes.
What is your answer?
I never accepted a bribe from anyone. My answer is the whole thing is a pack of lies.
Order in the court.
Your witness.
Senator Durham, you deny that on the 16th of December last, you received a visit from the late Mario Rinaldi in your room at the Maximilian Hotel?
Why, no. He came to see me and
Confine yourself to specific answers. Gentlemen of the jury, the defense has made much of the senator's long and seemingly illustrious career of public service. They would have you believe that, like Caesar's wife, the defendant, Senator Durham, is above suspicion. They've paraded witnesses to the stand who've told you of his philanthropies, of his unselfish devotion to public service, of his blameless personal life in the past. That we do not contest, refute, nor deny. But unfortunately for Senator Durham, he is not being tried for his past. We, the prosecution, need but one more bit of evidence to complete our case. We have that evidence.
Order in the court.
I beg leave to show the jury a soundtrack motion picture of a meeting between the defendant and the late Mario Rinaldi, whose bribe of $50,000 paid to the defendant is the basis upon which this case was brought to trial.
Order in the court. Has this motion picture a direct bearing on this case, Mr. Prosecutor?
It has, Your Honor.
Has the counsel for the defense any objection to the introduction of this type of evidence without due notice?
Senator Durham has nothing whatever to fear from the introduction of any authentic motion picture record of any meeting of Mario Rinaldi and himself, even though the picture was made without the senator's knowledge.
Very well.
The projection equipment is in the courtroom. Will you order the shades drawn and the lights extinguished?
Court attendants will please draw the shades. Again, I caution the spectators against any outbursts of any kind. Furthermore, no one will be allowed to leave the court until the introduction of this evidence is complete. You may proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
With the court's permission, we will place the screen in full view of the jury.
Your Honor,
Counsel for the defense has a question.
for the sake of the record, will the prosecution state at whose request this motion picture was made?
It was made at the request of Anthony Vogel, an attorney of this city.
For what reason?
As a citizen interested in public welfare.
Ready to roll film, Mr. Prosecutor.
Very well. Now, if the attendant will turn out the light.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Order. Silence in the court.
The prosecution will submit affidavits to prove that this is an authentic film record of a meeting between Senator Durham and Mario Rinaldi on the evening of December 16th. You may turn on the machine.
Yes, sir.
Yes? Come in. Oh, hello, Rinaldi. I've been expecting you.
Look here, Senator Durham. Why haven't I got the contract award on that Buster Street building? The money's been appropriated. You said you'd use your influence if we fixed you up.
Of course, Rinaldi. I told you you'd get that contract. For consideration. But you didn't send me my present of $50,000 for swinging it your way, so naturally
Oh, so that's it. You want to be paid off first, huh?
Yes. And in cash. No checks.
Okay. You'll get your 50 grand. Get me that contract. I'll be back in an hour with your money.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
That's the end of the film, gentlemen.
It's a lie. A lie. I tell you, I never said that.
Order in the court. Your Honor, I object. My client never had such a conversation with Mario Rinaldi. That picture is a fake.
One moment. Attendants will please turn on the light.
Your Honor, allow me to remind the counsel for the defense that pictures do not lie.
Your Honor, we do not deny that the meeting between Senator Durham and Mario Rinaldi did take place in the manner shown in this film, but we deny that any such conversation took place.
Have you any proof of that?
There are only two people who could know what went on in that room. Senator Durham and Rinaldi. And Rinaldi is dead.
Do you deny the voice was the voice of the defendant?
My client admits that it sounds like his voice, but it cannot be, since he never asked or received a bribe from the late Mario Rinaldi for any reason or purpose whatever. Your Honor, I ask a recess of this trial in order that the defense may have an opportunity to study this film and soundtrack.
I object.
I do not see how the due process of law will be impaired by a 24-hour delay. Objection overruled. Court adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Lamont, after seeing that talking picture of Senator Durham meeting Rinaldi and practically demanding a bribe, how can anyone doubt his guilt?
Margot, the Greeks had a philosophy that ran something like this. Only believe half that which you see and nothing you hear.
Oh, but Lamont, that wasn't hearsay evidence. That was the senator speaking. That was his voice. Even he couldn't deny.
No man knows the sound of his own voice, Margot. Besides, Durham never spoke those words to Rinaldi.
But you saw him. You saw the motion picture.
Exactly. Because I did see him speak, I know he didn't say the things that were on the soundtrack of that film.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Have you ever watched the movement of a man's jaw muscles when he speaks certain words?
You mean you know what he really said?
No. No, his face was half averted from the camera. I couldn't see his lips. I don't know just what he did say, but I know he didn't utter the words we just heard.
Oh, but Lamont, it was still the senator's voice saying those other things, demanding that bribe. I'd swear to it.
Yes, and so will the jury, Margot. Unless something is done within the next 24 hours, one of the finest men in this country, an innocent man, Senator Durham, is going to be railroaded into prison for 15 years by his political enemies. I'm stopping here, Margot. I want you to wait in the car, please.
No. The lawyer's building? What are you going to do here, Lamont?
I'm going up to the 25th floor, Margot. The Shadow has an appointment with one of the most crooked lawyers in this city. Anthony Vogel, who was so interested in the public welfare that he went to the trouble of having a sound camera planted in Senator Durham's hotel suites the night of December 16th.
While we are waiting for the Shadow to return, I would like to ask all homeowners a question. Do you want to save money? Of course you do. And you begin real saving when you cut down on the cost of heating your home. Here's the easiest and surest way to do this. Decide now to cook and heat with blue coal. Here's why blue coal is more economical. It is prepared especially for use in the home. And blue coal is Pennsylvania anthracite, the fuel that furnaces, cooking ranges, and parlor stoves in this section of the country were especially designed to burn. It is mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company, the world's largest producer of specially prepared home fuel. And every carload of blue coal is laboratory tested for purity and size before shipment. And you can always be sure of getting this superior home fuel because it is tinted with an unmistakable blue color so that you can easily identify it at a glance. In Waverly, New York and vicinity, blue coal sales so far this winter are 27% ahead of sales for the same period a year ago. This increase in sales is because Waverly families have found out that blue coal does all I say it will do. So I urge all families throughout this region to try blue coal. Order a trial ton tomorrow. Ask for blue coal by name in any one of 4 sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, or peat. You will find the name of your nearest blue coal dealer listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Swell, Mr. Vogel. You certainly put it over. That sound picture sure turned the trick.
Yes, but I'm still worried, Travers.
Well, there ain't nothing to be worried about. Senator Durham's as good as on his way to the pen right now.
Well, I won't feel happy until he is.
When are you going to get me a wrestling bout, boss?
Wrestling bout?
Yeah, it's about time I was getting in the ring again. And, well, I could stand the extra dough.
Forget you're a wrestler, Travers. You'll make more money in this racket as my bodyguard. Any calls while I was down at court?
Yeah, Wilson phoned a couple of minutes ago.
Why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask me.
What did he want?
I wanted to talk to you. And what do you suppose he wants? Dough?
I've paid him all he's going to get. Say, maybe he's read in the afternoon papers what we're really using that soundtrack for. If he gets white-livered and talks...
Well, maybe we should fix him so he can't talk, huh, boss?
What do you mean?
Well, he could fall out of that 15-story apartment of his, accidental-like. He'd only have to fall once.
It might be a good plan.
Okay, you want me to go over there now and take care of it, boss?
No, there's no sense doing anything about him until we have to. But the first sign of anybody getting wise to what we're doing, then we'll arrange a neat little accident for friend Wilson. Well, now let's take a look at that Wesley murder case.
One case at a time, Mr. Vogel.
What was that?
Suppose we review the evidence of the case against Senator Durham.
What sort of devil's trick is this? Who are you?
I am the Shadow, Vogel.
But I can't see you.
Nevertheless, Vogel, I am here, in the shadows.
Gee, boss. Somebody's talking and nobody's here.
Shut up, Travers. I'll handle this. Oh. So you're the Shadow, eh? You come here to play your hypnotic tricks on me. What do you know about Senator Durham's business?
I know
Everything about it. I've been listening to your interesting conversation about this Mr. Wilson. He seems to play an important part in your case against Senator Durham.
Listen, Shadow, I've heard plenty about you. I don't want to fight you. How much do you want to keep out of this?
Always the fixer.
How much, Shadow?
There isn't enough money in the world to cover up what you're trying to do, Vogel. Who is this man? Wilson. What part did he play in this scheme of yours?
Oh, so you don't know. You're just trying to find out, are you, Shadow? Travis, lock the door.
Okay, boss. That's locked.
Melodrama won't help you, Vogel.
Boss, if I could only see this guy, I could...
Come on, Travis. We don't need to see him.
What do you mean?
Come over here. Give me your hand.
Well, okay, but it don't make much sense.
You'll see. All right. Stand up with me against this wall. Now, stretch out your arms. Can you touch the side wall on that side?
Yeah, I can touch it.
Good. I can touch it on my side. Now, walk slowly to the other end of the room and don't let your fingers leave the wall.
Oh, I get it. Then the shadow can't get past it, huh?
You're quick. Now, walk forward slowly. Slow, you fool.
Okay. Well, I don't feel nothing. We're almost to the end of the room, boss. Maybe he got away.
No, he couldn't go through the door. It's locked. The window is locked, too.
Hey, boss, I felt something.
Huh?
I got him. I got hold of him, boss. I can't see him, but I got him. I got the shadow around the throat. He's a man after all. Gee, Strong.
Good. Kill him, Travers.
Maybe he can. He's choking me.
Give me your gat, boss. I'll shoot him.
You don't need a gun. It'll make too much noise.
He's weakening, boss.
Kill him, Travers. Give him your famous stranglehold.
If he doesn't let go, he'll kill me.
Yes, Shadow. This is where you die. Finish him off, Travers. I've got to hurry and take care of Wilson before he gets a chance to talk.
I wonder who that can be. Oh, good evening, Mr. Vogel.
Hello, Wilson. I hear you were trying to get hold of me earlier this evening.
Yes, that's right. I want to talk to you. Won't you come in?
Are you alone?
Oh, yes.
Good.
Mr. Vogel, when you asked me to do some work for you, I didn't ask to know what you were going to do with it. I needed the money for my wife, Alice, and kids, and
You got paid, didn't you?
Yes, but... I mean... Well, all this stuff in the papers, Mr. Vogel, about the... Frankly, I don't like it.
Oh, you don't? Having a little attack of conscience, Wilson?
Well, doing the job is one thing, but sending a man away to prison on a false charge is something else. So I intended to tell you that...
Tell me what?
Well, to tell you that I refuse to let it go on any further.
Oh, you refuse?
Yes. After all, Mr. Vogel, if I tell what I know about... Well, what are you going to do about it?
Just this. Don't move, Wilson.
Put that gun down. Don't be a fool, Vogel.
I'm not the fool, Wilson. Now, turn your back to me. That's right.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to assist at a little accident. Now, walk to that window.
Wait. You can't do this to me. You can't.
Walk!
Okay.
Now, open the window. All right, Wilson. Climb up on the windowsill.
Just a moment, Mr. Vogel.
The shadow. I thought Travers took care of you.
You thought Travers took care of me, did you, Vogel? Well, I admit he's a good wrestler. But there was one little hold, Vogel, I learned in the Orient. But he didn't know. He had me beaten for a moment. It was my one chance to get you to lead me to Wilson.
You mean you followed me here?
Yes. Yes, I followed you here. It wasn't very difficult to get away from Mr. Travers. It seems
I arrived just in time for my proof.
In time? No. There, Shadow, there's your proof lying dead on the floor.
You're crazy, Vogel. You're a fool. You'll get the chair for this.
I'm not as crazy as you think. So I'm a fool, am I, Shadow? Now, you're the fool for coming here. You're the fool the police will find locked in this room with Wilson's dead body. They'll find you. I'll see that they do. And here's the gun you killed him with. Why don't you try the window, Shadow? It's only 15 stories to the floor.
Shadow.
Wilson, tell me, quick.
I'm done for.
Quick. Quick, Wilson, give me the proof. The proof, Wilson. The proof that you framed Senator Durham.
Proof.
Come on, Wilson, come on. Tell me, how did you frame Senator Durham?
Sure. No. My baby.
Wilson. Wilson!
Lamont, are you all right?
Unlock the door, Margot. Unlock the door. The key's on the outside.
Oh, Lamont, I heard a shot and saw Vogel running out, so I couldn't wait. What happened?
I hadn't been so stupid. Waited so long, but I wanted to find out their secret before I spoke. Now it's too late. Wilson is unconscious, I'm afraid. Dying. Vogel has outwitted me. After all.
That's it, Vogel. Shot me. You cold-bloodedly shot me. I'm burned for it.
Wilson, listen to me. Listen and think. Think. Tell me. How did you frame Senator Durham? Tell me that, Wilson. Tell me that, and I'll see that Vogel pays for doing this to you.
Senator Durham, now I remember. I'll show you. Help me into the next room. I'll show you.
I will help you. Easy now. Easy.
I'll get on the other side. Why, look. It's a recording studio.
Yeah, that's right. It's my hobby. I'm an actor, impersonator by profession.
An impersonator?
Yes. Help me in that chair by the turntable. I impersonate people. I've imitated Senator Durham's voice dozens of times. Quick. Hand me the microphone. Turn on the switch. There, I can't hold out much longer.
Here's the microphone.
Drop that needle on the wax record. Turn the switch. This is you, Wilson, speaking. I've just been shot by Anthony Vogel. He hired me to...
That the case against my client, Senator Durham, be dismissed.
On what grounds?
On the evidence contained on this record found in the apartment of the late Hugh Wilson, the radio and stage impersonator who was found shot in his apartment last night. I ask the court permission to play it at this time.
Permission granted.
You may start the record now.
Yes, sir. This is Hugh Wilson speaking. I've just been shot by Anthony Vogel. He hired me to impersonate the voice of Senator Durham. It's my voice on the soundtrack of the picture shown at Senator Durham's trial. I'll show how I did it. Listen. Of course, Rinaldi, I told you you'd get the contract for a consideration. But you didn't send me my present of $50,000 for swinging it your way. So naturally... That's how it was done. That's how I did it. Durham's innocent. You never heard those words.
Order in the court.
Boy, this is amazing, incredible.
Your Honor, there is one more voice on the record at the end. Listen.
The voice you have heard is that of Hugh Wilson, murdered by Anthony Vogel. He is the man who sought to frame Senator Durham. But Vogel failed. in the end, all crime must fail. And all criminals pay the penalty of death.
Order in the court.
Whose voice was that? That, Your Honor, is the voice of the man to whom Senator Durham owes his vindication. The voice of the shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the shadow leaves you, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, friends. Just now, I'd like to offer you a friendly suggestion. To lose no time in sending for your free copy of my book, How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. This little book is attractively illustrated, and each of its 24 pages holds valuable heating information that is of interest to every homeowner. Problems such as the importance of clean furnaces, putting coal on the fire, how to bank a fire, and how to light a fire are dealt with in the fullest detail. For example, on page 16, you will find steps to follow in getting the best results from your furnace in the morning, during the day, and at night. And friends, these are only a few of the 36 topics covered in my book. There is no charge for this book. It will be sent to your home absolutely free and postpaid. It is a part of Blue Coal's famous free service. So I earnestly recommend that you send a postcard tonight for your free copy of How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. Addressed Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or to Blue Coal in care of the station to which you are listening. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. Friends, these books are going like wildfire. So write for your copy tonight. Address a postcard in a clear, legible hand to Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or to Blue Coal in care of the station to which you are listening. Write now for your copy of How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Introducing the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The shadow who aids the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learnt a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today we present the shadow in one of his most remarkable adventures, a murder mystery of science and crime, The Phantom Voice.
Here we are, Margot. Let me take your arm.
Thank you, Lamont.
This way, Margot.
Lamont Cranston, where on earth are you taking me?
We're on our way to the Supreme Court, Margot.
The Supreme Court? Oh, a murder trial.
This isn't a murder trial. Unless I'm badly mistaken, we're going to witness an assassination.
What?
An assassination. An assassination of the character and reputation of one of the most outstanding public men in this country today.
Oh, you mean Robert Durham?
Yes.
I've been reading about his trial in the papers. They've certainly unearthed plenty of evidence that he accepted that bribe from Stephen Reynolds.
Yes, Margot. But unless I've made a mistake in character analysis, that evidence is forged. Durham is more than a political figure, Margot. He's a statesman. He's devoted his life to unselfish public service.
He's a very wealthy man.
Yes, Margot. Robert Durham has given away 10 times the amount of money he's accused of taking as a bribe.
Well, if that's true, Lamont, the whole thing doesn't make sense. Why should a man like that risk a 15-year prison term for taking a bribe he doesn't need?
That's the point that worries me.
Incidentally, didn't I see that the Crown prosecutor expects to spring a surprise bit of evidence today?
Exactly, and that's why we're here. Come along, Margot. The court's already in session.
Silence! Silence! One more such outburst on the part of the spectators of this trial, and I shall order the courtroom cleared. The learned counsel for the defense will now proceed with the case.
Your Honor, I have stated the case for my client. I have indicated that by his record, it would have been impossible for him to act as the Crown claims he has acted. I have yet to see any proof that Robert Durham committed any crime. I will now call Durham to the witness box to deny these lies in person.
Senator Robert Durham.
Durham, take your place in the witness box, please.
Silence! Silence!
Take this Bible in your right hand. Face His Honor. The evidence you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Repeat after me, so help me God. So help me God.
Robert Durham, you have heard the Crown's allegations that you did at some time during last December accept a bribe from the late Stephen Reynolds, whose death revealed a vicious and fraudulent traffic in government control.
Yes.
What is your answer?
I've never accepted a bribe from anyone. My answer is that the whole thing's a pack of lies.
Silence! Silence! That is all I have to ask the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Crown Prosecutor.
Robert Durham, do you deny that on the 16th of December last, you received a visit from the late Stephen Reynolds in your room at the Maximilian Hotel?
I know. He came to see me.
Just answer yes or no. I'll ask you if I want you to enlarge on a question.
Yes.
Your Honor, for the information of the court, I'd like to point out that the defense has made much of the defendant's long and seemingly illustrious career of public service. They would have you believe that, like Caesar's wife, the defendant, Robert Durham, is above suspicion. They paraded witnesses to the stand who have told you of his philanthropy, of his unselfish devotion to public service, of his blameless personal life in the past. That we do not contest, refute, or deny. But unfortunately for Robert Durham, he is not being tried for his past. Your Honor, the Crown needs but one more piece of evidence to complete its case, and we have that evidence.
Silence! Silence!
I I beg leave to show the jury a soundtrack motion picture of a meeting between the defendant and the late Stephen Reynolds, whose bribe of £10,000 paid to the defendant is the basis upon which this case is brought to trial.
Silence! Silence! Has this motion picture direct bearing on this case, Mr. Crown Prosecutor?
It has, Your Honor.
Has the counsel for the defense any objection to the introduction of this type of evidence without due notice?
My client has nothing whatsoever to fear from the introduction of any authentic motion picture record of any meeting with Stephen Reynolds and himself, even though the picture was made without his knowledge.
Very well. The projection equipment is in the courtroom. With Your Honor's permission, will you order the shades drawn and the lights extinguished?
The court constable will please draw the shades. Again, I caution spectators against any outbursts of any kind. Furthermore, none will be allowed to leave the court until the introduction of this evidence is complete. You may proceed, Mr. Crown Prosecutor.
With the court's permission, we will place this screen in full view of the jury.
Your Honor.
Counsel for the defense has a question.
For the sake of the records, will the Crown state at whose request this motion picture was made?
It was made at the request of Anthony Vogel, a solicitor in this city.
For what reason?
As a citizen interested in public welfare.
Ready to run the film, Mr. Crown Prosecutor.
Very well. Now, if the constable will turn out the lights.
Certainly, sir.
Silence! Silence! The Crown will submit affidavits to prove that this is an authentic film record of a meeting between Durham and Stephen Reynolds on the evening of December the 16th. You may turn on the machine.
Yes, sir.
Yes, come in. Oh, hello, Reynolds. I've been expecting you.
Now, look here, Durham. Why haven't I got the building contract for that new government housing project? The money's been appropriated. You said you'd use your influence to swing the deal after we fixed you up.
Of course, Reynolds. I told you you'd get that contract for a consideration. But you can send me my gift of £20,000 for working it for you, so naturally...
Oh, so that's it. You want to be paid off first, then?
Yes, and in cash. No checks.
All right. You'll get your 20,000. Get me that contract. I'll be back in an hour with the money.
Silence! Silence! That is the end of the film.
It's a lie. A lie, I tell you. I never said that. Silence! Silence! Your Honor, I object. My client never had such a conversation with Stephen Reynolds. That picture is a fake.
One moment. The court constable will please turn on the light.
Your Honor, allow me to remind the counsel for the defense that pictures don't lie.
Your Honor, we don't deny that the meeting between my client and Stephen Reynolds did take place in the manner shown in this film, but we deny that any such conversation took place.
Have you any proof of that?
There are only two people who could know what went on in that room. Robert Durham and Stephen Reynolds.
Do you deny the voice was the voice of the defendant?
My client admits that it sounds like his voice, but it cannot be, since he never asked nor received a bribe from the late Stephen Reynolds for any reason or purpose whatever. Your Honor, I ask a short adjournment of this trial in order that the defense may have an opportunity to study this film and soundtrack.
I object.
I do not see how the due process of law will be impaired by a 24-hour delay. Question dismissed. The court stands adjourned.
Lamont, after seeing that talking picture of Robert Durham meeting Reynolds and practically demanding a bribe, how can anyone doubt his guilt?
Margot, the Greeks had a philosophy that ran something like this. Only believe half of that which you see and nothing you hear.
Oh, but Lamont, that wasn't hearsay evidence. That was Durham speaking. That was his voice. Even he can't deny it.
No man knows the sound of his own voice, Margot. Besides, Durham never spoke those words to Reynolds.
But you saw him. You saw the motion picture.
Exactly. But because I did see him speak in the film, I know that he did not say the things that were on the soundtrack.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Have you ever watched the movement of a man's jaws muscles? The way he speaks certain words?
You mean you know what he really said?
No, his face was half averted from the camera. I couldn't see his lips. I don't know just what he did say, But I know that he didn't utter the words we just heard.
Oh, but it was still Robert Durham's voice saying those other things, demanding that bribe. I'd swear to it.
Yes, and so will the jury, Margot. Unless something is done within the next 24 hours, one of the finest men in the country, an innocent man, Robert Durham, is going to be sent to prison for 15 years by his political enemies. I'm stopping here, Margot. I want you to wait in the car, please.
Constitution House? The lawyer's building. What on earth are you going to do here, Lamont?
I'm going up to the 7th floor. The Shadow has an appointment with one of the most crooked lawyers in the city. Anthony Vogel, who was so interested in the public welfare that he went to the trouble of having a sound camera planted in Durham's hotel suite the night of December the 16th.
A man's reputation at stake. But the Shadow is not going to stand idly by and watch an innocent man be sent to prison. It's a tough fight he's buying into, but the Shadow's about to give blind justice a helping hand. Stay tuned in for further developments in a few moments.
Everything's Jake, Mr. Vogel. You certainly put it over. Pulling that sound picture out of the hat certainly did the trick.
Yes, but I'm still worried, Travers.
Ah, there's nothing to be worried about. Robert Durham's as good as on his way to Long Bay right now.
Well, I won't feel happy until he is.
Yeah. Well, getting on to something personal, boss. When are you going to get me a wrestling bout?
Wrestling bout?
Yeah, it's about time I got in the ring again. And, well, I could do with the extra sugar.
Forget you're a wrestler, Travers. You'll make more money as my bodyguard. Any calls for me when I was down the court?
Oh, yeah. Wilson phoned a couple of minutes ago.
Now, why didn't you say so?
Well, you didn't ask me.
What did he want?
He wanted to talk to you. Hey, what do you suppose he wanted? More money?
I've paid him all he's going to get. Hold on a minute. Perhaps he's read in the afternoon papers that we're really using the soundtrack 4. If he gets chicken-livered and talks...
Ah, perhaps we should fix him so he can't talk, eh, boss?
What do you mean?
Well, he's got a 7th-story flat at the Cross. Perhaps he could fall out of one of the windows accidentally, like. He'd only have to fall once.
It might be a good plan if he gets too nosy.
All right. You want me to go over there now and take care of it, boss?
No. No, there's no sense doing anything about him until we have to. At the first sign of anybody catching on to what we're doing, then we'll arrange a neat little accident for Mr. Wilson. And now let's take a look at that Wesley murder case.
One case at a time, Mr. Vogel.
What was that?
Suppose we review the evidence of the case against Robert Durham.
What sort of devil's trick is this? Where are you?
I am the Shadow, Mr. Vogel.
I can't see you.
Nevertheless, Vogel, I'm here in the shadows.
Cripes, boss. Somebody's talking and nobody's here.
Shut up, Travers. I'll handle this. So it's the Shadow. You've come here to play your hypnotic tricks on me. What do you know about the Durham business?
I know everything about it. I've been listening to your interesting conversation about this, Mr. Wilson. He seems to play an important part in your case against Durham.
Look here, Shadow. I've heard a lot about you. I don't want to fight you. How much do you want to keep out of this?
You want me to accept money?
How much, Shadow?
There isn't enough money in the world to hide what you're trying to do, Vogel. Who is this man Wilson? What part did he play in this scheme of yours?
Oh, so you don't know. You're just trying to find out, are you, Shadow? Travers, lock the door.
All right, boss. It's locked.
Melodrama won't help you, Vogel.
Cripes, boss, if I could only see this mug.
Come on, Travers. You don't need to see him.
What do you mean?
Give me your hand.
Well, all right, but it don't make much sense.
You'll see. All right. Now stand up with me against this wall. Now stretch out your arms. Can you touch the side wall at that side?
Yes, I can touch it.
Good. I can touch it on my side. Now walk slowly to the other end of the room and don't let your fingers move from the wall.
Oh, I catch on. Then the Shadow can't get past us.
You're quick. Now walk forward slowly. Slow, you fool.
All right. Well, I don't feel anything. We're almost to the end of the room, boss. Happy goes away.
No, he couldn't get through the door. It's locked. The window's locked, too.
Boss, I feel something. I got him, boss. I can't see him, but I've got him. I can't see him, but I've got him. I've got the Shadow around the tip. He's a man after all. Gee, he's strong.
Kill him, Travers, kill him.
Perhaps he can. He's choking me. Give me a gun, boss.
You don't need a gun. It'll make too much noise.
He's weakening, boss.
Kill him, Travers. Put that stranglehold of yours on him.
If he doesn't let up,
He will kill me. Yes, yes, Shadow, this is where you die. Give him some more, Travers. I've got to hurry and take care of Wilson before he gets a chance to talk.
I wonder who that can be. Oh. Good evening, Mr. Vogel.
Hello, Wilson. I heard you were trying to get hold of me earlier this evening.
Yes, that's right. I want to talk to you. Won't you come in?
Are you alone?
Oh, yes.
Good.
Well, Mr. Vogel, when you asked me to do some work for you, I didn't ask to know what you were going to do with it. I needed that money. Got myself into debt. Needed it for my wife, Alice, and the kids.
Very touching. You got paid, didn't you?
Yes, I mean, well, all this stuff in the papers, Mr. Vogel, about... Frankly, I don't like it.
Oh, you've been having a little attack of conscience, Wilson.
Well, doing a job is one thing, but sending a man to prison on a false charge is something else. So I intended to tell you...
Tell me what?
Well, that I refuse to let it go any further.
Oh, you refuse?
Yes. After all, Mr. Vogel, if I told what I know about... Well, what are you going to do about it?
Just this. Don't move, Wilson.
But come down. Don't be a fool, Vogel.
I'm not a fool, Wilson. Now turn your back to me. That's right.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to assist at a little accident. Now walk to that window.
No, wait, you can't do this to me. You can't...
Walk.
All right.
Now, open the window, Wilson. Climb up on the windowsill.
Just a moment, Mr. Vogel.
Shadow. I thought Travers took care of you.
You thought Travers took care of me, did you, Vogel? Well, I admit he's a good wrestler. But there was one little hole, Vogel, I learnt in the Orient that he didn't know. He had me beaten for a moment. But that was my one chance to get you to lead me to Wilson.
You mean you followed me here?
Yes, I followed you here. It wasn't very difficult to get away from Mr. Travers. It seems I arrived just in time for my proof.
In time? No! There's Shadow. There's your proof lying dead on the floor.
You crazy fool, Vogel. You'll go to the gallows for this.
I'm not as crazy as you think. Yes, I'm a fool. You're the fool. You're the fool for coming here. The police will find you locked in this room with Wilson's dead body. They'll find you. I'll see that they do. And here's the gun you killed him with. Why don't you try the window? It's only 7 stories to the ground.
Shadow.
Wilson, quick, tell me.
I finished.
Quick, give me the proof. The proof, Wilson. The proof that you framed Robert Durham.
Robert Durham? Robert Durham.
Come on, Wilson, come on. Tell me how you framed Robert Durham.
Alice. My baby. Alice.
Wilson.
Come on. You all right?
Unlock the door, Margot. The key's on the outside.
Oh, Lamont. I heard the shots and I saw Vogel running out, so I couldn't wait. What's happened?
If I hadn't been so stupid, waited too long. I wanted to find out their secret before I spoke. Now it's too late. Wilson is unconscious, I'm afraid. Dying. Vogel has outwitted me after all.
Vogel. That's it. Vogel. Shot me in cold blood. He shot me.
Wilson, listen to me. Listen to me and think. Tell me, how did you frame Robert Durham? Tell me that, Wilson. Tell me and I'll see that Vogel pays for doing this to you.
Robert Durham. How I remember. I'll show you. Help me into the next room. I'll show you.
I'll help you. Easy now, easy.
I'll get on the other side of him. There. What? And look, it's a recording studio.
That's right. It's my hobby. I'm an actor and impersonator. It's my profession.
An impersonator?
Yes. Help me to that chair by the turntable. I impersonate people. I've imitated Robert Durham's voice dozens of times. Hand me the microphone. Turn on the switch. There. I can't hold out much longer.
Here's the microphone.
Drop that needle on the wax record. And then the switch. This is Hugh Wilson speaking. I've just been shot by Anthony Vogel.
Silence! Your Honor, I move that the case against my client Robert Durham be dismissed.
On what grounds?
On the evidence contained in this record found in the flat of the late Hugh Wilson, the radio stage impersonator who was found shot last night. With the court's permission, I will now play it.
Permission granted.
You may stop the record now.
Yes, sir.
I've just been shot by Anthony Vogel. He hired me to impersonate the voice of Robert Durham. It's my voice on the soundtrack of the picture shown at Durham's trial. I'll show you how I did it. Listen.
Of course, Reynolds. I told you you'd get the contract for a consideration. But you didn't send me my gift of £20,000 for working it for you. So, naturally, that's how it was done. Yes, that's how I did it. Durham's innocent. He never uttered those words. I did it for him.
Silence!
Well, this is amazing. Incredible.
Your Honor, there is one more voice on the record at the end. Listen.
The voice you have heard is that of Hugh Wilson, murdered by Anthony Vogel, the man who sought to frame Robert Durham. But Vogel failed. Just as in the end all crime must fail, and all criminals pay the penalty of death.
Silence!
Whose voice was that?
That, Your Honor, is the voice of the man to whom Robert Durham owes his vindication. The voice of the Shadow.
So concludes today's adventure of the Shadow, the Phantom Voice. Next week at the same time from this station you will hear I Must Never Sleep Again, a psychological mystery drama featuring the Shadow.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
This program is produced by Rich Johnston for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
9 o'clock on the morning of the third day in the City of the Dead. the most harrowing night in the lives of Phyllis Carroll and Jimmy Parker is past. During this night of terror, the following incidents have taken place. Captain Friday has disappeared. Jimmy Parker is convinced that it was Mayor Friday whom he and the captain saw digging in Ernie Morton's grave just before Captain Friday disappeared. One of the black pearls belonging to the collection of Theodore Beverly, Phyllis's grandfather, was found under her pillow. It was placed in the mayor's care, and within half an hour was taken from him by some mysterious person. Then, in conclusion, the inmates of the mayor's cottage, including Jimmy, Phyllis, old Dr. Tooner, and the mayor, watching the dawn break from one of the windows, saw old Clawfoot captured and carried off by someone unrecognizable in the dim light. But the night is behind them. The warm morning sun has become a tonic to the shattered nerves of the group and has done much to dispel the terror of the night hours. Phyllis alone is still abed with her wounded shoulder.
Jimmy.
Well, hello there, sleepyhead. Good morning.
Jimmy.
Lie down, Philly. You hurt your shoulder.
Oh.
See? I told you. Now you lie still.
I forgot. Jimmy, is everything all right?
Right as rain.
But old Clawfoot was kidnapped.
All the better. We don't have to worry about him anymore.
I just remember you saying that, and then I guess I went back to sleep. What happened after that?
Not a thing. Dr. Tooner and Mayor Friday went out, but they couldn't find a trace of anything. Clawfoot and whoever captured him had vanished.
How long have I been asleep, Jimmy?
4 hours. It's just past 9 now.
I feel an awful lot better now.
Hungry?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gee, Phil, it's good to hear you laugh again. It seems ages since we've had anything to laugh at.
Well, things are going to be all right now, aren't they, Jimmy?
I don't know, Phil. I hope so.
What's the matter? Has something else happened?
No, thank heavens, no. But everything is just as mixed up as it was last night. Just doesn't seem so bad in the daylight.
Oh.
And Phil...
What is it, Jimmy?
I hate to tell you. I suppose I ought to.
Oh, of course you should. Everything.
Well, the mayor called up the police station in the city this morning.
Jimmy.
I tried him to try to get him not to do it, and so did Dr. Tooner.
Well, does that mean we've got to go to jail?
I don't know. I didn't hear what he said on the phone, but, well, you know how he feels toward me.
Well, don't you worry about it. I know you haven't done anything. They can't lock you up. They can't.
I know. They can make it awfully hot for us, Phyllis. We did dig in Ernie Morton's grave, and the next morning Bert Arnold's body was found buried there. How can we possibly prove that we didn't murder Bert?
Where are Dr. Tooner and the mayor now?
Well, the mayor's gone down into the city of the dead. Dr. Tooner was out in the kitchen just a minute ago. I suppose he stepped outside.
Anyway, Jimmy, if the police do come, we won't have to spend another night in this terrible place.
We wouldn't anyway. Oh, I hate Mayor Friday. He's been antagonistic toward us ever since we first came here asking for help.
He's got an awful guilty conscience or something. Do you suppose he's been looking for the pearls himself? That would explain why he'd be jealous of us.
Dr. Tooner must be in on it, too, then.
Oh, no, I'm sure he's not. He's so friendly and gentle. I don't think he knows anything about what the mayor's been up to.
How could he help it? Hasn't he been coming down to the city of the dead for the last 20 years? To visit his old patients buried here, he says.
Yeah, and I reckon that's the truth, too, son.
Hey.
Dr. Tooner.
How long have you been standing there listening?
No, Parker. Ain't no use to get all worked up on a nice sunshiny morning like this.
Well, just the same, you had no business eavesdropping.
Parker, I reckon you've got a lot to learn. It ain't always the best policy to jump at conclusions. You're young yet. Someday you'll find out diplomacy is a mighty fine trait to cultivate.
Well, facts are facts.
Yeah, I reckon they are, my boy. Just the same, I venture to say that 3/4 of your trouble here has been of your own making.
What do you mean?
I mean, you should have done your best to make the mayor like you instead of irritating and badgering him. You ain't had any considerations from his feelings right along, so why should he bother to think anything but the worst about you?
But I've never accused Mayor Friday of anything that wasn't perfectly apparent on the surface.
No, of course you haven't. Neither has he suspected you of anything that didn't look almighty queer.
Yeah, but I told the truth.
Yeah, I reckon you did. That ain't the point. You've made the mayor dislike you all along. Now, when there comes a time when you want him to trust and believe in you, he naturally turns against you.
What time will the police be here?
Oh, I don't reckon there'll be anyone down before afternoon.
Is he going to turn Phyllis and me over to him?
Yeah, the mayor don't do much talking, not even to me.
But you don't think we've done anything wrong, do you, Dr. Tooner?
Well, I calculate I'd rather not say what I believe, Miss Carroll. But say now, I've been standing here lecturing you two when I come in to see about breakfast. Hot cake batter's all mixed up and the skillet's piping hot.
Hot cakes. Are they the sour milk kind?
I reckon sour milk hot cakes are the only real hot cake there is.
Oh, I adore them. Oh, come on, Jimmy. You are hungry, aren't you?
No, I suppose so.
Miss Carroll, you're lucky to have a young fellow like Jimmy Parker. He sat by your bed all the time you were asleep. He just wouldn't move from your side.
Oh, Jimmy, you shouldn't have done that. Haven't you had any sleep all night?
No, forget it, Phil. I feel fine.
Yeah, I'll go out and put on a batch of hot cakes. Oh, by the way, Miss Carroll, do you like your eggs straight up or over easy?
Over easy. Oh, isn't he a dear?
Mine straight up, Doctor.
One straight up, one over easy. I got some mighty fine home-cured bacon for you, too.
Jimmy, it was awfully nice of you to sit beside me while I slept. I think that was why my dreams were so sweet.
Oh, Phil, dear, you were so lovely sleeping. All the time I sat here beside you, you were smiling in your sleep. I wondered what you were dreaming about.
Don't you wish you knew?
Phil, dear, was it...
Listen, Jimmy Parker, you go get me a pan of warm water and a comb and a mirror. You're a fine nurse. I'll bet you'd have let me eat breakfast without even powdering my nose.
Yeah, I guess I would. But, Phil...
Hurry, Jimmy, or Dr. Tuner will be in here with the hotcakes before I'm ready.
They're browning nicely. I got a good dew on them this morning.
Oh, here comes the mayor, Dr. Tuner. I caught a glimpse of him through the window.
Well, I'll put a couple of more eggs in the pan then.
Good morning, Mayor Friday.
Yeah. Good morning, Miss Carroll. How do you feel?
Oh, much better, thank you. Mayor Friday, are you going to turn Jimmy and me over to the police?
Oh, now, Miss Carroll.
But we only parked Jimmy's car near the City of the Dead. I think if you understood about us...
Miss Carroll, I think you and I ought to have a good, long talk together.
Why, what about?
Shh. Here comes young Parker. We'll talk about it after breakfast, huh?
Here you are, Phil. Oh, Mayor Friday.
Yes, it's me.
Here, Phil's a basin of water, soap, wash rag.
Thank you, Jimmy. Now, if you'll get me a comb and a hand mirror...
Sure thing. Comb and a mirror. All right. Here you are.
Thanks. And now if you two men will go out in the kitchen with Dr. Tuner so a girl can have a little privacy...
Sure, okay. Come on, Mayor Friday.
We'll get together after breakfast, miss.
Yeah, pretty good cook, if I do say so myself.
Smells good.
Yeah, there's a stack of cakes about ready. Oh, hello, Mayor. Ready to eat?
You ready as soon as I wash up?
I put the table in beside Miss Carroll's bed so we could be sort of sociable.
Hey, Doc Tuner, why don't you let me fry the hotcakes? I can jump up from the table and trot out here to the kitchen easier than you.
No, I reckon I'm the hot cake expert.
Say, Doctor, do you feel a difference this morning? I can't explain it. I feel as though a great weight had been lifted.
Well, I reckon I know what you mean, Parker. I feel chipper this morning myself.
It's as though we had passed through a nightmare and now the danger's over. You don't suppose it's because old Clawfoot isn't hanging around any longer, do you?
Well, I don't know as I can say that...
Oh, Jimmy! Jimmy!
Oh, coming, Phil. Well, didn't take you very long.
It was hard to get the powder on straight when I had to hold the mirror propped up against my knees.
Hi, Doctor. Phil's ready. Bring on the bacon and eggs.
And oodles of hot cake.
Breakfast coming up. Everyone sit down. Miss Carroll gets her plate in her lap.
Right side up, though, please.
I'll sit here by the bed so I can hand things to Phil.
No hot cakes for me, Doc. I think too much of my insides.
Why, Mayor, they're lovely. Really, they are, Dr. Tuner. Now, don't you feel bad.
Oh, Mayor can't hurt my feelings that way, Miss Carroll. I ain't been able to make him eat a hot cake in all the 20 years I've known him. He simply ain't got the taste for them.
Oh, they're great, Doctor.
I was up to Lammy Fink's cabin this morning. That is, what's left of it since it burned down.
Lammy Fink?
Mayor Friday, just who was Lammy Fink?
An old feller I had working for me in the City of the Dead. Kind of addlepated, but he was a good worker. Loved flowers.
Well, what about it, Mayor? Why did you go to his cabin?
Made the trip for nothing. Everything fell into the cellar when the building burned. Couldn't get to the bottom with all those burned timber, cook stove, and other junk that crashed down into the basement.
Couldn't tell how many bodies really was in the place then, huh?
No.
Oh, listen.
The church bell. Well, that's the first time I've heard it ring in the daytime.
Very strange. Mighty strange.
Heard it a couple of times already this morning.
Now, look here. If it keeps up, we should be able to trace it in the daylight.
Been thinking about that.
Yeah, I think we should go right after breakfast. Don't you, Mayor?
One of us ought to.
Both of you go along. I'll stay with Phyllis.
No.
But look here, Mayor. Surely you don't think I'd run away and leave Phyllis. You know as well as I do that with that knife wound in her shoulder, I couldn't possibly move her.
Gonna keep you under my eye until the police get here.
Oh.
Well, then suppose you take Parker with you, Mayor, and I'll stay with Miss Carroll.
No.
Well, Mayor, I'll go look for the bell alone if you say so, but I'll tell you flat, I ain't hankering for it even by daylight. You know how the fog comes up in the middle of the day. Might as well be night when that miserable stuff settles down in the city of the dead.
I ain't asking you to go alone. You'll take Parker with you.
But look here, Mayor. I promised Phyllis I wouldn't leave her again, and I'm not going to.
Jimmy, maybe you'd better do what the mayor says.
You want me to go and leave you here with this... with Mayor Friday?
Oh, no. Well, that is... Oh, please, Mayor Friday. Does Jimmy have to go?
Yes.
Well, I won't.
Oh, now, Parker, what was I telling you this morning? I reckon you better come along with me.
Dr. Tuner, you don't want me to leave Phyllis with this man.
Why not? I ain't gonna eat her.
Well, if I should leave Phil and if anything should happen, I'd never forgive myself.
Well, I reckon the mayor's just as capable of looking out for Miss Carroll as you or me.
Yeah, but look here, if I can't stay with Phyllis, why don't you stay here, Dr. Tuner, and let Mayor Friday take me to look for the Phantom Bell?
No, you're gonna do what I say.
Well, I guess it'll be all right, Jimmy. You go along with Dr. Tuner.
Something's wrong. Why do you want to separate Phyllis and me?
Oh, now, Parker, nothing's wrong.
Look here, young fella. I'm going to tell you something for your own good. The quicker you learn not to suspect the people around you, the better you'll get on in this world.
You're keeping something from us.
No matter what you think, Parker, you're going out with Doc Tuner, and that's final.
Supposing I refuse to go?
You haven't got a chance of refusing. You're going with Doc Tuner even if he has to walk behind you with a gun.
Oh, please, Jimmy. I'll be all right. Honest, I will.
I don't like it.
Well, I reckon you're Hello, what in Tunket made that shadow? Where's the sun?
Gone behind a cloud, I suppose.
No, 'tain't. It's a fog coming in.
What, already?
Saw it coming from way off when I was up at Lammy Fink's cabin.
Yeah, looks as though we're going to hunt that church bell in the fog.
Shouldn't have no trouble if it keeps her ringing the way it has been.
Oh, dear. And I was feeling so much better.
More hotcakes, Parker?
No, no more. What about you, Phil?
No, thank you.
Mighty skinny appetite. Well, if everybody's finished, let's just carry the table back into the kitchen. Grab a hold there, Mayor.
Yeah.
As soon as we get the dishes stacked, Parker and I'll go on down to the old church.
Look here, Phyllis. If you're afraid to stay here alone with Mayor Friday, you just say the word and I won't go. That gun business is all hooey. Dr. Tuner wouldn't shoot anybody.
No, Jimmy. You go ahead. It'll be all right. Really, it will. Only... Well, I wish this fog wasn't settling down on us again. It makes me cold inside just to think of it.
Listen, Phil. I found this knife out in the kitchen.
Jimmy!
It's the one you were stabbed with.
Oh, take it away.
No, Phil. Take it under the cover with you.
Oh, no. I don't want it.
Don't let Doc or the mayor hear. Please take it. Hide it under the covers. I'll feel a lot better if I know you've got something to protect yourself with.
I hate the sight of it. It's a terrible weapon.
You'd be glad enough to have it if you were fighting for your life.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Nothing really, Phil. Only, well, here, take it.
All right, but... Why, what an ugly handle.
Quick, put it under the covers and don't tell anyone.
Oh, I hate it.
There. Now, if anyone gets funny, you can carve your initials on him.
Why is old Mayor Friday so intent on having Phyllis to himself? What is it that Jimmy fears for her? And beyond all else, what will Jimmy and Dr. Tuner find in taking up the trail of the Phantom Church Bell? And the missing Captain Friday? But more of all that in just a moment.
That ugly knife gives me the shivers. I won't rest a bit while it's under the covers with me.
Use it if it's necessary. Here's something else.
What is it?
A whistle.
Where did you get that?
It's a police whistle Captain Friday left here. Take it.
Why, what for?
To use if you're in danger.
Do you think something's going to happen to me?
Not if I can help it.
But with this knife and the whistle...
I don't want to frighten you, Phyllis. Honest, I don't know of a single thing that might happen. But, well, you know what a time we've had so far.
Yes, I know.
When you take this whistle, if you get suspicious that things aren't going right, or you become frightened, you just blow this police whistle as hard as you can. You'll be surprised how far it'll carry.
Do you think you could hear it anywhere in the city of the dead?
I think so. Anyway, we won't be out of range of it very long.
That does make me feel safer. To know that I can call you.
Shh, watch it.
Now, Parker, get your hat and let's get started before the fog settles too thick among the tombstones.
All right. I'll be right with you.
Now then, Miss Carroll, don't you worry. You aren't in any danger, and nothing's going to happen while we're away. You just see if you can't get a lot of sleep today. If everything goes as it should, you'll be up and walking around another day or two.
You're sure I'll be all right, Dr. Tuner?
Of course you will.
Well, don't be gone too long, will you?
Oh, I don't reckon we'll be out any longer than we can help. Mayor, you're going to take good care of Miss Carroll now, ain't you?
I reckon me and Miss Carroll are going to get on right smart, ain't we, miss?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Me and her got a lot of things to talk about.
Well, don't get so interested talking you forget about your job as nurse, Mayor.
Well, I'm ready, Dr. Tuner.
All right, Parker.
Goodbye, Phil. Remember, don't take any chances, will you?
No, Jimmy. I promise.
Come along, Parker. Come along.
Look there, Dr. Tuner. There's Ernie Morton's grave just ahead. Let's look at it a minute.
It's getting pretty foggy, Parker. We ought to keep moving.
It won't take but a minute. Look here, Doctor. See, this is where Captain Friday and I were lying just before he sneaked over to the grave. You can still see the impression of my body in the grass.
Looks so, all right, son.
Of course it's so.
If that bell keeps ringing like this, we shouldn't have any trouble following it.
Look here at the grave, Doc.
Oh, come along, boy. Come along.
But I want to prove to you that the grave was opened last night.
Yeah, how'll you do that, Parker?
Here. Look at this piece of sod turned upside down.
Yeah, what's that prove?
Look. The grass is still fresh and green when I turn it over. If that sod had been lying bottom side up since Captain Friday opened the grave 3 nights ago, the grass would have wilted, wouldn't it?
I reckon you're right, son.
Of course the grave was opened last night. You know what I think?
Well, come along. You can talk as we're moving along.
I think that it was Mayor Friday himself digging in that grave.
Well, that ain't nothing new. You've been intimating that that's what you thought right along.
Well, I never came right out and said it before.
Yeah, there's the old church looming up down there through the fog.
We must be getting near the bell. Doesn't sound much closer, though. What sort of woods are those behind the church?
Oh, hardwood, mostly. Oak and beech, I reckon. Shall we go on down to the church and make that our starting point?
All right,
Hey, what do you keep cocking your ears back toward the house for, Parker? You can't hear anything down here.
Don't know. Thought I might.
That's a queer thing to say. What do you expect to hear this far off?
Oh, never mind. Well, where are we going to look for this bell?
Well, I reckon the best thing we can do is sneak down there alongside of the church and just sit and wait till we hear it. That'll give us a clue to work from.
Yeah, but we might sit all day.
Hey, there you are now. Listen. Gosh, can't tell anything about it, can you? Don't seem to come from any direction at all.
That's a fact. Listen. Seems to be coming from the church, don't you think?
Well, it ain't possible. The mayor and I gave the place a good going over, and so did Captain Friday. The bell ain't in the ruins.
Listen.
Stopped again. Look, Parker, I've sort of had an idea that bell might be out there in the woods in back of the church. What do you think?
Well, maybe. Sounded in the church to me.
Well, now, just supposing it was hanging out on a limb of a tree in the woods and was swinging free. The wind could blow it or rock the tree, and it'd ring soft-like off and on, just like it has been.
But what would a bell be doing up in a tree?
Ain't any explaining a good many things down here in the city of the dead these days.
Why these long waits between the ringing? Sometimes it's been hours.
Well, perhaps there hasn't been enough wind to ring it.
Well, there's as much breeze now as there was a moment ago when the bell was ringing, and that isn't any.
Well, there she goes again. Now, listen careful and try to place the direction the sound's coming from.
Just the same as before. I'd say the church.
Does sound so. But it can't be, I tell you. Still, if it was out in the open, we ought to be able to walk right straight toward where it's ringing.
Well, are we going to stand here all day, or are we going to scout around and see what we can find?
Yeah, this damp burnt fog would have to come down just now. Danged if I know which way to turn.
Look here, Dr. Tuner. Let's go inside the church and listen. Maybe we'll get some clues that way.
Might as well, I guess. Ain't no good standing around out here getting fog in your ears and throat and down your neck. The pesky stuff.
Up in San Francisco, I rather like the fog. This is miserable stuff down here, all right.
I've hated it ever since I can remember. Decayed atmosphere, that's what fog is to me. A nice day that's begun to rot.
That's a pleasant thought.
Can't help it. I always get the grumps and the creeps and the sniffles in the fog. Worst nightmare I ever had was about fog.
Well, here we are. We might as well go in.
thing I brought a pocket flash along. Go ahead, but mind your way. Them floorboards are rotten as punk. You're likely to break a leg.
You want to lead?
No, you go on ahead. This here's your idea. Here, you can have the flashlight.
Okay. This is a miserable hole, isn't it? Everything wet and mildewed. Shh. Why, the bell's fainter in here than it was outside.
I reckon I was right after all.
Quick, let's get outside. Now we're getting somewhere.
Hey, look out where you're going, fella. You'll go through the floor.
Come on, Doc. Come on. Oh.
Parker, are you hurt? Parker, are you hurt? Answer me. Parker, you got the flashlight. Turn it on. Parker, answer me. Answer me.
Doctor Tuner, don't carry on so. I'm all right.
All right. Well, then why in Tunket was you making them ghastly groans?
That wasn't me, Doc.
Wasn't you?
No, there's someone else down here. I'm looking for my flash. I dropped it when I went through the floor.
You say there's somebody else down there?
Hey, Doc, stop asking questions and come and help me. I'm down in the basement. There must be a door to the outside someplace.
Basement? By George, that's right. This place has got a basement.
Well, go outside and see if you can find a door to it. It's blacker than pitch down here, and something's down here with me.
The door to the basement's right outside. I'll be right with you.
Oh, what a noise. Oh, blame it all. Where'd I drop that light? Doc ever gets that door.
Hi there, Parker. Can you hear me?
Yes. What's the matter? Is the door locked?
The hinges rusted so bad I'll have to break the door down. Are you still all right?
Yes. Hurry and break it in. I can't find my flashlight. Oh, this groaning is getting on my goat.
Well, hang on. I got a piece of timber for a battering ram.
Well, go to it, Doc. Oh, this is great. The bell! Hey, Doc, the bell! Hurry, Doctor, I've discovered something. Dr. Tuner, I found the bell. The phantom church bell's here in the basement.
Parker, are you crazy?
No, I'm not. Here's my flashlight. There. There's your church bell.
Look there in the corner.
Yeah. A man bound and gagged. Come on, Doc.
Oh, so that's where them groans come from.
You know him?
No. Never saw him before in my life. Here, help me untie him. Hey, look here. He ain't only bound and gagged, he's roped to this 2x4 in the wall.
They weren't taking any chance on his getting away.
Poor chap. Mighty near dead.
He's unconscious, isn't he? What's the matter with him?
Looks mostly like starvation, but there's a bad lump here on his head.
We'll have to carry him up to the house.
Yeah, and mighty quick, too. He'll die on our hands. His heart ain't showing much signs. Stand aside, Parker.
Look here at this old bell, Doctor. Standing here on its rack. Just swings clear of the floor.
I can't figure out what made it ring, Parker.
I've got it. This man was ringing it. It was the only way he could call for help. Look here, Doctor. See, he was tied to this 2x4. When he stretched out his bound feet just as far as he could reach, the tip of his toe would just touch the rim of the bell. He'd give it a shove, and the bell would ring a few strokes.
Why, criminy, Parker. And then he'd probably have long spells of unconsciousness on account of this crack on the head. That'd account for the spells of silence. Now then, you ready? There, you take his shoulders, and I'll take his knees here.
All right. Let's go.
Careful. He's bump his head on the door jamb.
Yeah, all clear. What'll we do? Leave the bell as it is?
Sure, Parker. Ain't nobody gonna touch it. Just strike off through the tombstones and keep on the grass. It's easier walking.
Poor guy. Looks more like a corpse than a living man.
Yeah, so that was the answer to the phantom bell. No wonder we couldn't locate where the sound was coming from. By the time it got outside the cellar walls, the sound was so broken it seemed to come from everywhere.
Funny you or the mayor didn't think of looking in the basement when you came down here 3 nights ago.
Yeah, is it? Did you think of looking in the basement for a ringing church bell? Had to fall right in on top of it before you got the idea, didn't you? Just call out if you want to rest.
Now, he's not heavy. Well, if we knew as much about old Clawfoot as we do about the bell... The whistle! That's Phyllis!
Hey, don't drop the man.
It's Phyllis, Doc! Something's happened to Phyllis!
Hi, Parker, come back here.
Something's happened to Phyllis! Don't you hear the whistle?
You have just heard the 9th episode of The City of the Dead, written for radio by Carlton E. Morse. Next week brings you Where the Pearls Were Hidden, the 10th and final episode of this adventure thriller. Next week, you will know the identity of Old Clawfoot, the name of the man who rang the bell, what really became of Grandfather Theodore Beverly, who the murderers were, who the grave looters were, and what became of the famous collection of black pearls.